3:22. With a sigh, he got up to work and give Pebbles a snack to apologize for scaring her. A few days after the marathon, where he so distinguished himself, he asked Sarah out for dinner. A nice restaurant, one he had never been to before, to avoid memories of Lauren. They ordered a bottle of wine, and Josh had half a glass. He'd written up a few index cards to remind him of things to ask her, because he tended to go blank when interacting with people he wasn't 100% comfortable with. 1. How was your mother's knee replacement working out? 2. How was your grandfather? 3. How was your vacation? Did you eat any good food? What was your favorite thing to do out there? 4. How was work going? It must be hard to deal with some situations. What do you do to relax? And the last. 5. How are you doing without Lauren? Chances were low that he'd manage to ask that one, but he referred to the first index card, asked, and Sarah started talking in a friendly enough way. Lauren was the one who'd been good at this. With her, Josh picked up on cues, listened to her talk to people, watched her face as she smiled or frowned or nodded. He always felt more present, more at ease with himself and other people when he'd been with his wife. She was the key to his being fully engaged. He remembered to nod as Sarah paused, asked a follow-up question, and tried to smile at the right places. He referred to card number 2, then 3, when her answer was brief. They ordered their dinners, fish for him, steak for her. Card number 4. He hated that everyone looking at them would assume they were on a date. He wished he could somehow communicate that he still loved his wife, that this was her friend, that he was absolutely not interested in her that way. The food came. He took a bite of trout. It was pretty good. How's your steak? He asked Sarah. Good. How's your fish? Good. The conversation was not exactly rapier sharp. How long had they been here? 2 hours? 3? He sneaked a look at his watch. 39 minutes. Aha! He thought of something to say. I bought a vase the other day from Hawaii. Cool. What does it look like? You know, it's blue, and it has white on it, like a cresting wave. Sounds pretty. She cut another piece of meat. Yes. It was gorgeous, in fact. One of a kind, handmade on Kauai, at the same shop where he and Lauren bought a sculpture on their honeymoon. You guys bought me a beautiful paperweight from Hawaii. Did we? Lauren had bought dozens of gifts, it seemed. Yes. Sarah poured herself a second glass of wine. So, about all the shitty things you said to me, Josh. Yes, still sorry. You know what? Everything was true. About how I was pissy and jealous. She shook her head, her eyes getting shiny. Lauren was sparkly, you know? She sparkled. Yes, Josh said. It was the perfect word for her. And, well, it wasn't always easy to be known as Lauren's friend. All through elementary school and then even more in middle school and high school, I was sort of like this appendage. She pulled a face, then did her hair swoop, and Josh felt an unexpected little sunburst of affection for her. That hair swoop gesture, she did that when she was nervous. Now that he had that information, it wasn't so annoying. You know, it's depressing when you're everyone's second choice, Sarah continued. I only had her. Everyone else in our circle was Lauren's friend. I was there, and I'd known her the longest, but I wasn't in the inner circle. Never slept over at their houses or invited them to mine. Lauren was my best friend, and I didn't really need anyone else, you know? He leaned forward, setting down his fork. I do. I understand completely. How shocking that he had this in common with Sarah. He'd never wondered about Sarah's other friends. He had no reason to. She smiled, sadly. Of course you get it. So, anyway, Lauren was too loyal to cut me off, but I wasn't She shook her head, started to do another hair swoop, then stopped herself with a half smile at Josh, silently acknowledging her habit. Whatever. Everything came easily to Lauren. Friends, guys, grades. She was so pretty and fun. Everyone wanted to be around her. Josh nodded. I felt the same way. She could have had, I don't know. Who was that character Lauren had so crushed on? She could have had Jon Snow, but she picked me, and I'm still not sure why. Sarah smiled. She adored you, Josh, right from the start. And she always thought of you as her best friend. When we first started dating, she never said your name without the title. My best friend Sarah. Sarah, my best friend. Sarah wiped her eyes. That's nice to hear. She swirled the remaining wine in her glass, studying the deep golden color. When she got sick, she said quietly, I thought it had to be a joke. Like, if anyone should be the dying friend, it should be me. Like, she was too golden to have anything but perfection. Josh stifled the urge to wish it had been Sarah. He'd already thought it a number of times anyway. He felt ashamed of that, of thinking Sarah's life was worth less. She was someone's daughter, too. Someday, someone would love her the way he loved Lauren. She'd probably become a mom, and she'd be a really good one. He shouldn't judge. I was going to dump her as a friend, Sarah said quietly. In college, she got into RISD. I didn't get into Brown. She lived in the coolest student housing ever. I was at URI in a triple with the girl in the top bunk, drunk puking on me 4 nights a week. Lauren was here on the hill, so happy and confident that the world was hers, and I felt completely unremarkable by comparison. It bugged me so much that I was thinking about transferring somewhere. Why didn't you? He asked. Sarah shrugged. I had a good scholarship at URI. In my mind, I was brave enough to go out west to California or Seattle, but in reality, I was in Kingston, 30 minutes from home. Every time I saw Lauren, she was telling me how fabulous and interesting school was, how cool her professors were. She was majoring in clothing design originally. I don't know if you knew that. I did. Yeah. So she was taking classes like history of the little black dress or whatever, making her own beautiful clothes, while I was slogging through statistics taught by these sleepy adjuncts who never bothered to know my name. I didn't even know what I wanted to major in. That's not uncommon, Josh said. Good job. He could just about hear Lauren say. Good, sympathetic listening. So, I was sick of her sparkliness, her perfect life, her happiness, honestly. I was tired of comparing myself to her and coming up short. Everything about her was cool. Her married sister, her hot brother-in-law, her field of study. She poured the remaining wine into her glass. Her eyes filled again with tears. I wanted something crappy to happen to her, because it seemed like nothing ever did. So, you were right. I was bitter and petty. Why didn't you, dump her? He asked, a little fascinated. Her father died, and she was completely heartbroken. Sarah wiped her eyes, carefully, so as not to smudge her mascara. The first bad thing that ever happened to her. Mr. Carlyle, he was the best. I still remember her voice when she called me. I knew right then and there something horrible had happened. And so Josh learned that Sarah's own father had left when she was 8, popped out a few new children with his next 2 wives, and had to be ordered into paying child support by the court. Sarah was her mother's only child, alone to bear the contentiousness of the divorce and the neglect from her father. When Sarah did visit her father in Arizona, she was forced to babysit her younger half-brother and a stepsister, courtesy of her father's second wife. Sarah had adored that little girl, but once her father divorced wife number 2, she never saw her again. So her family life, that was just one more thing she had that I didn't. Did you know the Carlyles ate together every night? Every night. My mom worked nights, so I always made my own dinner. Frozen pizza and shit like that. Josh made a non-committal noise. He and his mom had eaten together every night, too, and at least once a week with the Kims. Once in a while, his mom would go out with her friends or attend a lecture, in which case the Kims had him sleep over and treated him like their own son. From the age of 8 until 14, he'd spent every afternoon at their house, fixing things in the basement with Ben, cooking with and being spoiled by Sumi. The idea of Sarah opening a cardboard box and eating pizza alone was awfully sad. They ordered dessert, and the evening, which had been dragging earlier, was now quite pleasant, interesting. There was something to be said for this, after all, this interaction, mining of information. Something happened to Lauren after her dad died, Sarah said. She grew up, I think. Josh nodded. I thought so, too. He hesitated, feeling slightly guilty. The first time I met her, I thought she was a twit. Are you serious? Sarah exclaimed. I thought it was love at first sight. Second sight, he admitted. And I think you're right. She had an easy life, and she was missing a little... He paused to find the right word. Gravitas? Yes, exactly. Was he gossiping about his wife? He pushed his fork into the unnecessary whipped cream that accompanied his cheesecake, making a pattern and then smoothing it out and repeating the motion carefully, finding peace in the repetition. But the next time we met, she was different. There was more to her. And she was only 18 that first time. She had the right to be young, carefree, goofy. Sarah nodded and wiped her eyes, managing a smile. She was awesome when she was goofy. That was the truth. Lauren could make everyone laugh, herself most of all. How many nights had she fallen asleep giggling at her own joke or starting a tickle war with him? She'd laughed in her dreams, even. What were some of the goofy things you guys did together? He asked. Oh, God. We used to write romance stories in school about our teachers and pass them back and forth. We'd torture Jen if I was sleeping over, spying on her, hiding in her closet to scare her later. Lauren loved talking in an accent with strangers. Russian was her best, I think. He hadn't known that. The little tidbits were better than the dessert. Things he could take home later and play over and over. He felt unexpectedly grateful to Sarah, sharing all these prized memories. The server came over, asked if they'd like more coffee. Just a check, thanks, Sarah said. So that was the end of the evening, he guessed. It was strangely disappointing. He never enjoyed Sarah so much, this different, more honest side of her, and, yes, hearing stories about Lauren. How are you doing with the letters? Sarah asked when the server left. He was silent a minute, considering his answer. They're good. They help. Sarah waited for more, but he didn't offer anything else. Ozma told me about the children's garden and how you're volunteering there. Lauren would really like that. His throat tightened at her words. Thanks, he said, his voice almost a whisper. You made her so happy, Josh. He looked at the crisscrosses in the whipped cream, then smoothed them out and remade them, more carefully this time. It's okay to show how you feel, Lauren had told him on more than one occasion, especially after her diagnosis. You'll be surprised at how kind most people are. Easier said than done. But he forced himself to look at Sarah and gave a nod, abruptly glad that their dinner was over. Chapter 21. Joshua. Still damn month 7 because time seemed frozen. Letter number 7. September. It was only a few sentences, but those sentences made his joints zing with adrenaline and a little horror.
My sweet darling Josh, hello. I have a wicked fun thing for you this month. You ready? See a medium. Oh, come on. Why not? It'll be fun. You know you want to see if there's a GB, my darling atheist. Give it a shot. You never know. Maybe I'll appear and we can sneak off for a paranormal shag. Or maybe I'll be busy doing angelic, miraculous things and you won't hear from me. If that's the case, know that I'm doing the Lord's work, saving children from being hit by buses, rescuing kittens, etc. But I know what I believe. I believe in you and me. Forever. I love you. Lauren.
She had to be kidding. She wasn't kidding. Okay, he would need help for this one. His mother was out. Being Lutheran, her religious focus had been on ideas such as Jesus died horribly for you, you wretch, and therefore you should make casseroles for potluck suppers. Mrs. Kim, though, was a hardcore Catholic and had saints for every occasion. He picked up his phone and called their landline since they were of the demographic who only turned their cell phones on if they wanted to make a call. Ben? Hi, it's Joshua. Hello, son. What's new? Do you know any mediums? There was a long pause. I think you better talk to Sumi, he said. She loves that crazy woman on TV, the one with the hair? Yeah, Lauren did too, which is probably why she gave him this ridiculous task. Hang on, Josh. He passed the phone to his wife, saying, Josh wants to see a medium. Sumi squealed with joy. Oh, my darling, this is wonderful, wonderful. I'm sure Lauren will come through for you, sweetheart. She loved you so, loves you. You won't regret this. These people, they've been blessed with a gift. It's amazing. Do you watch Long Island Medium or Mama Medium? They're so gifted. I've been to a few of these, so I'll send you a list, okay? Oh, this makes me so happy, Joshy. It will comfort you. You should take your mother. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, yeah, no, she's not. She's not yet, Sumi cried. She will be. Maybe we don't mention this to her, Josh said. He could already picture her eye roll. He already felt dirty himself. I'll email you the list, okay? Or do you want me to come over? Email is fine. Okay, darling. Bye. 2 hours later, there was a knock at the door. Josh got up from his computer and opened it to see the Kims and his mother. I couldn't stop her, Ben murmured as Josh was enveloped in Sumi's hug. Sorry. His mom came down the hall. There you are, she said. I hear you're going to try to make contact with the dead. She raised her eyebrow. He said. So much for Sumi keeping this a secret. You're too skinny, so we thought we'd cook, his mom said. Do you want a glass of water? I'll take a beer. Oh, you drink now. My only child doesn't tell me that he's lifted his self-imposed lifetime ban on alcohol. She sighed dramatically, opening the fridge, then gave him a smile. Their own language. You could call a little more. I care about everything you do. I'm still here for you. He gave a nod. Message received. Ben sat down next to him, holding his own beer. Sorry about this, he said. I tried to hold him off. No, it's nice, Josh said. He could almost hear Lauren's laughter now. She loved how Steph and the Kims were almost a single unit and descended upon them at will. He missed that laugh. God, he missed it. His mother and Mrs. Kim fussed and sautéed, simmered and chatted, slipping pebbles a treat here and there. No wonder the dog stole food. But it was comforting, his two moms laughing and talking, Ben asking a few questions about Josh's latest project, taking a look at the plans. Ben had been an engineer himself before he retired, though his work had focused on city water systems. There was life back in the apartment, fresh air and, well, a little happiness. They ate, and then Sumi took out a piece of paper with at least 12 names on it, complete with phone numbers and websites. I can't believe you managed to wait till after dinner, he said. I know, she said. I've been dying to show this to you, but your mother said we should feed you first. So, She pointed to the first name on the list. "This one I like because her tarot readings are good, not phony. Hi, Pebbles. Yes, baby." She handed the dog a piece of pork, then pointed at the paper again. "This one, nice, but not always on, you know. When she is, she's super. Angela, she's amazing, but you can never get an appointment. She's that good. If you're lucky, a person cancels and you can get in. This guy here, I like him a lot, but sometimes I think he's making things up. Every time I go, he tells me I'm about to meet my soulmate, which, come on, I have a wedding ring on, mister. I already did that." Ben smiled. "True, she did." Josh cleared his throat. "How many of these have you been to, Sumi?" She leaned back in her chair. "All of them. I've been doing it since my mother died in 1992. "Wow. That was a lot of money down the toilet." Ben glanced at him with a little shrug and a smile. "Whatever makes her happy." "Even I went once," Mom said. "What?" Josh almost choked with surprise. She shrugged. "Why not? It was fun. He said there was travel in my future, and there was travel in my future." He rolled his eyes. "There's travel in everyone's future, a person could say." She laughed. "It was an experience, Joshua. Be open to new things." "I'm trying. I just can't believe you didn't tell me." "Why not?" she asked, sipping her tea. "Because you tell me everything." "Clearly not." "Is there anything else you're hiding? Do you have any more children? Did you secretly marry my birth father?" "Joshua." She gave him her best calm yourself look. "I have no idea where your father is, or even if he's alive." "Your psychic didn't tell you?" "I never asked." She ate a piece of broccoli. "But in case you were wondering, your grandmother watches over you and loves you." She winked at him. Josh sighed. "I think this will probably be a waste of time." He glanced at Ben. "Will you come with me?" "Oh, I wouldn't miss it," Ben replied. He chose the medium named Gertie because it felt like an honest name. There was one named Moonflower, another named Ariella Borealis, which Josh did not think was her given name and which therefore presented credibility issues. Gertie Berkowitz, however, there was a name you could trust. On the appointed day, he and Ben drove to Tiverton, a wealthy little town on Narragansett Bay, notable for its meandering stone walls, water views, and gracious homes. Ben was the perfect person for this day, with his implacable sense of calm. Josh could have invited Radley, who'd come over the other night to watch a movie, but he had the feeling Radley would be too chatty. He could have asked Sarah or Jen, but no, it might have been too emotional for them. Josh had been careful when he booked the appointment, which he did simply by calling her 401 area code number. Another good sign. It wasn't an 877 or a 900 number. He blocked his own number before dialing so she couldn't look him up that way. He gave his name as Joshua, no last name, in case he was the Googling type, picked a time, and that was it. Being a man of science, he read up on mediums. Most would speak in generalities and watch you for clues. At best, Josh thought, they were simply very empathetic and good at reading people, hoping to give comfort. At worst, they preyed on the grieving by asking leading questions, then parroting back the information. "Was water significant to your mother? She's showing me water." Honestly, who didn't have some connection with water? People were 72% water on average. Everyone had some beach, river, pond, creek, salt marsh they loved. And then the bereft person would say, "Yes, we went to the beach when I was little." And the psychic would say, "Yes, that's exactly what she's showing me." Not exactly proof of the afterlife. He was only doing this for Lauren. She thought it would be fun. He wasn't convinced. It was a beautiful sunny day, and the drive twisted through farmland laced with rock walls. He and Ben didn't say much for most of the drive, which was their way, only speaking to observe something especially interesting. The 5 turkey vultures eating a dead raccoon, for example. "Poor vultures," Ben said. "They do us a service by eating carrion, but get no credit." True, said Josh. There was a metaphor in there somewhere, but his brain was buzzing too much to find it. He glanced at the clock. We're going to be way too early, he said. Should we stop at Dunkin'? Okay, yeah. Being in Rhode Island, where there were more Dunkins per person than anywhere in the world, it wasn't hard to find one. Josh pulled into the parking lot. What would you like? An iced coffee, thanks, son. Josh went into the familiar, thick smell of the store. Since they were both roadies from birth, Josh and Lauren had never gone on a road trip of more than 15 minutes without stopping for Dunkin'. Every time they went to the Cape or Mass General, the airport, to Jamestown or Westerly, they'd hit Dunk's and get their fix. When was the final time they'd been? What was the last time he'd bought a coffee for his wife? Such a small thing, but so precious. It would never happen again. He wished someone had told him, hey, pal, your wife will die soon, so this is the last time you're going to buy her a coffee. Savor the moment, okay? He wished he'd been able to know all the last times, so he could have enjoyed them, taken in every detail, every molecule of each moment. The last time they made love. The last time she laughed. The last time they held hands while walking. Hi, the teenager behind the counter grunted. What can I get you? One hot coffee, black, and one medium iced latte with whipped cream, he said. He ordered, waited obediently, then took their drinks to the car. It was only then he realized he'd gotten Ben the drink Lauren always ordered. I got you the wrong thing, he said. It's okay. This looks great. Josh got in the car and wiped his hands on his jeans. You okay? Ben asked. Yep. After a second, he remembered Lauren telling him to share feelings with people who loved him. I'm a little nervous, he said. Do you believe in this stuff, Ben? Well, I believe we have a soul, and it moves on. He took a pull of his drink. In Korea, we have all sorts of traditions honoring the dead to let them know we miss them. Then I married a Catholic, and some of that has seeped in, so the short answer is, sort of, but nothing specific. I think it's complete bullshit, Josh said. Lauren wanted me to do this, though. Well, then, it can't be too bad an idea, but it also could be complete bullshit, as you say. His face crinkled like crepe paper as he smiled. Josh started the car. If he did somehow get duped into thinking Lauren was there or here, whatever that meant, how would he feel? Would he spend the rest of his life at Gertie's, chatting with his dead wife? You know what? He'd take it. But what if Gertie said, sorry, kid, I got nothing? Would he be furious, crushed, a dolt for hoping for any crumb whatsoever? Gertie had said on the phone that he could pay her at his discretion. She had a thick Rhode Island accent, leaving off the last consonant of words and adding an R after a vowel, per state law. Pay me whatever you think the reading's worth, Joshua, dear. You have arrived, announced his iPhone. Josh pulled into the driveway of a modest, well-kept, gray-shingled cape, the yard graced by what had to be a 300-year-old tree, based on its circumference. It was a good sign, that tree. He didn't know why, but it reassured him. Don't give her anything to go on, okay? Josh asked Ben as they got out of the car. Try not to nod or say, yeah, his wife died from a lung disease. Just let her talk. You've told me that 3 times, Josh. I think I've got it. Ben clapped him on the shoulder. I'll sit silent and stone-faced, okay? Sorry. And yes, thank you. Before they even knocked, the door opened, making Josh jump. Hello, said a small, white-haired woman. Her face was extremely wrinkled, her eyes hooded like a turtle's. I'm Gertie, your psychic medium. Come in, sweetheart. Her accent was thick and comforting. You're Josh. Can I call you that? He nodded, and she turned to Ben. And you are? Ben, nice to meet you. They followed Gertie into her little house, which was full of photos of family members. Cardinals were her favorite bird, apparently, because images of the red bird were everywhere, on the curtains, throw pillows, framed photos, and cross-stitched samplers. It looked like a classic old lady's house. Too much furniture, outdated carpeting, and the comforting smell of lemon pledge. In one corner, there was a round table covered with an orange vinyl tablecloth. They all sat. Josh had already begun to sweat. His neck muscles locked, and his fingers felt tight with anxiety.
"So here's how it works," Gertie said. "We sit here, and I light this candle and say a prayer, and we ask your loved one to come forth. They show me signs, and I tell you what they are. Sometimes I'm not 100% sure what it means, so you'll have to help me."
Ah, yes, the leading questions. They'd say, "I'm seeing the number 4. Is that meaningful? No? Think about it. They're telling me 4 means something. Birthday, death, anniversary, 4th floor of the hospital, number of kids. Did you have 4 cats throughout your life? 4 tires on your car?" And you were supposed to think your dead loved one was floating around you. Why was he here? It wasn't as if Lauren would know if he blew off her suggestions. Great. Now he felt guilty on top of sweaty and anxious. Ben was studying his hands, stone-faced and silent, as promised. Gertie patted his hand.
"Josh, there's nothing to be worried about. I'm a nice Christian lady. I go to Mass every week, so there's no demonic spirits or the like. No, sir."
"Got it," Josh said.
"The messages come fast, and I might miss something, see? But mostly, those who've passed on just want to reassure the living that their right is rain, and you'll be together again. This life here, this is just a tiny piece of our true lives."
Okay, Boomer. Straight from mediumship for dummies. Josh's hopes were not high. Gertie lit the candle, said the Our Father. The kitchen clock ticked loudly. A car drove past. Gertie had a little whistle coming from her nose every time she inhaled, and Josh suddenly wanted to laugh or bolt. Ben caught his eye and squashed a smile. Then Gertie tilted her head, seeming to look at the floor.
"Oh," she said. "You lost your wife."
The urge to laugh vanished.
"Is that right?"
Gertie asked.
"Just say yes or no."
"Yes."
"I'm so sorry, dear."
She closed her eyes again. The breath whistled in her nostrils, and Josh's heart was pounding. And didn't she hear that? Could he offer a tissue? How had she known about his wife? Was it because he still wore his wedding ring? Had she Googled him after all? How many widowers did Rhoda?
Her name started with an L. Laurie? Not quite. Lara. Laura.
How the fuck? He cleared his throat. Ben's eyes were slightly wider than usual. "Lauren," Josh said, his voice strange.
"Right. Good. She's showing me a bed. Hospital bed. She was real sick. Aw, geez. She was at the hospital a lot."
Josh said nothing, but his heart was like a wild horse in his chest, kicking against his ribs. The clock ticked. Ben remained granite still. Gertie's nose squeaked. Okay, he shouldn't give her that much credit just yet. Josh was young. How many 30-year-old men came to a psychic to speak to their dead grandfathers? Wife was a good guess, and saying she was very sick was a 50-50 bet. But the name thing.
"You were with her at the end. You got in bed with her. She's showing me the 2 of you snuggling there. Is that right, hon?"
He tried to control his breathing. "Yes." Again, what self-respecting husband whose wife was breathing her last wouldn't get into bed with her? The stallion in his chest kicked just the same. He did not want to remember that moment at all, ever. Gertie smiled, but was still staring at the floor. A nose-squeaking breath. Another.
"She's showing me children. Did you have kids?"
Ah, okay. She was just good at guessing then. No, we did not.
Did she have any before you?
No.
Well, she's showing me 2 kids. The girl is a little bit of a thing, a toddler. The boy's older. Are they biracial? One of their parents is black?
Sebastian and Octavia. Holy shit. Josh managed to nod. My God, Ben breathed.
She's showing me her name and pointing to the girl. Is the girl named after her? Not the first name, but the second? A middle name?
The horse in his chest kicked again. Yes.
The boy's name starts with a T. Tyrone, is that right?
That's his middle name, Josh whispered.
She's showing me the number 4.
4 was not. It didn't. His mind was turning to tar.
Is that meaningful to you? Birthday, the month of April? Did she die on the 4th of the month?
No, nothing. It was Ben who answered. The little boy is 4 years old. Well, holy shit. That was true.
The little boy sees it too sometimes. He talks to her. Kids' defenses are lower, so they can do that.
Gertie blew her nose, and when she inhaled again, the squeak was gone, thank God. And shouldn't he be concentrating? Gertie tilted her head and looked at the floor once more.
Lauren wants you to tell their mother she watches over them. Is she their big sister? No. Aunt. She's the aunt of those kids, and their mother is her sister. Oh, they were close. How she loved her sister.
Yes.
How the fuck did she know this? Now she's showing me flowers. Lots of flowers. She wants you to see the flowers.
Okay.
Nope. She's stuck on the flowers. Is there something special about the flowers?
I sent her flowers a lot, he whispered.
No, not that. She's being specific with the roses. Something special there. Are roses special in any way? Do you know someone named Rose?
Rose was her middle name. Jesus, God in heaven. And then Valentine's Day. Their anniversary. The rose petals on their bed. How could Gertie know that? She handed him a tissue, and he realized tears were streaming down his face. It wasn't a good feeling, this uncertainty, this longing, the roar of grief that his Lauren was really gone, truly dead, on the other side.
And what's with the tree? She's showing me a special tree in a pot near the window.
Her dogwood tree. Ben's eyes were comically wide now, though his face was the same.
She says that tree is linked to her somehow, and she...
Stop! Please stop, Josh said. Gertie looked at him, her turtle eyes kind.
I'm sorry, darling. Am I going too fast for you?
I never really believed in this, he said. It's a lot. Ben reached across the table and squeezed his hand.
Oh, of course it is, hon, Gertie said. It can be very overwhelming, especially if you don't believe.
The horse in his chest was bucking and rearing. Josh mopped his face and wadded up the tissue. Gertie's head tilted again.
She has more to say. Her presence is very strong. Do you want to hear it?
Of course he wanted to hear it. How could he not? Yes. Gertie tilted her head to the side.
She's showing me that you work with little things you build. She tapped her fingertips together. You make them? You make things on a computer, but she's showing me a hospital, too.
He's a medical device engineer, Ben blurted. Josh didn't even care that he told. Gertie was close enough.
That's it. That's her way of making sure you know she's really here. She's proud of you, Josh. Very proud. You two were wicked happy.
Yes, he said, his breath coming hard. "Look, I know she loved me and her sister and the kids, and I know what I do for a living, but..." His voice broke. "Does she have anything to say to me?" He rubbed his forehead hard and tried not to look at Ben for fear he'd start sobbing. "Something for now?" Gertie stared at the floor again. "She wants you to know she's not alone. Her grandfather? No, her father? Did her father pass? Yeah? They're together. She's a beautiful soul, your wife. She laughs a lot. She's happy." Good. Good. He only ever wanted her to be happy. His heart cracked just the same. "Okay. Yep. Yep, she says you'll get married again. She's pointing to her ring finger and showing me the number 2, your second wife. You already know her, but you're not aware that she's going to be important in your life." Gertie laughed. "She's showing me a penny and dropping it, like the coin hasn't dropped for you yet regarding this woman." "Sarah, maybe?" Ben murmured. Josh heard the words, but they didn't register. Gertie tilted her head again. "You blame yourself," she says. "But you were wonderful. She's showing me over and over again how good you were, how you took care of her. She wants you to stop feeling guilty. You couldn't have done any more. She's telling me you were perfect. Drop the guilt." That was a message mediums often gave their clients, Josh had read. It also happened to be completely appropriate to his case. He took a tissue and wiped his eyes. Gertie smiled at the floor. "So much love between you two," she said. The pain in his chest was crushing. Please come back. He couldn't help thinking. Please come back. She gives you signs, Josh. You aren't seeing them. She wants you to see the signs. He nodded. Then Gertie turned to Ben. You're not his father, but she says you're like one, and she thanks you for being there for Josh. Ben's stoicism crumpled, and he put his hand over his eyes. Gertie patted his arm. She's showing me a paper airplane. You're throwing it. Did you make paper airplanes together, you and Josh? Ben nodded, his shoulders shaking. And there's another woman she's showing me, like a sister, but not. Purple, sparkly dresses. Did they take dance class together? Something with dancing. She wants you to tell her she's with her. She's struggling too, the not sister. Best friend, that's it. Her best friend. Sarah. He'd have to call Sarah. This would mean the world to her. Gertie nodded. Okay, she's stepping back. She wants you to be at ease, to be happy, to know you'll be together again in the next life. She was quiet for a minute, then blew out the candle and looked at the two men. Whoo, that was a good one, I think. Don't you? Josh wrote her a check for $500. She hugged him hard and then hugged Ben, and they left, not speaking. He drove to the end of the road to turn around. It was a dead end, facing the water. But he just sat there a minute, his hands shaking. You okay, son? Ben asked. He looked out at the bay, the water sparkling in slices of blue and silver under a sky heavy with creamy cumulus clouds. It was shocking, he said. Yeah, very specific. His hands were choking the steering wheel. The thing is, he continued, does it make any difference? She's still gone. What good does this do? Does it change anything? Do I go back every week? I think it's just nice to believe she's not 100% gone. She's gone enough. I don't want signs. I want her. His throat was killing him, and he dashed his hand across his eyes. Sumi said, you have a church thing tonight. I'll get you back. Josh, if you want to talk more, son. No, I'm fine. They drove back to Providence in silence. A thunderstorm rolled in, and when they pulled up onto his old street, Ben asked if he wanted to come in. Josh refused, thanked Ben, gave him a quick hug, and then called Sarah. "Can I come over?" he asked, even though he was already headed her way. She said yes. She opened the door a few minutes later, wearing a David Bowie t-shirt and running shorts. Her apartment was somewhat untidy and unremarkable. Piles of papers on her desk, a few coffee cups scattered about, mail on the counter. "Hey, Josh," she said. "To what do I owe the honor?" "I saw a psychic today," he said without preamble. "She said Lauren showed me a person who wasn't a sister but like a sister. Purple, sparkly dresses at a dance recital or something." The color drained from Sarah's face. "Jesus, Josh. A little warning next time?" Then she turned away. When she spoke next, it was a whisper. "It was the 8th grade talent show. We wore purple sparkly dresses and danced a Soldier Boy. Crank that. We were awesome." She took a shaky breath. "The psychic knew that?" "Apparently. She said to tell you Lauren is still with you." Sarah put both hands over her face and started to sob. "Hug her." He did. She hugged him back. He felt something loosen inside him, and after a few seconds became aware of the fact that he was crying too. It wasn't horrible. In fact, it felt kind of great just to cry with someone who had loved Lauren too and not worry just for a second if he should be doing something different. No, hugging was... it was okay. "Oh, Josh," she whispered. "I'm so sorry for the two of us." The thunderclap took them by surprise, and they jumped apart. Josh straightened, wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Sarah got a tissue and blew her nose. "You want to see a movie?" she suggested, and for some reason, that sounded perfect to him. "Something violent," he said. "A war movie." "Horror," he countered. "Whatever you want, pal. You just talked with your dead wife. You get popcorn and soda." She smiled at him, and he felt himself smiling back. "Thanks, Sarah," he said. "You're a good friend." Almost to his surprise, he realized it was true. The psychic had mentioned a woman in his life who would be his second wife, someone he already knew. He wasn't ready to think about that, though. Not today. Maybe not for a long, long time. But it was there just the same.
Chapter 22. Lauren. 25 months left. January. Dear Daddy, help me. Oh, Daddy, please help me. Please don't let this be true. I'm so scared. Please help me, Dad. Please let this be wrong. Lauren had had 3 appointments with Dr. Bennett, the pulmonologist. 3 appointments in 3 months, with a few reschedulings because of snow and the holidays and the thrill of making new traditions. They had had the Kims and Stephanie over for Pepero Day, a sweet Korean holiday that seemed to exist solely to celebrate friendship. Then there was Thanksgiving, the big meal at Jen's, including Stephanie. Then dessert at the Kims, because all 4 of their kids had been home and had wanted to see Josh and meet her. They had a brunch that weekend with all their local friends, and Lauren had felt so happy and grown up, cooking and cleaning for her former classmates and colleagues, showing them their beautiful home. Then it was Christmas time, and they had their first major fight over Josh not going to her office party. They made up, of course, went on the holiday stroll, and celebrated Jen's birthday. On New Year's Eve, they hosted a party. Sarah and her date, who passed out on the couch before 9 p.m., Louise, Santino, Bruce, and Tom, Mara, Ozma and her honey, Jen and Darius. Even with the drunk guy, it had been a blast, and they'd gone up to the roof to watch the fireworks. The Kims had had them over for Lunar New Year, another big celebration, and had invited Lauren's mom, too, which was awfully nice. In other words, it had been easy to forget that she was a little out of breath for no apparent reason. But now the holidays were over, and Lauren had no more excuses. She kept telling herself not to be nervous. They'd already said it wasn't cancer. No sign of a tumor on her chest X-ray, thank God. But they wanted an MRI now, too. She was fine, she reminded herself. Young, healthy, blissfully happy. Sex at least 3 times a week, usually more. Yoga classes and the gym on the first floor. Did she get out of breath? Of course. That was the point. She was just tired. She had asthma and maybe chronic bronchitis. If she felt weary and heavy sometimes, wasn't that just because she worked out? It was a good sign, damn it. It was that intern in the ER who'd first given her that tremor of fear. That pause. No one wants a doctor to pause before reassuring you. But she'd been tested for a lung infection, a virus, though she tested negative for everything they could test for. Low-grade pneumonia on top of asthma, chronic sinus infection with postnasal drip and acid reflux. They couldn't quite pin it down. Just a few more tests, Dr. Bennett said, and Lauren felt a flare of fear and anger. Diagnose me or tell me I'm healthy, for God's sake, she thought, her face reddening. This is a tricky case, the doctor continued. I want to be sure we get it right. That's super reassuring. I'm really fine, Lauren replied. I could like you. Give me a clean bill of health and we'll be great friends, I promise. Outpatient testing will call to schedule you in the next day or so, Dr. Bennett said. If you feel worse, call me right away. I'm fine. I feel great. We'll talk soon. Shit. No martinis with Dr. B, then. And then there was Josh, hovering, glancing at her when she coughed. Honey, I'm fine, she snapped one night. Can you please not bury me yet? He didn't answer. She huffed and went to bed, and he came in a half hour later and took her in his arms and said he loved her. It was impossible to stay mad. 2 more x-rays, 2 CAT scans, 1 high-resolution CAT scan, a pulmonary function test, a second pulmonary function test, 1 bronchoscopy. Even with sedation, that was nasty. The questions were endless and irritatingly repetitive. Was she a smoker? History of asthma? Pneumonia? Tell us again how your father died. When did you go to Hawaii? Where did you stay, swim, eat? Were you exposed to asbestos, silicone dust, heavy metals, contaminated air conditioning systems, moldy foliage, pigeon droppings? Of course I'd been exposed to pigeon poop, Lauren yelled the umpteenth time she was asked. And moldy leaves. Hasn't everyone? Just give me some damn cough medicine that actually works. So, when Dr. Bennett called and asked her to come in with your husband, Lauren was almost relieved. Finally, they'd figured it out. Some weird pneumonia she'd caught on the plane to Hawaii, probably. Have a seat, Dr. Bennett said when they arrived at her office. And please, call me Quanah. A good sign or a bad sign to be on a first-name basis with your doctor? Lauren felt cold suddenly. Hi, Quanah, she said, as if being cheery would make everything okay. I love your hair. Over the holidays, Dr. Bennett had gone from shiny, straight hair to multiple braids twisted into a bun. And hey, if she wanted to be called Quanah, that was fine. They'd get out of this appointment. Quanah would apologize for being so aggressive when, gosh, it was just this one thing. Here was the cure, and absolutely she'd love to come out for drinks one night. Except Lauren's heart was beating too hard. She took a slow, deliberate breath. All good. No cough. Not right now, see? Does it take forever, those braids? She asked. Talking about hair was much, much better than anything Lauren could think of at this moment. It takes a while, yes. Quanah seemed to be very still. Josh took Lauren's hand. His was sweaty. Okay, said Quanah. We've done every test we can, and we did a couple twice. It looks like idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Lots of syllables in that one. We had a tough time diagnosing it because we wanted to be sure. It's not a common disease in someone so young. Okay, Lauren said. So they had a name for it, and she'd take medicine and it would clear up. She looked at Josh. His face was gray. Nope, gonna ignore your face, babe. What's the plan, then? There was a pause. Another fucking pause, and suddenly Lauren was shaking. She couldn't look at Josh because... Now don't panic, Dr. Bennett said. What happens with this disease? Disease? That sounded horrible. Is that your lungs create a fibrous tissue, scarring. We don't know why. Some people who work with asbestos or fine particulates get it. Yours is called idiopathic because we don't know why you have it. She paused, looking at both of them in turn to make sure they were following. My husband is a genius, lady, Lauren wanted to say. You don't need to slow down for him. On the other hand, Lauren was having some trouble hearing. There was a persistent, high-pitched buzz in her ears. Defense mechanism, probably, to block out. The problem is, the scarring takes up room in your lungs. That's why you've had problems breathing. I really haven't. I mean, just a little. Once in a while. Quanah nodded. Right. And it's great that we caught it early. There are some very good medications that can slow this thing down. Great. And oxygen to help you when you're short of breath. Wait, what? I don't need to be on oxygen. I mean, I fainted one time, twice, but one time after a long hike and not enough hydration, and the other time because... Her voice had the hint of hysteria in it, and she let it trail off. Well, Quanah said gently, there will probably be times down the road when you will need it, and it'll make you feel significantly better, a lot less tired. But I'm fine. I mean, I really feel quite good. She looked at Josh. He didn't look at her. He wasn't blinking, just staring at Dr. Bennett. Oh, shit. He shut down like this when big things happened. He just got really, really quiet. Like when his favorite professor had died a few months before they got married. He didn't talk, he didn't cry, he just went into this nothingness. When she'd called his mom to ask if he was okay, she said he'd done the same thing when her father had died when Josh was 20. But they had died. She wasn't about to do that. Whatever was wrong with her, she'd handle. Joshua Park would not have a sick wife. She wouldn't put him in that position. Okay, she said, sounding more like herself. Good. So, the meds, maybe oxygen in the future. Anything else? There was another pause. We'll get into respiratory therapy to maximize your lung function. Got it, sure. And how long does this last? No answer. I mean, when will I be back to my old self? Quanah, Dr. Bennett, didn't answer for a second. What is the cure, Quanah? Lauren asked loudly. Josh turned to look at her finally. There is no cure, he said quietly. The words took a few seconds to land. What? Lauren shouted. Then, freakishly, she laughed. Well, that's not helpful. She looked at both her doctor and her husband, then swallowed. Seriously? There's no cure at the moment, no, Dr. Bennett said. Lauren didn't want to call her Quanah anymore. Nope, they weren't going to be friends. So if there was no cure, then that meant... Well, it meant she'd have to deal with this the rest of her life. Huh. I don't want you to panic, Dr. Bennett said. This is a serious illness, but you're only 26, Lauren. We honestly have no prediction for how well you'll do, okay? You're very healthy otherwise. Let's not envision the worst just yet. I'm starting you on a medication called Ofev, which is very effective in slowing the fibers and scar tissue. A lot of patients swear by a combination of Chinese herbs, so I want you to try that as well. I've got all the information here. Okay, Lauren said, slightly reassured. Great. What's my long-term prognosis? I don't want to jump the gun here. Tell me anyway, she said. Quanah looked at Josh, who gave a small nod. Well, our last line of defense is a lung transplant. Would I be okay then? We'll cross that bridge if we have to, okay? Lauren looked at Josh. Skin still gray. Jaw locked. Infrequent blinking. Oh, no. No, thank you. Josh knew a lot about medicine. A lot. Am I gonna get better? She whispered. Dr. Bennett leaned forward, folding her hands together. Lauren, I'm very sorry, but as your husband said, there is no cure for this. There are some promising treatments on the horizon, but right now, I have to be honest with you. With IPF, the fibers keep growing until breathing becomes impossible. A lung transplant would be the final step. Otherwise, it's a terminal disease. The world stopped. No sound, no smells, nothing. Just complete stillness. Terminal. Final. Terminal? Lauren swallowed. Her eyes felt huge and cold. So, I'm gonna die? We're not sure what your trajectory is going to be. There are only a handful of known cases in people so young. Can you answer the question? Am I gonna die from this? That loud voice. So rude. Quanah didn't take offense. We can't make any predictions, especially in your case, since you're not even 30. No predictions except that I'll die, she squeaked. She will not die from this, Josh said, his voice hoarse and fierce, and for a second, hope leaped in Lauren's heart. She was married to a certified genius who just happened to make medical devices. He would figure this out in a matter of weeks, Quanah. This is a lot to process, Dr. Bennett said. I recommend that you stay off Google and just read the literature in this packet. Why? Lauren's voice was hard and loud. Because you should get your information from experts in the field, she said, handing over a folder. Trust me. She didn't remember leaving the building or getting into the car, but she must have, because Josh was driving and they were gripping each other's hands hard. Lauren stared out the window, vaguely registering the familiar sights. The big blue bug, Rhode Island's most famous resident. The Capitol Dome, the Superman building, so called because in the old television show, Superman had jumped over it, making Providence famous. There was Kennedy Plaza, the old Brown and Sharp building. They pulled onto their street, into the parking lot, got out, and walked into the building in silence, still clutching hands. She started toward the stairs, then walked through the lobby instead and pushed the button for the elevator. The stairs would leave her breathless. The tears gathered in her throat and she swallowed hard. The second they walked into the apartment, they both went to the couch and opened their laptops, almost exactly in sync. The only sounds, their fingers on the keyboard. Yeah, so Googling wasn't a great idea. She had to give Dr. Bennett credit for that. The prognosis for a person with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis was 3 to 5 years. Life post-lung transplant, so long as there were no complications, could last as long as 5 years. But lung transplants were tricky. So, best case scenario, Lauren might live to see 40. But probably not. She felt dizzy. Was this a dream? Was this whole life a dream with her wonderful husband and all their happiness, their beautiful apartment, the honeymoon, the trip to Paris? Would she wake up in her childhood bed groggy and confused, Dad still alive? She squeezed her hands together because pinching herself felt too cliché. If she was thinking about things like clichés, then it couldn't really be happening, right? Also, the pillow on the chair across from her needed plumping, and she was hungry. Grilled cheese, maybe? So she probably wasn't stuck with a fatal disease. She probably wasn't dying. Words from the computer floated in her brain. Final treatment terminal. No cure. Breathing becomes impossible. 3 to 5 years. Quality of life. 3 to 5 years. Last week, they'd gone sledding with Sebastian. Jen told her they were trying for another baby, and they got so silly talking about celebrity baby names. And sure, Lauren had gotten out of breath laughing, but so had... Yeah, no. She was the only one. For a second, that moment came back to her. The warmth of her sister's house, the cocoa, the laughter. The way she couldn't seem to fill up her lungs with enough air, because her lungs were filling with fibers. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Let's go to bed, Joshua said, and she jumped at the sound of his voice. It was 2:00 in the afternoon, but he was right. Bed was the only option. They stripped down to their underwear and got in under the puffy duvet, then wrapped their arms around each other so tight it hurt. They were both shaking. No words. Not then. Neither of them was crying. Not then. Not yet. The truth sat in the room with them, dark and heavy, waiting to be let into their lives, into their bed. She would die young. Josh would be widowed. She was not going to get better. She had a terminal disease. She had really wanted a baby instead.
Chapter 23. Joshua. Month 8. Letter number 8. October.
Dear Josh, I hope you're doing well, sweetheart. 8 months is a long time. I hope you're feeling happier and more energized these days. So, this month's task is pretty straightforward. Do something for your professional career and try something you've been scared of doing. You've got this. I believe in you. Love, Lauren.
Well, that was a pretty crappy letter, if he was being honest. He'd gotten changed and poured a half a glass of wine for this? He stalked around, his bare feet silent. Pebbles lay asleep on the couch, oblivious to his mood. A shitty letter, Lauren, he said out loud. Sorry, was I taking too much of your time? Was she too busy to write more than a few sentences? Was he getting to be too much of a responsibility, and she only had a few chicken soup for the soul platitudes to toss his way? Rage swept through him, red and tarry, blotting out everything else, and before he could switch gears, before he could call his mom or Ben, before he could get to the gym and hit the heavy bag, before the quick brown fox could jump over anything, the red tar was everywhere and he was drowning in it. A far-off, still calm part of his brain guided him to the cabinets. He heard a smashing noise and more yelling, and there was pain in his foot, a distant pain, and then he slipped and his head thunked against the floor, and he was out. He woke up to Pebbles licking his face. Her breath was awful. Hi, puppy, he said, and his throat was sore and scratchy. Also, something was sticking into his back. He was lying on the kitchen floor. He sat up, wincing, and felt the back of his head. A good-sized lump was there, and there were shards of porcelain everywhere. Polka-dotted porcelain. He picked up a piece and looked at it. Lauren's coffee cup. She'd used it every morning. Actually, she'd bought 4 of them because, she'd said, they'd be everyone's favorite. And they had been. Even his mother had liked them, and she wasn't a person who cared a whole lot about mugs. He remembered a weekend morning when Lauren had had her 3 moms over for coffee cake, and they'd all drunk from these mugs. From the look of the mess on the floor, he'd broken each one. Yep, 4 little handles scattered amid the ironically cheerful destruction. There was a knock on his door. He went to it, limping slightly, and opened it. Creepy Charlotte. Hey, I heard some noise. You okay? She looked him up and down. You're bleeding, you know. Stop stalking me, Charlotte. For a second, he wondered if Gertie the medium had meant Charlotte, but if so, he would take that $500 back, thank you very much. He closed the door in her face, went back to the kitchen, and surveyed the mess. Nice job, asshole. If Pebbles stepped on the broken mugs, she might cut her paw. He put her in the guest room to keep her safe, though she gave him a disappointed look. Sorry, honey. I'll be back in a few minutes. The cut on the bottom of his foot was fairly deep. He cleaned it out with hydrogen peroxide, welcoming the burn as punishment, and wrapped it in gauze. Then he cleaned up the kitchen and bloody footprints. No more of Lauren's mugs to taunt him from the cupboard each day, and a new scratch on the floor from his rage. He'd had more red-outs in the past few years than he had in the rest of his life combined. Now that the rage had passed, he felt ashamed. Lauren had been busy just staying alive, and so what if her note was short? He was a shitty and ungrateful husband, widower, for not being more appreciative of these letters, even if this one wasn't his favorite. She'd been busy trying to live. Josh sighed, got Pebbles, and went up to the garden, careful to avoid looking over. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Almost sunset now. October's days were notably shorter, and Josh was relieved. August had been wretchedly hot, the weather and humidity seeming to suck the color and life from everything and replace it with sepia-toned pollution or bland, not quite real air from the AC. After seeing Gertie, he'd fallen into a funk. He wanted to feel completely different after the visit. My wife is in heaven and she sees me. But it didn't bring Lauren back. Was there a heaven? Maybe. He hoped so, for her sake. But his problem wasn't the afterlife. It was the here and now. He skipped karate classes, not wanting to bring his gloom to the little kids, and emailed Asma saying he had a big project to finish, so he couldn't help out at the center as much this month. She wrote back kindly, saying to take his time, and they'd be happy to see him whenever he could make it in. It seemed so long ago that he'd been a married man, that his wife and he had sat in the rooftop garden or at the Cape House or downstairs, the two of them made safe by love. Do something for his professional life, and try something he was afraid of. He sighed. Pebbles jumped up next to him and put her head on his leg, and he petted her silky head, grateful for the perfect forgiveness of a dog. Each year, Johnson & Johnson sponsored a giant medical device conference, and he'd gone every year since he was 20, except for last year, when he was afraid to leave his wife. He could go again. He'd been thinking of it himself, more for a change of scenery than anything else. It was next week, so that would take care of Lauren's request for this month, but it didn't have the kismet feeling the volunteering letter had, the feeling that they were still in sync somehow, that she'd been able to read his mind. As far as the do something you're scared of doing, he wasn't sure what that meant. He'd presented at this conference before, and while he didn't love crowds, he wasn't phobic or anything. He just left when it got too overwhelming or loud. What had Lauren had in mind? He would never know. A few days later, he flew out to San Francisco for the conference. He let the now familiar refrain of the grieving run through his head. The last time I was on a plane, Lauren was... He'd posted on the forum about this, and it was a common experience, every experience clashing with a recollection of loss. For 5 hours, he stared out the window, watching America drift past below. When they landed, he took a car to the hotel where the conference was held, signed in, got his badge, and went up to his hotel room, which was very clean and generic, and on the second floor, per his request. He unpacked, ironed his shirt, and looked at the conference program, marking which presentations and speakers he wanted to see. He knew some of them. Plenty of people likewise knew his name, because for a 30-year-old, he was kind of a big deal. When he couldn't stall any longer, he brushed his teeth and went downstairs to the conference rooms and displays. Shockingly, it was a relief. All these people who didn't know, all these people who just wanted to talk to him about work, new products on the market, trends in design, new technology. For 2 days, he was immersed in the field he loved, the only one he'd ever considered working in. He went to the keynote lunch given by a billionaire inventor who believed in global health care and pandemic preparedness. In workshops, he was greeted with respect and recognition. Twice, he saw his design for the neonatal monitoring bed in presentations, which gave him a quiet flare of pride. Chiron Medical Enterprises, the company in Singapore who'd hired him to design a smart scalpel for spinal surgeries, was a sponsor of the conference. He'd sent them the final design and specs just last month. Alex Lang, the CEO, and Naomi Finn, the COO, found him and asked him to dinner. He accepted. They met in the lobby and took a town car to an impressive restaurant at the base of the Bay Bridge, that other unsung wonder of San Francisco. Alex and Naomi flattered him, talked shop, told him funny stories, and generally schmoozed him. Sure enough, by the end of the second bottle of wine, the pitch came. "Josh, we'd love to have you work with us exclusively," Alex said. "You could live in Singapore or you could stay in Rhode Island. And let's be honest, you can name your salary and benefits package. We want you to head up the design team, and we're willing to do what it takes to make it happen." "That's very flattering," he said. "Have you been to Singapore?" Naomi asked. "It's amazing. Seriously, I've lived in 7 major cities, including Sydney and Paris, and Singapore is the most beautiful of them all." He nodded, remembered to smile, and for a few minutes he let himself picture being the type of guy who could live on the other side of the planet, who could walk cheerfully into a glass office and have 2 administrative assistants and a gaggle of engineers to do the mundane parts of his job. "Fly out, on us," Alex said. "Have a look around, bring your... Hell, I don't know if you're even married." The question was like a baseball bat to the head. "Answer," he told himself. The pause was going on too long. "I'm not," he said. Naomi said, "That wedding ring is just to scare off any interested parties, then?" They didn't know. They didn't know. If he told them now, he'd see their expressions change from interest to pity, or shock or compassion. "It's a cultural thing," he lied. "Another one of the great things about Singapore is how multicultural it is," Alex said, and Joshua was off the hook as the pair extolled the benefits of the city-state. When the conference ended the next afternoon, Josh was exhausted from all that time with other people, but he didn't want to go home just yet. The idea of going back home now, in late October, when the leaves had fallen in a heavy rain and windstorm and the city would be gray and dark, he decided to be spontaneous and stay. Cookie Goldberg, his virtual assistant, switched his flight and booked him for another 2 days at the hotel. Then Josh texted Jen, Donna, and his mom. Jen responded by saying that they might have to keep Pebbles forever because Sebastian was so in love with her. She texted a picture of the boy, sound asleep, Pebbles sleeping next to him, her head on his pillow. Sweet. Aside from a similar conference a few years ago, during which he'd never left the hotel, he hadn't been to San Francisco. Not properly. A little sightseeing would kill some time. Had Lauren ever been here? He didn't think so. So no memories then. For now, he could be a guy who wasn't married, wasn't widowed. He could just be a normal person. San Francisco was balmy, beautiful, and overly gentrified. So many homeless people, so many new, glossy, sleek apartment buildings to house the wealthy. He considered designing a pop-up shelter that could be folded and moved, but 10 seconds on Google showed him it had already been done by a plethora of architects. He went to Japantown and Haight-Ashbury, bought some gifts for the family. In Lower Pacific Heights, he stared for half an hour into a window of an aquarium store that had mystically beautiful tanks filled with living plants and exotic fish, then ordered one to be shipped to Sebastian for a Christmas gift. When his stomach growled, he ate lunch at the bar of a small Italian restaurant and watched the Red Sox lose to the Yankees. He imagined living in a number of Victorians so different from his loft. Were the people inside these homes happy, living in such a beautiful place? Was anyone widowed, wailing on the floor the way he'd wailed? He walked and walked, soaking up the sunshine, admiring gardens and dogs. Seemed like everyone had a dog in San Francisco. Pebbles and her friendly ways would fit right in. He found himself looking at the Ghirardelli sign and stood in line to get an ice cream cone. It was worth the wait. "Excuse me," said a young woman, maybe 20, 25. "Do you know how to get to the Golden Gate Bridge?" She wore a backpack and had pretty red hair, almost the same color as Lauren's. Her eyes were green, though, not like Lauren's whiskey brown. Give her a pair of contacts and a different haircut, though, and they could have passed for sisters. "Sorry, I don't," he said after too long a pause.
No worries. Have a nice day.
Off she went, looking at her phone, probably texting her friend that she'd just met a creepy guy. After a minute, he followed her. He had no destination in mind, and seeing the sunlight bring out the colors in her hair, so very, very close to Lauren's, it seemed like a beacon. Where was she going again? Ah, yes, the Golden Gate Bridge. He'd never seen the Golden Gate Bridge up close. He was afraid of do something you're afraid of. He was afraid of heights. Thoughts of the girl forgotten, Josh summoned a lift to the bridge, suddenly on fire to be there as soon as possible. It was more beautiful and graceful in real life than any photo. The sun was shining, and against the violently blue sky, the bridge did seem to glow. It stretched impossibly far across the water to Marin County. Sailboats and shipping vessels dotted the water, and birds flew above the bridge, below it, between its cables. The bridge was ridiculously high. Really, it was unnecessarily high. Surely he could skip this and have a drink at the top of the mark and be done with it, right? Wouldn't that be easier? He could just... Yeah, nope, he was already here. Already his heart was pounding at the thought of walking across it. Was he dizzy? He felt a little dizzy. A lot of people fell off this bridge, didn't they? No one fell. They jumped. Shit. Sweating, he started walking. Fast. He was wearing his hiking boots. The last time he'd worn them was with Lauren when they drove up to Acadia National Park last fall, but he couldn't think about that right now. He had panicking to do. Just keep going, he told himself. Haul ass, get across, and take a lift back to the hotel. He walked as fast as he could, staring straight in front of him, concentrating on the people. Cars shouldn't be allowed up here. That was a horrible idea. Cars were so heavy. Had this bridge ever snapped, or was that just in disaster movies? Shit. What about earthquakes? Oh, God. He glanced to his left to see if the city was crumbling and saw the water below him, far, far below him. That was a mistake. Looking down, his knees buckled, and suddenly he was on all fours, heaving for breath. You okay, mister? Someone asked. Yep, he said, his voice sounding overly loud. Are you having a heart attack? Probably. Afraid of heights. Could he get up? He didn't think so. His heart was shuddering in his chest, and his shirt was damp with sweat despite the cool temperature and breeze. He felt the tremor coming, felt the earth begin to shudder. Nope, that was just a pickup truck. But what about the wind? Was the bridge swaying? Was it about to break and all these people would fall to their deaths, screaming, clawing, all the cars and trucks pouring into the bay, the noise thunderous, and one step at a time, came the voice. You got this, bud. You can do it. A white hipster dude with a red beard reached out a hand and pulled him to his feet. Deep breaths, yeah? Yes, Josh said. He knew all about deep breaths, after all, after that respiratory therapy he'd done with Lauren. It worked. His fear dropped from a 10 to about an 8.5. The hipster dude beamed at him. So awesome that you're doing this. Good for you. He's afraid of heights, he added to the few onlookers. Most people ignored him, cruising past, looking at their phones or taking pictures. He appreciated their lack of interest. Need an escort? Hipster guy asked. I'm walking to meet up with some friends over on the other side. He didn't have much choice, did he? He was on the damn bridge. He was stuck. He would take this up with Lauren later, in his imagination anyway. Maybe it would be good to fight with her. I'm David, said the hipster. From Arkansas originally, but you know, the culture out here is so intense, and I came out to see a friend a few months ago, and I was like, dude, I'm staying. Seriously, Arkansas cannot compete with this place. Also, weed is legal, right? Just another perk. Walking was slightly easier with David, because David did not stop talking to draw a breath. He was overcoming some issues of his own, right? Doing great, eating clean, and he was so psyched to see other people, confronting their fears in the past and future. And wasn't it, crazy that the world was so beautiful, even with all the shit going on? Josh tried not to look at anything other than the pavement in front of him, though his peripheral vision showed the cables that made the bridge stand. Would one snap? Would it hit him in the head and send him tumbling over the side, or would it hit him in the throat so he'd bleed out, clutching at the geyser of blood? Would this cause a chain reaction that would then send cars careening into pillars and the bridge crashing into the water, the people screaming? "We're halfway across, dude," David said. "Let's take a minute so you can look around." Josh stopped. He was shaking violently, but his knees hadn't buckled again. He kept his gaze fixed on the ground. If he didn't look up, did it count? It would. It did. But Lauren would want him to see the view. She loved new experiences. She loved heights, the ridiculous woman. She'd never back down from anything, at least not that he knew of. That time in La Jolla when she went hang gliding, and she was so happy, so alive. He raised his eyes slowly, got his gaze about a foot off the ground, saw the glittering water, then looked back at the beloved pavement. If he ran, how long would it take him to get back on solid ground? Bicyclists whizzed past on the walkway, and hey, wasn't it a walkway? Did they have to be so fast? And what if a car jumped the lane and killed him? And all these people, really? Did they all have a death wish? Don't be a loser. Lauren's voice was so clear. The fond way she had said that line, the challenge he'd always accepted. He gripped the railing and forced his head up and kept his eyes open. For a second, the scene swam in front of him, and he thought he might vomit, or faint, or fall. But then the view came into focus. San Francisco's buildings, white and sharp against the sky. Alcatraz, Marin, boats and birds. He turned around and saw the Pacific spreading out, so blue and vast. It was stunning. "I hope you can see this, honey." A deep breath that didn't quite work. Another one. Another, slower one. "Relax and breathe," he used to say to his wife. "Relax and breathe, nice and slow." If she could do it, so could he. After all, she'd been facing death. He was just being a wuss. The blue was so intense against the sunlit bridge that the air seemed to shimmer. "It's beautiful," he said, though his knees were still shaking. "Right?" David asked. "Right. Check it out, dude. Fog's coming in." David pointed behind them to the San Francisco skyline, and there was the legendary cloud bank tumbling over itself. In seconds, it had erased the view and swallowed the bridge. Josh couldn't see the water, or the city, or the sky. "I should get going, man. You headed to Marin? We can walk together if you want." No, I'll go back to the city. Thank you." "You cool?" "So cool." Josh stuck out his hand. "Thank you, David. This meant a lot to me." "A pleasure. What's your name?" "Joshua." "A pleasure, Joshua. Take care, dude." Some people were simply undeniably decent. Radley, Jen, Darius, this guy. The walk back was easier. Piece of cake, really, since he couldn't see how high up he was. He wove through the other pedestrians, dodged those taking photos. Dang, he should have taken a picture for Laura. Nope, he couldn't take pictures for her anymore. That thought would have dropped him a few months ago. This time it only stopped him for a few seconds. Then he pulled his phone out of his pocket and took a shot of the bridge, the upper reaches fading into the now gray sky. He texted it to his mom, Jen, Radley, and Ben. Then after a second's pause, added Sarah to the chat. What would Lauren say? Walked over the Golden Gate Bridge like a boss. See you later, acrophobia. He hadn't been a loser. He'd done something he was afraid of. His wife would have been so proud. Chapter 24. Joshua. Month 9. November. On a cold, dark evening in November, Sarah came by with a letter. I have a date or I'd be more sociable, she called as Pebbles whined and barked and wagged. Bye. Have fun, he said, picking up the envelope. A date, huh? She did look really pretty, her hair shiny, red lipstick on. He knew she dated. Well, Lauren used to tell him about her misadventures, and there was the pyramid scheme guy who'd come to his first disastrous dinner party, but he'd never met her boyfriend, per se. He'd just seen her a few days ago when Radley and she had come over to watch a movie, and she hadn't mentioned anyone, so maybe this was just another bad first date in the making. Well, he had a letter from his wife to read. He went through his pre-letter tradition: shower, clean clothes, a half glass of wine. Then he picked up the letter, holding it carefully, studying her handwriting, the fat swirl of the J, the long tail of the A. Joshua, number 9. Counting this letter, there were only a few more waiting for him. After that, she'd really be gone. 9 months since she died. How could he have lived this long without her? It seemed like 9 years, 9 decades. Every memory was so precious, and yet, his throat tightened to think about it, every memory also receded further into the distance. Sometimes he felt like he was remembering the memory, not the actual moments, remembering the times he remembered their wedding, going over every minute they'd spent together. Well, except her last day. That one could stay suppressed for eternity as far as he was concerned. He wanted to think of her in real life. He wanted to hear her voice, smell her scent, not just describe it to himself. He'd watched the movies they'd taken of each other, every one. He watched their wedding video at least 100 times. He scrolled through thousands of their pictures on his computer. He looked like a different person in those photos. He looked so young. Even in the pictures where she had a cannula or she was in the hospital, he looked happy, assured, and in love. Dazzlingly in love. Confident that he was loved back just as much. At least he had given her that. All his love, his whole heart. He'd known such happiness, such love every damn day. And these letters reminded him of that. With a deep breath, he opened this one reverently, slowly.
Hello, honey. How are you? I wish I knew what time of year it was so I could give you better things to do. You know, like if I knew it was winter, I could say, make a snowman with some random children. Except you might get arrested on suspicion of being a pedophile, so maybe not that. Or if I knew this month was May, I could say, plant a garden. Better, make sure you do that in May. Last month's task was lame, and I'm sorry for that. I was trying to be well-rounded and wanted you to do something related to your career. It sounded like the advice you'd get in a fortune cookie. Do something you're scared of. Lame, Lauren. But if you did, I'm so proud of you. So, this month's is better. But also worse. But better. You ready? You are? Good. Kiss a woman. Not a peck on the cheek or Jen or my mom. Kiss a woman not related to you by blood or marriage.
Josh felt abruptly ill.
You can do this. You never have to see her again, but I'm guessing it's time. It's been 9 months. Time for me not to be the last woman you kissed. Moss will grow on your lips if you don't use them. Everyone knows that. It will get too weird if you wait much longer, assuming you haven't already slept with half of the East Coast. And once you pass a year, it might take on too much significance. Do you know what I mean?
He didn't. He had not once considered kissing anyone since her death. He absolutely wanted her to be the last woman he kissed, ever, in his entire life.
I know what you're thinking, that you'd be disloyal to me if you kissed someone. But it won't be, because if you did what I asked, I am a tree now, and you need to start thinking about your future, which, aside from my treeness, I'm not in. Them's the hard facts, honey. I'm so sorry. It's not what I would have chosen, but then again, Josh, we were so happy. If my IPF helped bring us what we had, that beautiful, intense love, then maybe I would have chosen it. But that's a letter for another time. As I'm writing this one, I want you to know that I'm happy. We're sitting in your mom's living room on a Sunday morning, and she's making cinnamon rolls, and it smells like heaven. I love our life. I think I love it even more because of IPF. Because, yes, every day is a gift. Sorry to sound so sappy. Would I be this appreciative of everything, from the smell of cinnamon to the sight of you in the shower? I don't know. I'd like to think I would, but I don't know. I do know I love you more than I ever thought possible. You just brought me a glass of peppermint tea and smooched me, which brings me back to kissing. Remember that song? You probably don't, but there's a song that says a kiss is just a kiss. This kiss you're about to have doesn't have to be a great kiss or a meaningful kiss. Just do it, as they say. You might even like it, and that would be wonderful as far as I'm concerned. You're a great kisser, and that talent shouldn't die with me, okay? Okay. But honey, our life together ended. I want you to have a new life. I hope with all my heart that these letters are helping you. Who knows, your second wife could be burning them in the sink. But I think not. I love you, honey. I want you to be as happy as you made me. Lauren.
He drained his wine and poured some more. Drank that down fast, too. Looked at Pebbles. She wants me to kiss someone. A woman. You don't count, sorry. He raked his hands through his hair, tugging. He knew how her mind worked, and in Lauren's head it all made perfect sense. A nice kiss, just to get it over with. Enough of a kiss to, maybe, stir some feelings, even if they were simple lust. He did miss kissing. God, he missed it. He missed sex and hugging and touching and laughing at her hair and her softness and her breasts and her legs and her feet and her neck. He missed kissing every part of her. There is nothing hornier than a marathon makeout session, she used to say, her voice breathless, face and throat flushed, rosy with love. He called Radley. Got time for a drink? He asked. I do. Where? An hour later, he and Radley sat at the Eddy, the type of bar that had drinks containing egg whites and burnt rosemary and eucalyptus-infused ice cubes, which Josh knew because he was sipping one right now. Liquid courage and all that. He could see why Lauren and her friends had loved drinkies, as they called it. Radley, who had chosen a much more manly drink, Cooper's Craft Bourbon, straight up, was delighted at the letter's task. God, I wish I'd met her. She sounds like an angel with a dirty sense of humor. That's a perfect description. So how do you feel about this? Josh cut him a look. Please, no therapy tonight. Radley laughed. Okay, why am I here, other than the fact that I make you look cooler? Do you know anyone who would kiss me? I would kiss you. Right here, right now. Josh laughed. That's very kind. A woman, huh? He tapped his black metal ring against his glass. Do you like this ring, by the way? I'm thinking it's a little much. I like it. Okay, good. You look nice, by the way, but untuck your shirt a little, like this, so you don't look like my grandfather. He reached over and tugged Josh's shirt on the left side so it hung free, then took a sip of his bourbon. 5 more months at Banana Republic, and then I'll be a licensed therapist. I cannot wait. I'll have an advanced degree and can fix people for a living. He smiled, and Josh smiled back. That's great, Radley. I'm proud of you, he wanted to say. But who was he to be proud? He'd had nothing to do with it. It's really impressive. Working and going to school full time, it's a lot. He paused. And also, you're a good friend. True, Radley murmured. Throw me a party in your fab apartment when I graduate. Of course. I'll even cook. Radley smiled. Thank you. Okay, back to the kiss. I know someone, yes. She's wicked nice. A little Worcester, you know. A girl gangster vibe. A little roller derby, tats, piercings, leather, the usual. But super pretty. Wicked pretty. And she's a very nice person. Really fun. What's her name? Cammy. Should I text her right now? Josh felt sweat break out on his forehead. No, I'd like to think about it.
Let's do it. No time like the present.
Josh winced, but said nothing as Radley's thumbs began flying over his phone. Radley narrated as he typed.
Hi, Cams. I have a friend who would love to meet you for a date, okay? He's a doll, but he'll be nervous. Been off the market for a while. Love you.
He looked up at Josh.
There.
I feel a little sick.
That's a good sign.
Seconds later, Radley's phone chirped. His face lit up.
She says she's in. Text me his info.
Radley looked at him. A few more taps, and Josh's info was delivered.
Let's order some food, okay? I'm starving.
Cammy was indeed wicked pretty. In fact, Josh's mouth dried up when she walked into the same bar 4 days later. Holy crap, she wore a form-fitting white dress with a deep V in front, high-heeled red shoes, and a red leather jacket, and everyone in the bar turned to look at her. Dark, tumbling hair, very long but natural-looking eyelashes, red lipstick. She had a tattoo of black barbed wire around her wrist, and somehow it all worked. She was incredibly hot. You know? If he was being objective.
Josh, right? How you doing?
He closed his mouth and stood up. Hi, Cammy. His brain wasn't working. Nice to meet you. Is Cammy short for anything? Was he making sense? It didn't seem like it.
Short for Cameron,
she said.
My mom was hooked on these shows where girls had boy names. 90210, Gilmore Girls, you know.
He didn't, but nodded anyway.
Is Josh short for anything?
He hesitated. Joshua.
Oh, right.
She extended her hand for him to kiss, it seemed. He took it and shook it awkwardly, as if it were Pebble's paw.
Very nice to meet you, Joshua, she said. I was totally psyched when Radley texted the other night.
She sat down, and Josh did the same.
What a doll that guy is, right?
Absolutely. He swallowed.
How did you meet him?
He helped me in Banana Republic, and we became friends. He opted not to tell her about the sobbing. The server came over, his eyes glued on Cammy's breasts, which, to be fair, everyone could see a lot of. It did seem a shame to hide them. Welcome to the Eddy. What can I get you?
Grey Goose, straight up with a twist of lemon, stirred, she said.
A woman who knows what she wants, the server murmured to her cleavage. It took him another minute to force his eyes to Josh. Sir? Oh, I'll have, Josh fumbled with the menu. The apple double dutch? The server couldn't keep from a slight eye roll. It was one of the more precious drinks on the menu. Any food for you two?
We'll have a charcuterie board, hun. Some meat, some cheese. You choose for us,
Cammy said, and Josh liked that she was bossy and friendly at the same time. The waiter drifted away, leaving them alone. She smiled. Wow. Could he be attracted to her? She was certainly beautiful. Tall, curvy, great legs, confident. She also seemed nice. There was nothing not to like so far.
So, Josh, tell me about yourself, honey. Radley says you're a good guy.
I'm a medical engineer. Boring, hun. He could almost hear Lauren say.
What does that mean?
I design medical devices. Still boring.
Like what? Like, I don't know, stethoscopes?
Well, those have already been designed, but yes. He ran through some of his easier-to-describe devices, the needle that sensed blood flow, the chair for people with mobility issues.
Oh, pissa, she said, clapping her hands together. I mean, that's awesome, Josh. You must be wicked smart. My Uncle Lou, he could use one of your chairs. My God, that man does not take care of himself. Diabetes, but does that stop him from drinking regular Coke all day and eating shit? No, it does not.
Their drinks and food came, and the waiter smiled again at Cammy's breasts. Josh took a swallow of his cocktail, which was really quite delicious. Cammy took a delicate bite of cheese.
So tell me, Josh, how is a good-looking guy like you in need of a, whatchamacallit, a matchmaker? Here it came. It was still so hard to say. My wife died last winter. Oh, fuck me, hon. I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you. He took a big swallow of his drink, appreciating the warmth and floatiness that wafted through him. Girly drink or not, it was doing the trick. Stay in the game, Josh. Don't be a loser. Cammy leaned forward and covered his hand with her own. Her eyes were impossibly blue, blazingly blue. Did people still wear tinted contact lenses, or was she just blessed with actual turquoise eyes? So you're lonely, she said. Such a simple sentence. He felt himself getting choked up. Do not cry now, loser. Another swallow of the appley drink. He nodded, then shrugged, trying for a smile. Aw, honey, you poor baby. Of course you need a little guidance then. Ease back into the dating scene. Radley was 100% right in texting me. His drink was gone, and so was hers. His head felt a little detached from his body, but when she gestured to the waiter for a second round, he didn't contradict her. Where are you from? He asked. Worcester. She pronounced it Worcester instead of Worcester, like everyone else in New England, marking her as someone who'd grown up there. The waiter brought their second round and food. Josh's drink tasted even better now. So, what do you do, Cammy? He asked. A little of everything, frankly, she said. I'm a hairstylist part-time. Your hair is very pretty, he said. So shiny. Was that a dumb thing to say? Probably. She beamed. Thanks. Maybe not, then. She picked up another piece of cheese and nibbled on it with her perfect teeth. Her lipstick somehow did not smear on the cheese, or her martini glass, for that matter. Women and their magic, their good smells and lotions and makeup and hair stuff. He liked women. Josh realized he was a little drunk. Not necessarily a bad thing in his case, socializing-wise, and he'd walked here so driving would not be an issue. What's your dream job? He asked, surprising himself. Thanks, alcohol. Oh my God, I can't believe you asked that. What a great question. Most men are just interested in, well, you know. She straightened up. I would love to have my own business. A salon, but also a cocktail bar, right? Get this, though. It's just for women. Josh sat back, the better to listen and not wobble. So you come in, see, and you get your nails done or your hair cut. Cammy gestured extravagantly. And there'd be this makeup bar, like at Sephora, except not grubby, super clean. And so you could beautify right there for a small fee after your mani or haircut, with a consultant or not. Your choice. And then, this is the genius part if I do say so myself, you go to the back room, or maybe the front room, and there's cocktails and a cute bartender. Amazing, Josh said. Right? So you could talk with your friends, make some new acquaintances maybe, and hang out. She sat back, pleased by her pitch. I'm going to call it shine, because, like, your nails, your hair, and your personality can all shine. What a great idea, he said sincerely. I would go there. I mean, if I were a woman. I know. Tell me the truth. Your wife would have loved a place like that, wouldn't she? She definitely would have, and all her friends would have too. See? I just got to save more money, and then it'll happen. Dream big, my ma always says. So in the meantime, I do a little of this and a little of that. I'm saving up. A big smile. He did like her. Very much. They smiled and sipped and chatted, and while there was a pleasant rolling feeling to the floor, Josh was actually having a good time. Tell me more about your wife, she said. And he did. He told her about how happy they were, how many fun things they did, the places they'd gone, how even when she was at her sickest, Lauren never stopped being positive and kind and perfect. Cammy had tears in her eyes. I hope I meet someone like you someday, Josh, she said, which was odd because that day was today, wasn't it? She wrote these letters for me to read every month after she died.
he said, again surprising himself. She said she wanted to walk me through this first year without her.
Oh, my God.
Cammie's mouth wobbled, and she took a cocktail napkin and carefully wiped under her lashes.
That's beautiful.
I thought so, too.
Your guardian angel.
He hated that term, but... Exactly. And every month in the letter, she gives me something to do, so I'm not just sitting around our apartment, lost.
Seriously? What does she tell you to do?
Well, the first thing was just to go to the grocery store. Then, have people over for dinner, get a new couch, see a medium.
Oh, my God. How was that? Was it amazing? I'm a total believer.
It was pretty incredible.
My cousin? She has flashes like that? Totally random, but it knocks your socks off. Like once, she said my grandmother had made my dress for my first communion. She's like, Grandma is showing me the dress she made for your first communion. And I'm like, oh my God, I love that dress.
She smiled fondly at the memory.
It had pockets. Then my mother said that my cousin would know that because Gran made all of the first communion dresses for her granddaughters. But still, she knew about the pockets, right?
Yes, Josh said. I wasn't sure if that was an appropriate response. This lady was very accurate.
Such a gift. God bless her.
She made the sign of the cross, and Josh's eyes followed her hand up to her shiny hair, then down to her lovely cleavage, then left, then right, and ooh, his eyes were getting a little rebellious, weren't they? A little maverick, those eyes. Their second round of drinks was gone. The room was spinning slightly, and Josh decided, what the hell, he'd tell her. So, for this month, my wife wanted me to kiss someone, a woman. He probably hadn't needed to add that last part.
Seriously? That was her thing for you?
Yes. Cammie's brilliant eyes welled again.
I think that's so kind. So fucking romantic.
Me too, Josh said. Again, he wasn't quite sure his answer was appropriate, since he couldn't exactly remember the last sentence out of Cammie's mouth. No more drinks for him.
I don't usually kiss my clients, but I'm going to make an exception for you.
Thank you. He smiled. A second later, a distant bell chimed. Wait, what? What did you just say?
I'll make an exception for you, sweetie. Abso-fucking-lutely.
You called me... What was the word she used? A client?
Sure.
She shrugged.
But I could see us becoming friends, too.
So nice. Me too. What were they talking about again? The client part. She tipped her head, her shiny hair falling to one side.
What about it, hon?
Why am I your client? She frowned.
Oh, Radley didn't tell you?
Tell me what? Josh asked. She rolled her eyes, then smiled.
Okay.
She lowered her voice.
I'm a working girl.
Sure, you cut hair.
And I'm also a working girl.
She laughed a little, a nice sound. But Josh's foggy brain couldn't quite make the...
I'm a member of the oldest profession,
Cammie said, clearly amused. The riddles weren't helping. He didn't quite get it and sensed he didn't want to. She leaned forward.
I'm a consensual sex worker,
she whispered. Oh, Josh said. A second later, he remembered to close his mouth. Radley knows this?
Of course, that's why he called me, Josh.
Oh. He rubbed his hand across his face. I thought we were on a date.
We are, hon. You just pay me afterwards.
Oh. He was saying that a lot.
I'm my own boss, and I make quite a good living, she said. Another year, I'll have about $100,000 for Shine.
Wow, wow.
I like the work,
she said, and she gave him a wink.
Do you have a problem with a woman who does this for a living?
Is it legal? Like, are you breaking the law right now?
Not 100% legal, but I pay taxes. I tell the IRS I'm a consultant, which, I like to think I am.
I see. Was he breaking the law right now?
Check, please,
Cammy called, and the waiter came over. Josh felt like he was blinking a lot. He took out his wallet and left a big tip.
Should we go to your place?
Cammy said. Here's the thing, Josh said.
Let's talk outside, she whispered, in case there's any undercover popo around here.
He followed because he wasn't sure what else to do. Undercover popo? That would suck. Was he about to be arrested? Oh, God, what would his mother think? She'd kill him. Jen would never let him see the kids again, and it was a cool night, and the air helped the brain fog lift. They walked down the alley like any good prostitute in her John. About halfway down, Josh stopped. Cammy, I don't know how this works, but, he said.
That's fine, sweetie. We can do whatever you want. You just have to Venmo me $3,000.
Jesus, that was a lot. Not that he'd ever paid for sex before, but that was a very high hourly rate. Focus, idiot, he told himself. What I mean is, I don't know how this works, but I don't need to know because I don't want to sleep with you. He felt himself flush, afraid he might hurt her feelings. Also, I feel like I might be breaking the law, he said, which I generally don't do.
Oh, a good Catholic boy?
Lutheran.
Most of my clients are Catholic. I mean, this is Rhode Island,
right? Cammy thought a minute.
Okay, here's the deal. You're sweet. You're lonely. I love your story, and you're cute. I'll kiss you for free. Anything else, you pay.
I didn't want anything else. Not because you're not beautiful or, you're very sweet and likable and beautiful. I'm just... He swallowed. I'm still in love with my wife. The words sounded huge in the alley.
Aw, sweetie. I get that. I do.
She leaned against the brick building.
I would kill to have someone be that in love with me.
I'm sure there are many people in love with you, he said honestly. She shrugged, smiling.
True, I just haven't found the one, as they say.
Well, she tilted her head.
You ready to be kissed?
Oh, sure.
His face felt hot, and his hands were clammy. You want tongue?
No, thank you.
God, the manners on you.
She smiled, then leaned in and kissed him, their lips interlocking. His hands went to her waist. Her lips were very smooth and firm, and it was nice. Quite nice. Lovely, in fact. He didn't hate it. It just felt new. Then he pulled back. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you too, hun.
She wiped a little lipstick from the corner of his mouth.
We could be friends,
I'd like that. She ruffled his hair.
Okay. Well, I got another date at 10, so if you don't need me anymore...
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Can I call you an Uber? I'm getting one for myself.
I'll walk. Take care, Cammy.
You too, hon. See you around.
He started walking toward the river, then turned around. Hey, Cammy.
Yeah?
If you want an investor for Shine, let me know. She folded her arms and gave him a fond smile.
You're the sweetest thing ever. I just might take you up on that.
He lifted his hand and turned around. The walk should clear his head. 2 cocktails were 1.5 too many, he thought. He pulled out his phone and tapped Radley's name. Hello, hello, Radley said. Cammy's a working girl, he said.
I know. So how was it?
You set me up with a prostitute.
I thought I made that clear.
You did not.
Whoops. Are you super angry?
No, he said. She's great. Very genuine.
Did you
kiss her? Yes, and that was it.
Got it. Let's try to be more clear with each other moving forward, okay?
Radley said. I'm not the one who...
I have a date. Gotta run. Bye.
Everyone had a date tonight, it seemed. Jen had asked him if he would babysit so she and Darius could go out. His mother had leaped at the chance when he said he was busy. Sarah had mentioned she was going on a rare second date. Radley now. Cammy, even if hers was a business transaction. Well, he'd had a date too. Sort of. Cammy wasn't his type, of course. His type was Lauren. He'd only ever been in love once. He might not ever be again. But he'd kissed a woman tonight, and it had felt nice. He hadn't crumpled in grief. He hadn't yearned for more. More than anything, he was glad it was over. Lauren had been right. Get it out of the way. Keep moving forward. Did you know she was a consensual sex worker? He asked her out loud. He'd bet she was laughing somewhere in the great beyond. He hoped so. She'd had the best laugh in the world.
Chapter 25. Lauren. 35 months left. March. Daddy, I am a smug married. I love being married. Marriage is the best thing ever, and I can't believe how happy we are. We've been married for 5 weeks, and every day is like a dream come true. Our wedding. Shoot, Dad, would you like to hear about our wedding? You would? Great. I know you were there in spirit, but this is my official update to you, assuming you can read in the great beyond. All signs were pointing to doom. First, I caught a cough from one of the little germ sponges at the Hope Center because I've been volunteering, reading, and doing art projects. Anyway, I had this cough for a month. Then I apparently lost 6 pounds. Coughing burns a lot of calories. And had to have my dress tightened. Then there was a huge storm 2 days before the wedding, and it was expected to park over Rhode Island for the whole weekend in either snow or rain or both. The downside of choosing Valentine's Day for your wedding. The storm blew out to sea. Thanks for that, Dad. And my cough seemed to disappear. You are one good guardian angel. So, I got to the church early for the rehearsal the night before. It was chilly, but it had that good church smell, you know? Candles and incense, furniture polish, and good intentions. I stood there for a few minutes and thought of you, Daddy. You've been gone for 6 years now, and I can't believe so much has happened to me without you. This especially. You would love Josh. You would have pretended not to like him at first, but you would love him like a son. He would have asked for your blessing before he proposed, and you would have lectured him on how special I am, then hugged him and tried not to cry. And at the wedding, you would have walked me down the aisle. You would have tried to smile, and you would have patted my hand, happy tears in your eyes. You would have called me your little girl and told me how beautiful I looked. You would have shaken Josh's hand and told him he'd better take care of me. So, standing there in the church all by myself, I pretended you were there, and I pretended to link my arm through yours, and I walked down like you were next to me, and I cried my damn head off. How could I be getting married without you? Why couldn't you have lived, Dad? You were the best father, Dad. The best. For a second, I thought I would be a wreck for the wedding, mopey and weepy, like Mom. But I guess I got it out of my system, and when Josh came in, he could tell I'd been crying, and he said how proud you'd be of me. He told me how he went to the cemetery and promised you that he'd take good care of me and never let me feel unloved. You see, Daddy? I picked a winner. I know you love him, Dad. I know you approve. Okay, back to the happy stuff. The day of, I was so happy. I was floating, Dad. I also looked gorgeous, if I do say so. Darius walked me down the aisle. Mom passed when I asked her, sigh. But hey, Darius is the world's best brother-in-law, and Jen is damn lucky, too. Sebastian was our ring bearer, and the cuteness. My dress was so pretty. I tried to pick out something my daughter will want to wear someday, and not something that would make her scream with laughter. We hope to have at least 2 daughters, like you and Mom did, Dad, because where would I be without Jen? So it was Audrey Hepburn fabulous, as you no doubt saw. Josh wore a suit. I thought he was handsome in cargo pants, but my God. I saw his face and thought, I am so lucky. He loves me. He loves me. His mom was happy crying through the whole thing. It was so sweet. I didn't peg her as a crier, and there she was. She blew me a kiss as I walked up the aisle. Daddy, when we said our vows, Josh's voice was so gentle and perfect. Neither of us cried. It was almost too important for tears. I looked into his eyes, and I never meant anything more in my life when I said I would love, honor, and cherish him all the days of my life. The reception was so much fun. Even Mom had fun. There were toasts, and Jen bawled, but was also hilarious, and we all danced till we dropped. Seriously, I thought I was going to faint at one point, the downside of wearing a wedding gown. But at one point, when we were slow dancing, Josh whispered, "You know what I want?" And I said, "What's that, honey?" And he said, "I want to take my wife home." And Daddy, that was everything. Wife, husband, home, us. Yes, he carried me over the threshold. It was perfect. I'm so happy, Dad. Know that. Feel that. Your little girl is so happy. In retrospect, the incident during their honeymoon was the first big warning. Their rented house sat on a huge cliff overlooking the ocean and was impossibly pretty. The flowers, the wild roosters crowing at all hours, the abrupt and glorious drenching rains followed inevitably by a rainbow, and the clear, warm water. It truly was paradise. How did people visit Hawaii and leave? Lauren didn't know. Plus, the great married sex. There was a safety now, a comfort and security that gave her the ability to let go of any inhibitions, knowing that if it was awkward or silly or just didn't work out, for example, her pathetic attempt to talk dirty, they'd laugh and move on and learn together. Long hours in bed, walking naked around the house, eating pineapples and mangoes, feeling like a goddess in this tropical utopia with her man. The happiness brought her to tears sometimes. Forever. All the days of my life, forsaking all others. The beautiful words of the wedding ceremony kept echoing in her head, so full of promise and meaning, enacted every time they made love, every time they talked. They had deep conversations about their childhoods, and she learned things she'd never known about him, and told him things she'd never told anyone, and their love deepened and grew even more. At night, if he fell asleep first, she'd stare at his beautiful face, her heart thrumming with love. She would take such good care of him, make him so happy. He deserved everything. Her hard-working, earnest, brilliant, quiet, kind, and sometimes awkward husband. And she would give it to him. They ate sushi and poke and tried to pronounce long Hawaiian words properly. The beach was an easy walk downhill from their cliff house, and the walk back was good cardio, enough to make her winded and sweaty. Every day they swam and played in the waves, lay in the sand, and laughed when it rained on them, and just waited till the sun came back out a few minutes later. They tried surfing. Josh was physically perfect but adorably clumsy. But Lauren caught a few waves, and the feeling of being propelled by the force of the ocean made her giddy. One day, they drove to the western side of the island to see the Napali State Park and maybe Hanakapi'ai Falls. It was a rugged trail, but they both loved hiking. They packed food and lots of water and got lost in paradise. holding hands when they could, walking through the thick forest, swatting mosquitoes. The birdsong was almost deafening. At the base, they stood in awe at the 400-foot falls, at the mist shimmering, the walls of the hills bursting with moss and ferns that grew right out of the shale. They swam in the frigid water, laughing and wrapping their arms around each other, ate the picnic lunch they'd packed, then sat in a silence that wrapped them in honey-golden contentment and wonder. But the ascent was harder. A brief rain shower had turned the trail to slick mud. They stopped to rest a few times, and Lauren felt so tired she wondered aloud if she could just lie down and grab a nap. Her limbs felt heavy and achy, but what choice did she have? When they finally made it to the car, both damp with sweat, she was breathing fast and hard. Josh, damn him, caught his breath almost immediately. She shouldn't be this winded, she thought. She was in great shape. She'd drunk plenty of water, had 2 granola bars, a sandwich, and mango slices. Whoops. Things were graying out, and she seemed to be flowing down toward the earth, just like the waterfall. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the ground, staring at a flower, because there were flowers everywhere on this island. So pretty. They should move here. Also, it was hard to breathe. Her damn asthma. It felt like there was a leather belt cinched around her chest, getting tighter with every second. Honey. Lauren, honey. Josh was there, and she tried to smile, but her chest hurt and her breath squeaked. Inhaler, she whispered. He was already fumbling in the backpack and quickly pulled it out and handed it to her. She took a hit, then another, and her breathing eased a bit. Your lips are blue, he said, and his voice was shaking. A small crowd had gathered. Want me to call 911? Someone asked. No, she said. At the same time, Josh said yes. He scooped her up and carried her to the side of the road to wait. Thank God you work out, babe, she said, still puffing. It'd be so embarrassing if you had to drag me. Big breath. For you, that is, not me. He smiled, but it didn't quite fool her. He was worried. Blue lips, that was a first. Residual cold from the swim? The elevation? Some weird allergic reaction to the fruit? The EMTs gave her oxygen and said fainting wasn't uncommon after this hike, especially if a person wasn't in great shape. Rude. She was in great shape. She just had asthma. Ride in the ambulance? Check, she said as they unloaded her at the hospital. This was thrilling. Thanks, guys. Mahalo. They did that cool thumb pinky wave and wished her well. Josh's face was somber, but she reassured him. The ER doctor wasn't worried. He gave her a 5-day course of prednisone, listened to her lungs, and said she sounded like someone with asthma. It's probably the exertion coupled with the difference in humidity, but everything else looks good, he said. Make sure you drink lots of water and have a good dinner tonight. Your oxygen saturation is 95, which is on the low side of normal. You might get a little anemic, given that you're a woman who gets her period, which can also cause a drop in O2 sats. You said you're on your honeymoon, so if you've been hitting the Mai Tais, back off on that, because alcohol can make you dehydrated, which doesn't help anything. Killjoy, Lauren said. Mai Tais were the new love of her life. Ah, well, there was always tomorrow. It took Josh a full day to stop checking to see if she'd faint again. She had to admit, she kind of loved being treated like a delicate orchid. The honeymoon progressed with no further incidents, just love and fun. Joshua got a tan. Lauren's nose sunburned a little. They took an inner tube ride down an old plantation canal through the rainforest, snorkeled with turtles and brilliant colored fish. They went jet skiing and saw a pod of spinner dolphins who played with them for a few minutes before darting off into the cerulean ocean. One night, they ate at a little shack-like restaurant and heard a Hawaiian singer, and the music was so lovely and happy. Lauren sat with her back against Josh, and the singer dedicated a song to the young lovers at table 4. So romantic. Best of all was going back to their pretty little rented house each night, giving their food leftovers to the stray cat who had marked them as softies, and watching the sunset, holding hands. It was hard to leave. "We'll come back," Josh promised. "Every few years. How's that? This house, every time. Maybe we can even buy it if it ever goes on the market." Sometimes she forgot he was wealthy. Well, they were wealthy now. Josh wouldn't sign a prenup, even when she had said she wouldn't mind. "That would indicate a lack of faith in our future," he'd said in his serious way. "And my faith in our future is absolute." Lauren asked Stephanie what she thought, and Steph smiled and said, "Josh has never once made me question his judgment. I'm not going to start now." So yes, a house in Hawaii wasn't out of the question. And hey, she made a decent living too. It wasn't like she brought nothing to the table. Back home, her dry cough returned. After a couple of weeks, she went to the doctor, who drew blood and tested her for the usual viruses, and everything was negative or normal, so she didn't worry. Just before the wedding, they'd moved into a bigger apartment in the same mill building where Lauren had lived. It had more character than Josh's building, so he sold his place, and they bought a 3-bedroom with access to the rooftop garden. Oh, the joy in making it lovely and warm. Her specialty, after all. She turned one bedroom into his study and got lounge chairs and a table for the garden up top. He had to sit in the middle of the roof, given his fear of heights, which she thought was cute. The second bedroom could be for guests, though they agreed they'd eventually want a house. For now, the apartment was absolutely perfect. They had friends over like real grown-ups. One Sunday, they made dinner for their mothers, Jen, Darius, and Sebastian, who now called Joshua Uncle Josh. Seeing him play with her nephew was a preview of coming attractions. Oh, he'd be such a good father. Maybe even as good as her own. Though Josh was a workaholic, Lauren made him limit his computer time on weekends so they could cook together, take walks, go to the farmer's market, and buy beautiful mushrooms and tomatoes. Work was going great. Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, loved her and gave her some plum assignments. They had him and his husband, Tom, over for dinner and moved from boss employee to friends. At her annual review, she got a nice raise and an office of her own, which made Lori Cantori hiss with jealousy. Lauren didn't care. Lori was just that type, and she had Louise and Santino as work friends. The first thing she put on her desk was a picture of her and Josh, taken in the lush yard of their house on Kauai, the glorious sunset in the background. Every Thursday night, she volunteered at the Hope Center and helped with the open house on the first Sunday of each month. Josh donated a 3D printer and hit up RISD for a grant. They had ignored Lauren when she asked, but for their golden boy, anything. It was for a good cause, so who cared how it got done? She saw her sister for lunch at least once a week, and she and Josh babysat so Darius and Jen could go out. Twice a month, she made sure to go out with her girlfriends, Sarah, Mara, sometimes Ozma, and Louise, too. She didn't want to be that woman who disappeared after marriage, and while being with Josh was her absolute favorite thing, she wanted to remind both of them that she had other people she loved. Every morning, Josh made her breakfast. He cooked her dinner once a week. She loved cooking, and he didn't, but it was the thought that counted. He set up a weekly flower delivery for her office, so every Monday, as she shook off the faint melancholy that the weekend had ended, there was a fresh bouquet of flowers in her office, never with lilies, because they gave her a headache. The fact that he remembered that about her was as romantic as the flowers themselves. He still worked a lot, often leaving bed while she slept. On the nights when she did something without him, he worked, and if she fell asleep watching a movie on a Sunday afternoon, she'd wake up to see him with his laptop, working on a design that would save humanity from whatever problem he had in his sights. One night, after they'd made love and lay tangled in the bed, heart rates returning to normal, she said, "Do you remember the first time we met? You told me I was too pretty and shallow. You could barely deign to look at me." He looked at her with a half smile. "I do remember." "Was I so bad?" He shrugged. "You were so different from me. So confident and popular and socially graceful. But I think even then I knew." "Knew what?" "Knew you'd be trouble." His hand grazed her ribs, tickling her. Oh, God, she loved him. She loved them. His hermit days were over, thanks to her, and he learned to live more like a human and less like a feral raccoon. He emptied the trash before it was overflowing and tried, though failed, to wipe down the counters so they were spotless. He said he loved her daily, and he still blushed over the words sometimes. He made small talk with her mother and hugged Jen awkwardly when she came over. And when he looked at her with those flame-dark eyes, she felt him in every cell in her body. Life, as they say, was perfect. Every day was so full, so peaceful, so bright with joy and warm with contentment. When she thought of the future, Lauren felt a palpable thrill zing through her blood. Babies. They would be so cute. Maybe Josh would do that DNA test so they'd know his ethnic background on his paternal side a little more, since Steph claimed not to know. They'd take vacations, buy a house, raise a family, and grow old together. More than anything, she loved thinking about that, the endless unfolding of days. There were little irritants, of course. When Josh was immersed in a project, he'd apparently lose his sense of hearing, and she'd have to wave her hand in front of his face to get him to say hello to his mom. He relied on her to do everything social in their lives, whether it was going to a movie on a Friday night or deciding how to spend Christmas. He didn't have friends of his own. Not really. Not like she did. And sometimes she wished he had a monthly poker game so she could have a night alone in the apartment. But those things were so small. She still missed her dad, still wanted to show him everything. Every project she worked on, whether it was a new bus stop or a tiny park along the river. She missed him on her birthday, shocked that she was turning 26 without her dear old dad. Most of all, she ached with the loss of a grandfather for Sebastian and her own future children. Darius's father was still alive, but Josh had never met his. There'd be no grandpa for their kids, except for Sweep and Kim, who'd already offered to stand in when the time came. There were moments when, walking home from work, she'd look at the sky and think, "Can you see me, Daddy? Are you still here?" Writing those letters to him, they helped her feel like he was still there. When she started feeling seriously tired, she thought she might be pregnant, birth control or not. She practically skipped to the drugstore to buy a test. She didn't tell Josh. She'd show him the stick if it was positive, and peed on it at work. Negative. Drat. Not yet. Well, that was okay. They were young. They still wanted to take a few big trips before kids. But the tired feeling didn't lift. She started eating better, spinach a few times a week, more protein, and it helped a little. But when the fatigue hit, it wasn't like being sleepy. It was like her whole body was leaden. Her cough was still there, though sporadic, and she noticed she needed to clear her throat more often. Her GP told her she had bronchitis and acid reflux, chronic allergies. She took Claritin and Pepsid and occasionally steroids if her asthma flared. She tried a new type of inhaler. It sort of helped. She started doing weight training in addition to yoga and power walks. Running tended to exacerbate her asthma. When they had been married for 7 months and autumn was bursting into color all around them, Lauren fainted again, this time at a work site, banging her head on a concrete post. Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, freaked out at all the blood, and he fainted too. Not exactly Pearl Churchwell Harris's finest moment as a company. They were both taken to the hospital and put in side-by-side stalls in the ER. "You always say to make an impression," Lauren offered, holding a wad of gauze to her head. "I was picturing something slightly less gory," he said. "How bad is my cut?" she asked, taking the gauze off. "Yeesh, lots of blood." "Don't show me, Jesus, do you want me to fire you?" "You're such a wuss," she said. Josh was already on his way. She texted Jen, filling her in on the melodrama. "Heads bleed a lot," she typed. "If we lose this account, it's your fault," Bruce said. "Eat breakfast for the love of God." "I do eat breakfast. I have protein and carbs and fresh fruit every damn day. I just have low blood pressure." She glanced at the monitor over her bed. Her blood pressure was low, 94/52. O2's sat 93. Heart rate 88. All fine. Be nice to me, or I'm throwing this gauze your way. Nurse, can you sedate her or something? He covered his eyes with his hand. The resident came in and drew the curtain between her and Bruce. Time to staple that closed, she said cheerfully. Can we make my boss watch? Lauren asked. Of course, the woman said, smiling. Stop it, Bruce ordered. I'm very fragile. The doctor explained what she was about to do. Clean the wound, lidocaine, and staples. But Lauren was abruptly sleepy. How much blood had she lost? The staples went in without fanfare, tugging at her scalp a little. Then Josh burst in. Honey, oh my God, sweetheart, what happened? She opened her eyes and smiled. Hey, babe, sorry to worry you. Your wife bleeds like a Romanov, Bruce called. Hi, Bruce, Josh said. Lauren, what happened? I fainted and hit my head on a pole. He sat on the edge of her bed and kissed her hand. Poor thing. It was so good to see his face, warm with concern and love. Maybe he could lie down next to her for a cuddle and a nap. What about me? Bruce asked. I had to watch her blood spurt out of her head like a frickin' faucet. You're also a poor thing, Josh said. And heroic, Bruce added. That too. It wasn't that bad, Lauren said, lowering her voice to an exaggerated whisper. Everyone knows Bruce is a baby. The doctor was done stapling. I'm gonna check with my supervisor, okay? She said. Be right back. Be right back in emergency room lingo apparently meant when you've aged a good year, because it took hours for the senior doctor to come in. By this time, Bruce was gone, having given Lauren the next day off and orders to never bleed in his presence again. Is it possible you're, pregnant? Josh asked, that light in his eyes glowing. Anything's possible, she said, squeezing his hand. It had been a couple of months since that other pregnancy test, and she hadn't been that religious with birth control. I hope you are. There it was, his unguarded, unfiltered love. Her heart pushed against her ribs so hard she was surprised it didn't fall into his lap. Well, I can toss the birth control any time. He thought about that a minute, her serious husband. Actually, I have a Christmas surprise in mind. Not that you being pregnant would cancel it out or anything. What is it? It's a surprise. Don't ask. Don't look at me like that. Fine, you broke me. I'm taking you to Paris for Christmas. Her fatigue evaporated. Paris? Oh my God, Josh, really? Really? He nodded, and she kissed him, threading her fingers through his silky hair, feeling him smile against her mouth. Paris at Christmas. Oh, how stinking romantic. And classy. She'd bet there was no Frosty the Snowman inflatables in Paris. No, sir. Excuse me, came a voice. It was the senior doctor, the resident behind him, smiling. We just wanted to take a listen to your chest. Your O2 set is a little low. I have asthma, she said, and bronchitis on and off. He said, putting his stethoscope in his ears. Breathe in and hold. Exhale. Breathe in. Again. Again. Now, cough and breathe in again. Really deep this time. Good. When he was done, he didn't look at her. I'd like you to see a pulmonologist to be on the safe side, he said. We can refer you to someone. Dr. Yoshi, get Quanah Bennett's number. Her inhalers never work for long, Josh said, and she has a dry cough. They said allergies first, then mold on top of her asthma. She gets tired pretty easily. Well, aren't we full of complaints? Lauren muttered. Right, said the doctor, who was as warm and inviting as marble in the snow. Give Dr. Bennett a call. Good to meet you. Take care. Such charisma, Lauren murmured as he left, and Dr. Yoshi, who was signing a tablet, snorted. Ah, an ally. Is there anything I should know? Lauren asked the young woman. I'm really only treating your scalp wound, and I'm a first-year intern. Come back in 10 days, and we'll take those staples out. She didn't look at Lauren or Josh. Why did he listen to my lungs? Was there something weird? Your O2 status low. It's under 95. But 93 is good, right? I mean, it's still an A. Lauren smiled. Dr. Yoshi didn't smile back. It's a little low. It's a good idea to see a pulmonologist, not just your regular doctor. She paused. If you're on asthma meds, they should be doing better for you, so you probably just need them adjusted. There. Nothing to be scared of. But a cold slither of fear twined around her ankles. Josh looked uneasy, too. She squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back. But she felt fine the next day, and the day after that, and any fear subsided. She called Dr. Bennett, got an appointment in 3 months' time. October was truly gorgeous, the yellow leaves and brilliant blue skies putting on quite a show. Thanksgiving was a loud, happy affair at Jen's. At Christmas, they did go to Paris, wandering the rainy, ancient streets, marveling at the architecture, the statues, the creperies. They rented bikes and rode in the cold air along the Seine and looked at Notre Dame's reconstruction. She bought presents for Sarah, Jen, and Ozma on Boulevard Saint-Germain, and a tie for Darius at Dior. They ate and made love in their lovely hotel room, drank coffee outside under heaters. The only downside was that France was unaware of the miracle invention known as half and half. On their last night, they took a pedicab down through the Christmas village along the Champs-Élysées, delighting in the lights and smells, strategizing where to eat after they went up to the Arc de Triomphe. It was 5 or 6 flights of narrow, winding stairs, and Lauren felt a little winded and dizzy at the top. Asthma, cold air. But she didn't want to think about that when the Eiffel Tower was glittering with lights, when the Christmas village stretched all the way back to the Tuileries, when they were young and in love and able to take a trip like this. They stood there looking out at the city of light, arms around each other. "We're so lucky," Josh said. Nearby, a young man dropped to one knee in front of a pretty woman and offered up a ring. She burst into tears and threw her arms around him. Oui, bien sûr, she laughed. "I hope they're as happy as we are," Lauren said, then kissed her husband. She had tears in her eyes. Tears of gratitude, that was all. Gratitude and awe at all life had to offer. She was going to ignore that little slither of anxiety. It would be wrong to let it into their golden life.
Chapter 26. Joshua. Month 10. December. Sarah had dropped the December letter off early because she was going to Arizona to visit her father and myriad half- and step-siblings for a week. The task was a shock, and Joshua was not at all sure how to feel about it. For the first time, he questioned Lauren's decision. For one, it wasn't her business. For two, it might hurt his mother. For three, it was a lot harder than any other month.
"Hello, my darling. I hope last month's task went well, and you are no longer a widower who hasn't kissed anyone since the tragic death of his wife. I hope it was great, for the record. So, this month's is on a very different note, and you might not like it, which is absolutely fine. So, let's cut right to it. Meet your father. You told me once that never knowing your father, which was his mistake, don't get me wrong, has always made you feel a little disposable. And I understand that, honey. If I had met your father, the first thing I would have done is kick him in the nuts. Maybe you deserve that chance to call him out and kick him. Or just see what he looks like. I could be wrong about this, Joshua. If you hate this idea, don't do it. I just want you to have some kind of answer. We talked about it on our honeymoon. Do you remember? Even if this guy is as different from you as he could possibly be, maybe, it would feel like a puzzle piece clicking in. If nothing else, it's a distraction, a project, At best, it would give you some kind of closure. You know I only want the best life for you, Joshua, my truest love. But this one is up to you. I love you, sweetheart. Lauren.
He did remember that night, that conversation, and his heart gave a surge at a memory he hadn't accessed yet, the fresh wave of love and longing, so deep he could feel it radiating out from his bone marrow, through muscle and tendon, all the way to his skin. They had spent the day swimming and paddleboarding and goofing around at the beach in Hanalei Bay, truly one of the most beautiful places either of them had ever been. The water was so clear, the waves big enough to be exhilarating. They swam all morning, took a nap on a blanket under the shade of the palm trees, got lunch at a little takeout shack, went back in the water, the epitome of a newly married couple. In love, young, attractive, demonstrative, laughing, blissfully ignorant of the future. Afterward, they drove back to their house on the cliff to watch the sunset. There were 2 rainbows that evening, followed by the pounding rain that was so frequent on the garden island. Then they'd gone to bed, like any good honeymooners, and made love in a long, slow session. He could smell the sunscreen on her skin, and her faint, citrusy perfume, salt and sweat. And lying there afterward, he blurted out the thing he'd thought since about their 4th date. I never really thought I'd find someone who would really know me and love me anyway. The words hung there in the dark, and Lauren was silent. Then she propped herself up to look at him. Why, sweetheart? She asked, and her voice was so gentle. He shrugged. I don't know. I never loved anyone before you. I felt like there was something wrong with me, something that couldn't connect. We all feel that way, I think. Did you, though? He asked. Or were you just waiting for the right guy? She kissed his shoulder, her hair cool against his skin. I was waiting for you. He pulled her close, still amazed that this beautiful, smiley woman was his wife. I guess I always figured I'd be the wrong guy for anyone. You grew up so loved, though, she said, and it was one of her tiny flaws. She hated to let people sit with a negative emotion. Your mom's only begotten son. Ben and Sumi call you their favorite child. He thought a moment. That's true, but, well, I had 2 parents. One never stuck around even to meet me, never wrote, called, visited, asked for a picture. He shrugged. It made me feel a little... His voice trailed off the way it so often did when he tried to describe feelings. A little expendable, unimportant, and growing up without having a dad, not even a shitty dad who only came by once a month, it made me different. Plus, Rhode Island isn't exactly the most diverse state. The other kids would always ask what I was, if I was Latino or Asian or Arabic. I couldn't even answer. My mom just wouldn't discuss it. Those Swedes and their secrets. He smiled a little. Yeah. She kissed his shoulder tenderly, her hair falling across his chest. Oh, honey, I wish we'd been friends when you were little. I would have punched anyone who made you feel bad. It wasn't that, really. It was more a hole in my life where a father should have been. A void. There was a long silence. Did you ever try to find him? She asked. No. Would you ever want to? He thought on that. I don't think so, he said. Not at this point in my life, anyway. She tucked her head against his shoulder, sliding her cool arm across his stomach. You have the biggest heart, she said. You'll be such a good dad. We'll have the most beautiful kids in the world, smartest too, and they will adore you. It was just what he needed to hear, with his secret fear that there was part of him that was locked away, uncaring and dead. She pressed a kiss to his chest and another to his neck. Should we practice making babies? He asked, feeling a smile start across his face. So we get it right when the time comes?
Yes, please, husband.
She laughed, a sound as beautiful to him as the morning birds. What a perfect day that had been. What a beautiful, perfect day. He would always have that day, proof that he could be utterly, completely happy. And now, remembering that conversation, pressing the memory into his heart, he could see he had given her some reason to think that he would like to meet his father. He knew his father's name. It was listed on his birth certificate, Christopher M. Zane. But first, he'd have to talk to his mom. The next day, he sat in his childhood home. His mom had made pot roast for him, Sumi, and Ben. Sometimes she insisted on being the one to cook, since Sumi took care of that most of the time. They ate, dutifully, Sumi sneaking some seasoning out of her purse and dashing it onto her plate, then Ben's as Stephanie's back was turned. Josh smiled, and she passed him some. Ah, bulgogi spice mix, the mix of paprika, garlic, ginger, and brown sugar. A pity that 30 years of living next door to the Kims had made his own mother a better cook. She viewed meals as a necessary evil, good Lutheran that she was. "It's delicious, Mom," he said, winking at Sumi.
We have happy news, Sumi said. Hannah's expecting again, 5 months along. We thought she was too old, but guess what? She's still got some good eggs.
Ben chuckled. Their oldest is a senior in high school, so much for retirement, but a baby is always a blessing. There was a pause. How wonderful, said Stephanie, too emphatically. She carefully avoided looking at Josh. So here it was, the awkward moment as the Kims realized Stephanie wouldn't be a grandmother, or Josh a father, and that Lauren was still dead. Sumi looked at her hands. Ben cleared his throat. Congratulations, Josh said, getting up to kiss Sumi's cheek, clapping Ben on the shoulder the way Darius would have, like a normal person.
Thank you, Joshie,
Sumi said, though her voice was subdued.
We're thrilled.
Do you think they're hoping for a boy or a girl, or do they care either way? He asked. And so it was that he had to make pregnancy small talk with his old friends, feeling the tug of grief like a riptide. He and Lauren had wanted 4, back when they were unaware of the cruelty of illness and the hubris of that kind of thing. As if you could go up to some divine deli counter and just put in your order. We'll have 4 kids, please. 2 girls, then 2 boys. All healthy, please. Oh, and could you throw in a golden retriever?
Oh, no, it's 6:52,
Sumi exclaimed.
We have to get home for Jeopardy.
You can watch it here, his mom said. And get creamed by you and Josh? No thanks, Ben said. A man has to maintain some pride. Josh smiled. He and his mother did tend to get every answer right, except in the pop culture categories. With Lauren, they'd been unbeatable as a team. He'd also told Ben he needed to talk to his mom alone.
I also ate too much and have to get out of these pants,
Sumi added. I love you both, Josh said. See you soon.
What's on your mind?
His mom asked the second he closed the door.
Was it their new grandchild?
No. Did that bother you, though?
No.
She lied.
It's wonderful. Why would it bother me?
They stared at each other a minute, the subject of children lurking between them.
You can talk about your feelings, you know,
Lauren would say. Then again, this was his mother. Feelings hadn't been discussed a lot. What the hell? Of course, I'm sad Lauren and I didn't have kids, he said.
Well, that would have been irresponsible, given her condition.
She looked at the floor to avoid his eyes. Logic had always been her go-to response for anything. Josh said nothing.
Do you want dessert? She asked. I made an apple cake. Coffee milk?
Sure. She was a better baker than cook. His mother cut the cake, put a dollop of Cool Whip on the side, and cut herself a piece, too, then poured them both coffee milk, Rhode Island's weirdly delicious state drink. She sat down heavily across from him. She was still a striking woman, his mom, with her blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. They had the same nose, the same slight cleft in their chins. Otherwise, he must have been his father's boy, so to speak. It wasn't uncommon that, when Josh was a kid, people had assumed Ben was his biological father, given Josh's straight black hair and dark eyes. "So what's up, Joshua?" She always could read him better than anyone else, except Lauren. "Well, Mom, I was hoping you could tell me about my father." She flinched and took a hostile bite of cake. "When did you start lobbing bombs in conversation?" All his life, when he'd asked about his father, Stephanie had been like this, cold enough to let him know his questions weren't welcome, irritated or hurt by his interest. By the age of 10 or so, he'd stopped asking. All he knew was that they dated briefly, his mother had gotten pregnant, and his biological father left, never to return, call, or write. "I'm sorry, Mom. I know you don't like talking about it, but..." "Well, it came out of nowhere, and I'm not prepared to talk about it." He nodded. "Is there some way I should have eased into that?" This was his mother. She should know he lacked social dexterity. She shrugged and fluttered her hands. "I can't think of how." She sighed. "Fine. Eat your cake. I need a minute." She took a sip of her coffee milk, glaring at him. He obeyed. 1 bite, 2, some Cool Whip, a staple from his childhood, 3 bites. "So," she finally said, "he was tall, dark, handsome, irresponsible. What else do you want to know?" "You met in college, right?" "Yes, he was in graduate school in Boston." Josh let the silence rest between them. "Anything else, Mom?" "Do you have a form I can fill out? It would be more pleasant than this." He almost laughed. "I'd like whatever information you have." "Are you sick? Do you need a family history?" Her forehead crinkled with worry. "No, not at all. Not sick." She sighed. "He left me when I was 4 months pregnant, Joshua. He knew what he was doing, too. I told him the minute I found out, and he made the choice to, what do you kids call it? To ghost me. He is not your father. He was an unpaid sperm donor who left us both." "I know that, Mom." He sighed. "The thing is, I have too much time on my hands. I miss Lauren." His voice broke. "I don't have that many people. Outside of you and Ben and Sumi, I have 2 relatives that I know of, your cousin and her daughter. I'd just like to see where I came from, genetically speaking." "Oh, so you do want to meet him. I see." She tossed down her fork, and it hit the plate with a clatter. "You think after 31 years he's going to take you to a ball game and teach you to catch?" "No. I would just like to meet him. One time." He hadn't been sure of this until the words left his mouth. She said nothing, though she may have hissed. Then she anger ate her dessert, stabbing her fork through the innocent cake like she was murdering it, chewing fiercely. She chugged her coffee milk. "Mom," he said gently, "you are the person I most admire in the world. You and my wife. That will never change. What you did, having me alone when you were still a college student, graduating, working in a highly competitive field, raising me to be a good person, it was remarkable. You are remarkable." Her face softened just a little. "That's true." "The way you loved and took care of Lauren and me, don't think for a second that I will ever, ever forget that." She looked away, her mouth trembling a little, her equivalent of a sobbing wreck. "But I'd like to meet my father. It won't change anything. I just want to know." She wiped her eyes on her napkin, took another bite of cake, a sip of coffee milk. "You know his name?" "Yes, Christopher Zane." "He was from Indiana. His parents had a farm. He was getting his degree in... gosh, what was it?
Environmental engineering, or agricultural engineering, something like that. He was at MIT, I was at Harvard. He went to Notre Dame for his bachelor's, and on our first date, he got mad at me because I didn't know who the Fighting Irish were. She rolled her eyes. Josh's head was buzzing, even as his brain memorized the facts. That was more than his mother had told him about his father in his entire life. We dated for 6 weeks. I was a strict Lutheran, remember, and I thought premarital sex was for slutty girls, got carried away, and had unprotected sex. I was stupid. I was in denial, so I told myself I had just skipped a period or two. She sighed. I knew, though. I kept hoping I wasn't. Her head jerked up. Don't get me wrong, Joshua. You're the best thing in my life. I don't regret you for 1 second. I know that. Good. She patted his hand, then resumed stabbing her cake. So when I couldn't pretend anymore, I took a test and voila, pregnant. I told him. We fought. Abortion wasn't on the table, not for me. We talked for about 2 seconds about getting married, but it was already clear we weren't going to work. He said he'd pay his share. She made air quotes around the words. Then he went off on a project of some kind, some summer program, said he would call me when he got settled, and I never saw him again. I sent him a letter at his MIT address, which was the only one I had. It came back. His email address was defunct. I called him, and his last known phone number, it was disconnected. That September, I called MIT, and they said he was no longer enrolled there. Silence settled over the kitchen. Outside, sleet started pattering against the window. And that was it, sweetheart, she said, her voice gentler than when she'd started. There was an unpleasant pressure in Josh's chest. What kind of person turns his back on his unborn child and just disappears for decades? Is he still alive? Josh asked. I don't know. She sighed. I put his name on the birth certificate because I wanted evidence, I think. Why didn't you try to track him down and ask for child support? I didn't want it. Honestly, I would have lived in a box on the street before doing that. She shrugged. But my father was still alive back then, so he made sure we didn't have to. I transferred to Brown, and they gave me a stipend, and between that and what Papa gave us, we were fine. Did you ever Google him? Just out of curiosity? She pulled a face. Yes, once, when you were about 10. He was teaching at Northwestern and lived in Chicago, or he did 20 years ago. So there it is, everything I know. He completely abandoned us, never looked back. So there you have it for when you plan your joyful reunion. It's just curiosity, Mom, and something to do. You could dig ditches. You could clean toilets, volunteer at a shelter for battered women. Okay, I get it. And I do volunteer at the Hope Center. Also, I just got my red belt in karate. Everyone else's mom was there for the belt ceremony. I was sorry you couldn't make it. There. She smiled. She'd laughed so hard when he told her about his kiddie karate classes. Her smile faded. Josh, I kept my old post office box in Cambridge for 10 years. You know. In case he wanted to contact me and hear about you. Her eyes filled. He never did. He inhaled slowly, held it for a second, then exhaled. He sounds like quite a dick. Can't argue that point. Do you know anything else, Mom? No. She shook her head and wiped her eyes. His loss, Joshua. You are the best son in the world. He got up and hugged her, his fierce Viking mom. I love you, Mom. She hugged him back, hard, then kissed his cheek, soundly. I love you too. Do what you have to do. Thank you. You're welcome. Finish your cake. Joshua found Christopher M. Zane with 4 clicks on Google after entering his father's name, educational history, and the word engineer. And there he was, a photo and everything. Christopher M. Zane had graying dark hair, olive skin, and brown eyes, a square, solid face,
aquiline nose, and a crooked left incisor that showed clearly when he smiled. Josh's left incisor was also crooked, identically crooked. Objectively speaking, Josh could admit his father was handsome, a bit like George Clooney, but not as pretty, as Lauren would say. He stared at the picture. He looked a lot more like his father than his mother. A lot more. Josh was always surprised to be noticed for his looks, given that he spent so much time in his own head. His sloppy, pre-Lauren, pre-Radley attire was chosen for comfort, and when he did put in the effort, like buying the suit he'd worn to propose to Lauren, he was pleased. He cleaned up nice, as Sumi told him. But now, looking at his future self on the screen there, maybe he didn't like the way he looked so much anymore. Not that this man had done anything significant in Joshua's life other than ejaculate. Well, that and walk away. Christopher M. Zane, now a Ph.D., taught civil and environmental engineering at the University of Chicago. A graduate from Notre Dame, he had studied at MIT, got his master's from the University of Chicago, a doctorate from Northwestern, was now tenured at the University of Chicago and a frequent guest lecturer. He'd taken a sabbatical in South Africa 3 years prior. He was married and had 3 children. So Joshua had siblings. Noted. Josh didn't let emotion get in the way, as when he worked, his tunnel vision served him. He signed up for a record-finding service and, several minutes later, got his father's address, phone number, previous addresses. Christopher M. Zane had gotten a speeding ticket in 2018. He'd been a part owner of a now-closed cafe in Wicker Park. Here was a picture of him at the opening, his arm around his wife, 3 kids. Christopher Zane, his wife, Melissa, and their 3 children, Sawyer, Ransom, and Briar. Apparently they wanted their kids to join the rodeo. At the opening of Deep, Dark, and Delicious, the latest cafe to open in Chicago's funkiest neighborhood. A half-brother and 2 half-sisters with cowboy names. He studied their faces. Melissa was blonde and blue-eyed, and 2 of the kids were as well, but Ransom looked like her father. And like Josh. How strange to see someone who undeniably looked like him after 30 years of being an only child. 31, to be precise. The cafe had closed 2 years later. Ah, well. He Googled his father's address, his street view, and saw that his father lived in a gracious old Victorian in Oak Park. Lovely neighborhood. A real estate search let him see the old listing and all the rooms inside. He saw the windows in the master bedroom, the smaller, cozy bedrooms his half-siblings had. The kids had had to share a bathroom, and he could imagine the bickering that took place there. Big kitchen, a sunroom overlooking the backyard. It was a nice house. Really nice. The kind he and Lauren might have bought. A few more search terms, and Joshua learned that his paternal grandparents, Mike and Carrie Zane, owned a huge dairy farm in Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 2,000 cows, all the equipment and buildings necessary, everything very shiny and modern. There'd been a beautiful old home on the property as well, with a wraparound porch, 4 bedrooms, and a 6-stall barn for horses. The farm had sold for $12.2 million 14 years ago. Funny to think that his ancestors were wealthy. 14 years ago, Joshua had been choosing colleges based on their financial aid packages and scholarships. Stephanie was frugal and had started saving money for his college before he popped out of her uterus. But her salary had never been anything more than modest until the past couple of years, when she moved into what might be considered comfortable. Before she'd got knocked up, Josh's mom had planned to go to medical school. She was getting an online master's degree now, 31 years after Josh had been born. He clicked back on the 2 photos of his father. He called Cookie Goldberg. "What do you want?" she said by way of answering. "I'm going to Chicago tomorrow," he said. "Book me a flight and find a quiet hotel, okay?" Chapter 27. Joshua. Month 10. Still December. 17 hours after calling Cookie, Joshua sat on a bench outside the building where Christopher M. Zane, Ph.D., was holding office hours. The sun was mercilessly bright, the sky a cold, brittle blue. The bench itself was iron, but Josh barely noticed the freezing temperature. No, he was watching the doors of the building where his father taught and held office hours. Thank God Sarah had dropped the letter off early, otherwise he might have missed this window, since the semester was ending in a few days. Right now he was hoping that his father would use the main entrance when he left. He'd printed out the university's photo and the one of his father's family at the cafe and kept close watch on the door. Kids came in and out of the building, bundled against the cold. It was cold in a way the Northeast never was, a dry, biting cold that cut through every layer Josh had on. It was fine. He didn't mind. "Can I help you?" someone asked. She smiled and shifted her backpack. "I'm waiting for Dr. Zane," he said. "Oh, he's in office hours. He's my professor." "Really?" "Yeah, he's great. One of the best in my program." Josh didn't respond. She tilted her head, and he remembered to speak. "Glad to hear it." "Well, happy holidays." He nodded. "You too." As she left, he returned his attention to the door, and right then a man came out, dressed in a heavy winter parka. He held on to the railing, moving a bit stiffly. He was tall and held a briefcase in one hand. His hair was salt and pepper gray. He looked like George Clooney. The man waved to a student, then took a left and started walking west. Josh got up, grabbed his leather bag, and jogged up behind him. "Professor Zane?" he said, his voice calm. He felt calm, too. He felt nothing, really. A distant curiosity. "Yes?" His father turned. Up close, he looked older than his pictures, shadows under his eyes, the skin on his face starting its downward journey into laxity. Still handsome, though. "Joshua Park." He didn't put out his hand. "Do I know you? Are you a student or alumnus?" "No." He paused. "I'm your son." That expression, the blood drained out of his face. Joshua watched as it happened. Christopher M. Zane's face turned utterly gray. His eyes widened, and he bent over, hands on his knees. "Oh, my God. Oh, my God." Josh didn't offer to help him. He waited, and after a few seconds, his father stood up, breathing heavily. He took a step backward, his breath fogging the air. His eyes were wet, Josh observed, and he was unsteady on his feet. Which meant nothing, of course. "Hey, Dr. Zane, you okay?" called a student. "Yeah, yep, fine. Thanks. He shook his head a little, took a few deep breaths, then looked at Josh's face. "My God," he said. And his tears overflowed. "My God." "Can we go somewhere to talk?" Josh asked. "Or do you need an ambulance?" "No, I'm fine. Just, my God. I never expected to." "Is there a cafe or a restaurant nearby?" There was. Cookie had researched it and sent him 4 places. She didn't know the reason for his visit, and she'd kill herself before asking. "Yes, this way." They didn't speak, though a few times someone said, "Hey, Professor," or "Hi, Dr. Zane." Joshua's father didn't acknowledge their greetings. Maybe he didn't even hear them. The cold air put some color back into his face, and he kept glancing at Josh, who returned his looks calmly. He waited for feelings to come. They didn't. They probably would, he imagined. Just not yet. On the next block was an Irish pub. Christopher Zane opened the door and held it for Josh. Inside was dark and warm. "Chris, how you doing?" called the bartender. "I'm good, Tim. I'm good." So he was a regular here. No introduction for Josh. "Hey, we're gonna take a booth in the back, okay?" He turned to Josh. "What would you like to drink?" "Coffee." "Coffee and club soda, Tim," he told the bartender. "We'll save you the trip and take 'em with us." An interminable minute later, and they had their beverages. It was almost 4 and already getting dark. Josh followed his father to the booth farthest in the back. They took off their coats and sat. It was a nice pub, rather ordinary, but homey. "So, this is quite a surprise," Christopher said, taking a big breath. "I'm sure it is." "How old are you, Joshua?" 31 as of October 14th. The worst birthday of his life, this last one. The first without Lauren. The first as a widower. Jesus, God, He took a long pull of his club soda. "I guess I should ask what you'd like to do or say. I wanted to meet you. Ask you a few things." Right, of course." He scrubbed a hand across his face. "Sorry, this is a lot to take in." Another swallow or two of club soda. How is your mother?" "Alive. That's all you get to know." Christopher flinched. "Fair enough. I know you're married and have 3 children with cowboy names. I know where you grew up, where you went to school, that you have a sister named Eileen. I know your parents sold their farm in Indiana and now live in Arizona. I know you owned a cafe in Wicker Park. Jesus, the internet really does tell all." He blew out a breath. "Do you want money?" Josh couldn't help a bitter laugh. "It's a little late for child support." "I mean, I do owe you, and there is money. Now, there wasn't always. The farm sold, I know, and I don't care. I want you to tell me how you could leave a pregnant 21-year-old and your unborn child." Christopher M. Zane leaned back in his seat and looked at the ceiling for a long minute. When he looked back at Josh, his eyes were full of tears. "I don't have a good answer for that. There is no answer other than I was a shitty, stupid kid. You were 25, and as immature and stupid as a 16-year-old. He drained his club soda. "Let me text my wife and tell her I'll be late. Hang on a sec." Josh waited. Christopher texted, then turned off his phone and put it in his coat pocket. Josh appreciated that. The man took another deep breath. "Listen, I can't justify what I did. Walking away, I mean. I didn't plan it. I was taking part in a summer project in Austin that year, and I fully intended to go back to Boston. And then I stopped home in Indiana. I hadn't told my parents about you or Stephanie." He looked at his hands. My parents, that is, they were so happy to see me." Josh waited. "My father immigrated from Pakistan when he was 17. Ah, so that's where Josh got his dark hair and eyes. He worked 90 hours a week for 10 years as a janitor and a farmhand before he could buy his first piece of land. 13 acres. He ended up with 8,000. I was the first person on either side of the family to finish college. My mom didn't even finish high school." Christopher stopped to let that sink in. Or just to gather his nerves, maybe. Josh had to hand it to him. He wasn't tap dancing around. Josh wasn't really here to listen to the story of his invisible grandparents and their American dream. But it was interesting. Pakistan. He was Pakistani. Cool. He'd have to do some reading on the culture and history. After all, it wasn't his ancestors who dumped his mom. "Is your mother also Pakistani?" Josh asked. "No, she's white. Her parents didn't approve of her dating they had ugly words for my father, so they kicked her out, and they got married when they were really young." "You think they'd approve of you walking out on your pregnant girlfriend?" Josh asked, his voice almost amiable. "God, no. I never told them. They were so proud of me. I was supposed to be proof that they'd made all the right choices. I wasn't supposed to be an idiot and get a girl pregnant. And yet you did." "Yes, Joshua. I have no excuses here. I was scared and selfish and entitled and weak. I couldn't go back to MIT, and so I dropped out. His voice broke. I just stayed. Like a coward. Like a selfish asshole. He wiped his eyes. Josh was unmoved. The longer I stayed, the easier it got. I told myself your mother would go back to Sweden. Why would she go to Sweden? Josh asked. She grew up in central New York. She spent one semester in Sweden. She's a second-generation American. She knows maybe 10 Swedish words. Oh, I thought she was from Sweden for some reason. Wrong. Well, it doesn't excuse what I did, but that's what I told myself. She was back there, they had better health care, and oh shit, I was so stupid and self-centered and grasping at any straws. Call it magical thinking or wish fulfillment or me just pretending she'd floated off to a better life, becoming a doctor. After a while, I believed it. I pictured her in Sweden, having the baby. You. There. Raising you there. She moved to Providence, transferred to Brown because they gave her more money than Harvard. I was born at Rhode Island Hospital. She didn't go to medical school. She couldn't. Not with me. He let the guilt sink in. She kept her old post office box in case you ever reached out. There was a long silence. I never did, his father acknowledged. I'm well aware of that. Christopher M. Zane had a hard time making eye contact. I want to tell you that my decision haunted me. Not that I did anything about it other than drink. I hated myself. I flunked out of my master's program and had to restart a year later. I knew I was being weak, but... He shook his head. But the longer it went on, the harder it felt to undo any of the harm I did. Eventually, I told myself you were both better off without me showing up and begging for forgiveness, because what I did was unforgivable. Did you even know that I was a boy? Did you bother to find out? His father looked at him, blinking. More tears fell from his eyes, Josh observed impassively. No, Christopher M. Zane said. Once a certain amount of time had passed, I told myself it was for the best. For you, clearly, it was. I don't know about that. I think it made me a far worse person. I've lived with that shame for 31 years. Good. You should be ashamed. His father nodded. So there it was. His father had been a shallow, selfish idiot. Josh sipped his coffee, which was tepid now, and thought he should design something for that problem, a heating cube that would warm your coffee or tea without making it taste old and bitter, the way the microwave did. Honestly, if there wasn't something like that already on the market, he'd whip one up and sell it in a heartbeat. It was comforting to think of himself back home, at his desk, rather than here, with the man who didn't even know Josh had been born. If I could do it over, I would have made very different choices. Christopher M. Zane said quietly. When my wife and I had our first child, I went into he sighed, a very bad place. I kept thinking about how much I loved him and how I'd thrown you away, and I was afraid to love my boy. Josh felt his first flicker of sympathy. The kid didn't do anything, after all. I couldn't tell my wife, and I started drinking again. She threatened to kick me out. I got sober, got counseling. Then our daughter was born. Then our second girl, and it helped. By then, I felt it was too late to try to find you and Stephanie. Too much time had passed. You could have tried. Yes. Believe me, I know that. I try to be a good father to them, but I can never stop feeling doomed in some way because of what I did to you. If the universe ever took one of them, I'd probably deserve it. His voice broke. Drama queen, still. Either he was a fantastic method actor or he was genuinely affected by Joshua's surprise appearance because the tears continued to rain down. I don't think the universe works that way, Josh said. I'm so sorry, his father said. I'm so very, very sorry. Josh inclined his head a little bit, acknowledging the words. His father wiped his eyes on the cocktail napkin, blew his nose, then folded his hands on the table. And Josh realized with a start that those were his hands. 25 years from now. Same shape, same knuckles, same shape to the fingernails. "Do you love your kids?" Josh asked. His father's eyes filled again. "I do." "Good." He figured he should add something. "They have unusual names. My wife picked them out. I didn't feel like Oh God, I'm making this all about me. But I didn't feel like I deserved to name anyone. If my kids' names sound like something you'd name a dog or a horse ranch, well, they're fine. They're good kids." Josh almost smiled. "Can I ask you some questions, Joshua?" "Sure." "Why not?" "Was your childhood okay?" Josh nodded. It was very happy. I'm sure my mother could have used some help, but she figured it all out. She was brilliant. She is brilliant. No love lost for you, though. I don't blame her in the least." He hesitated. "Did she ever marry?" Josh considered not answering. Then again, why not? "No." Christopher nodded, looking at the table. "I had hoped. I pictured her marrying. I hoped you might have a nice stepfather." "Nope." He had Ben, though. The memory of Ben teaching him to ride a bike, making paper airplanes, made his chest ache. He had a father. A great father. He still did. "Does she need money? Do you?" Christopher asked. "We would both burn your money at this point," Josh said. "If you needed it, that's the least I could." A red flame danced in Joshua's left eye. "Dr. Zane, we don't need your money. If we were starving, we wouldn't take it." His father nodded. "I get it, and I respect that." The red flame died down. They sat in silence for a few minutes. A few people had come into the pub, but they were at the bar. Snatches of conversation and laughter floated past like smoke. What do you do for a living, Joshua?" Google would tell him whatever he wanted to know, so Josh figured he might as well. "I'm a medical device engineer." "Really? That's terrific. So, what do you focus on?" "Pediatrics mostly. Some surgical devices, adaptations for minimal invasiveness and pain." "That's wonderful. That's great, son." He winced. "I'm sorry. Force of habit. I call a lot of my students that. Midwestern thing." "It's okay. I am your son, I suppose. Genetically, if nothing else. I can see a little bit of my father in you." "Please don't do that." "Right. Sorry. It's hard to know the right thing to say." "I understand. This is an unusual situation." "Are you always this self-contained?" his father asked with a faint smile. "Most of the time, yes." His father's smile grew. "Good for you." Another pause. "Where did you go to school?" "RISD, Brown, MIT." "Wow. So you got your mother's brains." Neither of them acknowledged the coincidence of them both going to the same school. Stephanie had never breathed a word when he'd been offered a spot at MIT. "And where do you live now, Josh?" "In Providence." "You and your mother are close?" "Yes." "Good. I'm glad to hear that." He hesitated. "Are you married?" he asked, nodding at Josh's left hand. Josh looked at his wedding ring. "My wife died 10 months ago. Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis." His father's face fell. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Yeah, me too. What would Lauren do at this moment? What would she have him say? If she were here, how would she make this situation easier? She wanted him to have some kind of closure, some kind of peace. Listen, Dr. Zane. Oh, God, please, call me Chris, or whatever you want. Okay, Chris. The name felt strange in his mouth. He paused, trying to gather his thoughts. Look, not having any contact with you, it left a mark. I didn't grow up hating you, and my mother never mentioned you in any way, except to tell me you left before I was born. But I always did feel a little thrown away. His father nodded, his mouth wobbling. I'm so sorry, he whispered. But I've had a really good life. My mother is the best, and I have people. And my wife, she was... His eyes stung. She was incredible, and we were very happy. He cleared his throat. So you didn't ruin me. I never knew you, so you couldn't, but I always wondered how I could be tossed away like that. Chris nodded. It had nothing to do with you, he whispered fiercely. Nothing. I was selfish, completely self-absorbed. That's the reason. I took the easiest, most cowardly path possible. I let your mother deal with everything alone, and I believe I'll have to answer for that someday. I carry that with me every day, Joshua. His voice broke. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Tim, the bartender, asked if they wanted a refill, and they both said no. There was a perfectly symmetrical H carved into the table, and Josh traced it with his forefinger, a master carver with the serif base perfectly even. Well done. Why don't you stop? He asked his father. Stop what? Feeling guilty. He dragged his gaze away from the H and looked at his father's face. I don't say this to be unkind, but we were probably better off without you. Chris gave a pained nod. It seems like you're a better man now than you were then. His father bowed his head. I appreciate that more than I can say, he whispered. Josh looked at him. Weird to think that half of his DNA came from this stranger. Then he stuck out his hand. I forgive you. His father's mouth opened slightly. He took Joshua's hand and gripped it tightly. Josh squeezed back, and they stayed that way for a long minute before Josh withdrew. Do you want to meet my family? Chris asked. Your siblings? Oh, God, no. I don't see a reason to put this on them. He couldn't tell if his father was relieved or disappointed. Okay, would you like to see pictures? Sure. Huh. They had that in common, that hesitation of speech when they were unsure how to answer. His father pulled out his phone, turned it back on, and tapped the screen, then handed it over. That's at Christmas last year, he said. Josh looked at the screen. 3 kids, the girls in red dresses, the boy, tall and gangly, wearing a blue crewneck sweater. The older girl, Ransom, looked cheeky, and Josh felt a faint smile at the idea. He had a cheeky half-sister who looked like him. Last week, he hadn't known that. They look happy, he said, handing the phone back. Thank you, Chris whispered. What kind of things do you do together? He asked. Oh, we all like games and movies, so once a week we have family night, and we go bowling sometimes. Ransom and Sawyer love baseball, so we go to a Cubs game once a year or so. We do yard work together. Sometimes we go to the lake. We have a place up north in Wisconsin. That sounds nice. More tears fell from his father's eyes. Well, Josh hadn't inherited that trait. He was not a weeper. Sometimes he wished he were. You don't have to tell them about me, he said. I might. That's up to you. I don't plan on visiting you again, Chris. I don't need a father. I think it's too late for us to be anything to each other. I looked for you. On Ancestry.com, I thought maybe you'd put yourself out there to track me down. One day, my kids will probably find out they have a brother. Half-brother. Josh paused. That'll be a difficult conversation. It will be. His father studied his face. Are you sure there's nothing you want from me? I would do anything to at least try to make it up to you. To start, at any rate. This has been such a shock, but I'm so glad to see you. I truly am. Josh inhaled slowly. Thanks. I just wanted to meet you. I wondered what you looked like. I wanted to know what kind of person you are. He paused. My wife thought I should. She thought it would be good for me. I think she was right. His father's face spasmed, but he got it under control. Okay. But if you want, just reach out, for anything. Anything at all. If you change your mind, if you're ever in Chicago, we could. Right now, the answer is no. But thanks. Can I give you my card, just in case? Sure. Chris pulled out his wallet, withdrew a card, and wrote a phone number on the back. As he did, Josh committed his face to memory. If being fatherless had left a mark on Joshua, abandoning a child had left a scar on Christopher M. Zane. He looked older than his years, careworn. At least he'd had the grace to admit his wrongdoing without trying to justify it. They got up from the table, and Josh could see that his father's hands were shaking as he tried to zip up his coat. It was oddly touching. Chris pulled out his wallet and left a 20 on the bar. Leaving us so soon? Tim the bartender said. Yeah. Tim, this is Joshua. Joshua Park. Nice to meet you, Josh said. Tim? Chris blurted. Would you mind taking our picture? Josh, if that's okay with you? He hesitated. But his mom would want to see it, he suspected. And if not, well, he would have it, and in some small way it would be nice to have a picture of him and his father, no matter how unimportant he had been for all these years. Lauren would have liked that. His father handed over his phone, and Josh did the same. They stood side by side. Okay, look at me and smile, Tim said. Josh obeyed, and then he felt his father's arm around his shoulders. Next phone, 1, 2, 3. Done. How you like 'em? He handed back the phones. Tim, this is my son, Chris said, and his voice shook. It was the first time Josh had ever heard a male voice say those words. His chest felt a strange, not unpleasant ache. Tim's eyebrows raised. Wow. Nice to meet you, man. You too. Josh looked at the phone. There they were, father and son, and standing next to each other. That crooked incisor gave it away. You have. Chris pointed to his own crooked tooth. Yeah. They looked at each other and smiled, and that ache in Josh's chest grew. It was fully dark now, colder than ever. The streetlights cast puddles of light at regular intervals down the road. Do you need a ride? Chris asked. No, thank you, Josh said. I'll walk. Okay. His father stood there, an inch or so taller than Josh. Can I give you a hug? He asked, and his voice shook. I'm not really the hugging type, Josh said. Of course. Sorry, I have no right to ask. Don't be a loser. Oh, fuck it, why not? He said. And he hugged his father hard, felt the man jerk with a sob. For a second they just stood there, arms tight around each other. Then Josh let him go. "Take care, Dad," he said. He smiled, turned, and walked down the street, following the path of light. Chapter 28. Joshua. Still month 10. Still the unending month of December. Josh was ignoring the holidays this year. They were hard to avoid outside in the real world, so he went out as little as possible, still trying to adjust to the fact that he'd met his father and trying to ignore Christmas. Lauren had been a Christmas zealot. It felt grotesque that the holiday was happening without her. Then Jen asked to come over one Saturday afternoon, and Josh said yes instantly. He'd missed her, he realized. The apartment was a mess, even though he'd hired a cleaning lady, a nice woman Asma had referred from the Hope Center. But he'd been working a lot, and takeout containers were scattered around. Pebbles was shedding, which didn't help, so he vacuumed and made the bed. Showered, put on clean clothes, put on coffee, and rummaged for cookies or something in his pantry. Mrs. Kim had brought over those Korean sesame seed cookies, and he seemed to remember that Jen loved them. Yes, he was sure she did. He hadn't seen Jen without Darius or the kids for a long time. They'd been a team when Lauren was sick, the two people who loved her the most. He thought for a minute about his half-siblings out in Chicago. It was strangely pleasant to know they were there. His mother had looked at the picture, shrugged, and said, "He looks old." The subject was then closed, and Josh had put his father's card in the box with Lauren's letters, a way for him to tell her he'd done it. He didn't think he'd ever want to see Christopher Zane again, but you never knew. The knock came on the door, and Pebbles went wild. She loved everyone, but she greeted Jen with particular joy. Maybe she knew this was as close to Lauren as she could get. Maybe they smelled similar, the two Carlisle sisters. "Pebbles, hello, my baby, hello, I missed you." Josh waited, accustomed to the dog getting love first. Eventually, Jen straightened. "Hey, how are you?" Jen said. She hugged him. "Good to see you. Oh, I like what you did here. Is this coffee table new?" "No, the couch is. You've been here since I got it, but the rug is new." He'd seen it on an auction site Lauren had registered for and thought it would look nice against the old floors. "Coffee? Cookies? I have your old favorite, Sumi's sesame cookies." "Oh, yes. No coffee, please. Got some milk? Soy milk? Almond? I'm easy. Oh, wow, this couch is really comfy. I like it." It was her way of saying she didn't mind that he'd changed things. He'd moved stuff around, even put some away. The small vase they'd gotten in Hawaii, a bowl of oval gray stones, all from the beach on the Cape, each one meticulously chosen by Lauren. He couldn't get rid of them, but he didn't have to look at them every day. Josh plated the cookies, poured himself some coffee and some soy milk for Jen, and brought everything to the living room, sitting next to her. "You look good, Jen. How are you doing?" "Good," she said, though her eyes instantly teared. "Horrible. I miss her constantly. It's like a hole in my chest, and I swear I can feel the wind blowing through it." He covered her hand with his and said nothing. "I went to your psychic," Jen said. She took a cookie and ate it whole. "How was it?" "It was good. It's shocking. So, get this. I walk in, right? And I don't know why I'm there except that I miss her." Her voice choked off, and she took a swig of milk. "And immediately, Gertie says, 'Your sister is showing me a newborn baby. Are you pregnant?' Jen started to cry. "And I am, Josh. Not even a month, but I am. You're the first person I've told outside of her and Darius." She turned to him and buried her face against his chest, sobbing, and he put his arms around her. "I'm so happy for you," he whispered as she bawled. "This is great news." His wife would never know this baby, never hold her, never kiss her, never even have a photo with her. He understood Jen's tears. His own were seeping into her hair. "I hate that life is going on without her," Jen said wetly. "I hate it." He wanted to agree because he knew exactly how she felt. He gripped Jen by her shoulders and made her look at him. "This is wonderful, and no one would be happier than Lauren, except maybe me." He squinted at her. "You know, I'm thinking Josh is a beautiful name. It's time for me to have a namesake, and I'm totally available as godfather." It wasn't great patter, no, but he was trying. He could not let Jen feel anything but joy radiating from him. He had to look after her. She was his family. "What if it's a girl?" she said, taking in that shaking breath that meant she was done crying. "Josie, Joshlyn, Joss, we can figure something out." She laughed, and Josh's heart contracted. Lauren would appreciate that. She'd be grateful that he made her sister smile. "Jen," he said, "this thing about me being your brother-in-law, you being my sister-in-law—" "Yeah?" she asked, frowning. "Don't tell me you have a crush on me." "Well, of course I do," he said, though he didn't and never had, but this was how people connected, he understood, this light flirting and teasing. "But it gets complicated explaining how we're linked. Maybe I could—" He hesitated. "Maybe I could just call you my sister?" Again, her eyes filled with tears. "You're the best, Josh," she said, grabbing another cookie. "You're the best. I always wanted a baby brother. I used to dress Lauren up in boy clothes. Did you know that?" When she left a while later, taking all the cookies at his insistence, he went into his bedroom, looked at the dogwood tree, which was obscenely healthy, and had a good cry. Thank God for the internet. Josh ordered gifts for the kids, Jen and Darius, a gift certificate to a really nice restaurant with his own babysitting services thrown in, his mom, Donna, Radley, and Sarah. He'd had to go out for coffee the other day, and every damn couple seemed pink-cheeked and healthy and in love, every family filled with the holiday spirit, happiness oozing out of them like radioactive sludge. Not that he was bitter. God, he was so bitter. A year ago, Lauren had needed to measure out her energy carefully, but they'd still done every Christmas tradition, baked dozens of cookies, listened to Christmas music ad nauseum, put out the reindeer throw pillows and Santa mugs. No one had told him it would be their last Christmas. No one told her. He felt like an aging, brittle piece of paper that would disintegrate if touched. He stayed away from people as much as he could. However, he couldn't avoid Christmas completely. He and Radley went to the Eddy sometime in the fall after Josh's date with Cammie. They'd started meeting there every Wednesday night. This Wednesday, however, was a mistake. The place was mobbed with Christmassy people, and music, and decorations, and drinks. Josh told Radley about meeting his father, needing almost to yell over the noise. And God, Josh was going to start screaming and stabbing people with the fancy toothpick that speared the cranberry garnish in his drink. "Focus on someone else, loser," he could imagine Lauren saying. "Do you have plans for the holidays, Rad?" he asked. "You mean besides the retail hell I live and breathe?" He took a sip of his bourbon and waved to someone he knew. "Yeah, besides that." "No, I plan to order Chinese food and watch horror movies." Lucky. Josh took a sip of his smoked grapefruit martini. "Why don't you come over to my mom's house? Christmas Eve. She has a big party. The Swedes love Christmas." "Really?" "Yeah, she'd love it. She's been dying to meet you." He hesitated. "And I'd be very grateful to have you there." "I'd love to come. Thank you, Joshua." Radley's face was endearingly sincere. "I got you a present," Josh said. "Can I give it to you now? It'll be crazy at my mom's." "Of course! I love presents." Josh pulled a box out of his messenger bag. "Sorry I didn't wrap it," he said. "You have the right to hate Christmas this year, Josh." He opened the box to reveal a bracelet made of strands of leather clamped together with 3 steel rings. Each ring had a word stamped in Hangul characters. "It's Korean," Josh explained. "My friend Ben helped me. This says friend, this one says kind person, and this one says brother." He waited, hoping it wasn't too much. Radley stared at him a second, then put his hand over his eyes to hide his tears, and Josh knew he'd done well.
"I love it so much,"
Radley said, putting it on.
"My God, Josh, it's perfect. Are you sure you're not gay? Seriously, thank you."
His mouth wobbled.
"You know, I try to keep my own family out of my head, but holidays are, well, they're hard. And this,"
he gestured to the bracelet,
"this means so much to me. Thank you."
"You're welcome. You've been really kind." He thought back to that night in the Banana Republic dressing room. Radley had been more than kind. He'd been practically a guardian angel. "Besides," he added, "I always wanted a brother." Radley got up and hugged him, and Josh hugged back, glad for his friend, awkward with the affection. Radley wiped his eyes and sat back down, and Josh was grateful when the conversation turned to Radley's evil human behavior professor. That was one of the best things about Radley, Josh thought as he watched his pal talk with great animation. He carried the conversation 90% of the time. As they were leaving, Radley said, "Let me just go say hi to that guy over there." Josh paid the bill, then tried to wind his way through the packed bar to get to the exit. It was deafening in here, and he hated crowds. His anxiety jumped, but he reassured himself that he'd be home soon, on the couch with Pebbles, not a goddamn Christmas ornament in sight. He waited behind a server who was squarely blocking his way. Josh went to her left. Nope. Right. Nope. He tried to make eye contact with the people at her table, but they stared at her like she was the living Buddha as she answered their questions. It was taking a long time. He tried to move past again, but the server apparently had no peripheral vision because she, too, seemed oblivious to his presence. She was detailing the Eddie's elaborate drinks. That one has a, butter-washed wild turkey, maple, Pierre, something in some chocolate shavings? No, bitters, chocolate bitters. It sounds gross, but, I've heard it's really good." The maitre d' glared at her. It wasn't a great sell, to be fair. Josh tried once more to get around, but nope, she was completely blind in her left eye, apparently, and the people at her table still would not make eye contact with him. He sighed and stared at the server's long, dark hair, which was pulled into a braid. Cut that off, and he'd have a good, strong rope. "Okay," said the waitress. "So you do want the cinnamon in it, but not burnt. I'll ask. Sure. Okay, but Chopin and not Grey Goose. Got it. And Chopin is gin? No, of course. It's vodka. Got it. And you want lemon in that? Juice or a twist? Got it." He doubted she did. The patrons were being ridiculously particular, especially given that the restaurant was jammed. Finally, she turned and almost bumped right into him. "Sorry, was I in your way? Oh, hey, it's you. Hi, how are you?" It was the woman from the fun run, the one with the ancient dog in a baby stroller, who'd helped him when he passed out. "Hi," he said. "Right, the race." "Yeah, you fainted. How are you now? I mean, obviously you lived, but you were okay?" "Yes, a little dehydrated, that was it." "Good, I'm glad." She stood there a minute, smiling at him. "You gonna put that drink order in sometime? Like, ever?" said one of the patrons at the table. Christmas tended to bring out the worst in people, Josh observed. "Yes, sorry, I will, right now." She smiled again at Josh. "How's Duffy?" he asked, a little shocked that he remembered the dog's name, then internally winced. The dog had to be dead by now. "He's great. Thank you for asking. The vet gave him these supplements and some steroids. He's like a new dog. Seriously, it's like he's 13 again." "How old was that dog?" "Good. Oh, and your brother?" "He'd had that condition where his joints popped out. Ehlers-Danlos, that was it." "Oh my gosh, you're so sweet to remember. He's good, thank you." "Well, happy holidays." "You too. Happy New Year." "Were you talking to a woman?" Radley asked when they were finally out on the sidewalk. "Yes, we go to the same vet." "Well, good for you, Joshua," Radley said. "Hey, it's snowing. Beautiful, isn't it?" "It is." Lauren had loved the snow. She used to stare out the windows in the darkened apartment and watch, sipping cocoa. Her memory was everywhere. "I'll see you on Christmas Eve, okay?" he said. "I'll text you my mom's address." "Thanks, brother," Radley said. He held up his wrist. "I'm never taking this off." On Christmas Eve, Radley arrived at Stephanie's promptly at 5:30, wearing an appropriately dapper suit for someone who worked in a men's clothing store. His arms were loaded with packages. "It's so nice to meet you," Stephanie cried, taking off her apron. She was wearing her Free Mom Hugs t-shirt with a rainbow heart, in case anyone missed the fact that she was very accepting, and hugged Radley tight. "I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for being my son's friend. I know he's a burden." She sent Josh a smug look that clearly said, "I delight in embarrassing you in front of your friends." "Wow, Mom," Josh said, but he smiled. It was all so normal. "I've been dying to meet you, Mrs. Park. Josh says you're the world's greatest mom. Is this true?" "It is." "Oh, Josh, thank you, honey. Also, Radley, you have to call me Steph, or Mom if you like, honey. Josh says your family lives far away. So sad at Christmas time. Well, unlike yourself, they're homophobic assholes, so not that sad." His eyes met Josh's, and Josh gave him a chin jerk, acknowledging that he understood the white lie. It was sad. "But Joshua has officially adopted me as his brother, so I guess you totally are my mom." "How about another hug, then?" Stephanie said, and Radley got a second, longer hug. When they broke apart, Radley had tears in his eyes. Josh gave him a manly lean-in hug and introduced him around to those who had not yet met his buddy. It was quite a crowd. The Kims, who'd have their own kids over tomorrow, Jen, Darius, Sebastian, and Octavia, Donna and her now steady boyfriend, Bill, and Sarah with some guy she dug up, he could already tell it wouldn't last, as well as 3 people from his mother's lab who didn't have family in the area. Bill, whom Joshua had never met, was holding Octavia, and while he seemed like a perfectly nice guy, it gave Josh a pang. The familiarity, the contagious sadness that it was not Lauren's father who was here, that Donna's boyfriend would never know her daughter. "The legendary son-in-law," Bill said, shifting the baby so he could shake Josh's hand. "I've heard so many great things about you. Merry Christmas." "Really nice to meet you," Josh said, faking good cheer. "And, same. Great things." It was crowded and noisy. Sebastian was strung out with excitement, making Octavia overly excited, too. The strangers from the lab were all very chatty and conversational. Darius and Radley were apparently in competition to become his mother's favorite son, bending over backward to help and compliment her. Donna and Bill were trying to keep Octavia happy. Jen was busy checking NORAD with Sebastian. The Kims were trying to woo his mother into taking another vacation with them, and now telling Donna she should come too. Guess they were all in the acceptance phase. Suddenly, the red tar rose in his vision. How dare everyone be happy? This was Lauren's holiday, the first Christmas without her, goddammit. He wanted to bellow out his rage and pain. He wanted to kick Darius, who was telling some story that had half the room howling with laughter. He wished Sebastian would quiet the fuck down. He hated that his mother had done everything she always did on Christmas Eve. Where was the space for Lauren? Where was the acknowledgement? He didn't want to soldier on. He wanted to break something. He pictured himself standing under cold water, cooling the rage. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Cold water. Yes, the waterfall in Hawaii they'd hiked to. That cold water. Lauren in a bathing suit, giggling as she wrapped herself around him. "Oh, Lauren." Ben came over. "Need to step outside, son?" he murmured, a firm hand on his shoulder. Just like that, the red was gone. Josh was being an ungrateful ass. All these people loved him, and he was about to have a meltdown like an overtired toddler. He glanced at Ben, shook his head. "Sorry, I was just having a moment." "It's understandable, Josh. We're all thinking of her, all doing our best." "I know." "Honey, would you put the gubarara in the red bowl?" his mother asked him with a perceptive look. "Sure thing, Mom." He nodded at Ben and did as he was told. Over dinner, Jen's pregnancy was announced, and they all drank champagne with apple juice for the mama-to-be and kids. Then Jen raised her glass and said, "To my sister." And they drank again, and Jen started crying, which made Donna cry, and Octavia joined in, and soon everyone was crying. Except Josh and the lab people. The tears didn't come. He couldn't talk around the lump in his throat or the ache in his chest. He nodded at the table, then picked up Octavia and brought her in to see the Christmas tree. He was so tired of Lauren being dead. So tired of grief, tired of well-wishers and hugs and a family that didn't have Lauren in it anymore. Sarah came in and put her arms around him and Octavia. Didn't say anything, just leaned her head on his shoulder, and the ache in his chest became a knife, a dull, serrated knife that just about killed him. "Merry fucking Christmas." "Thank you, Sarah," he murmured. The lights on the tree winked, and Josh felt 100 years old. He'd been smart enough to turn down invitations for Christmas Day, though his mom had hounded him to go to church with her, and Jen had pleaded with him to come watch the kids open their presents at 6 a.m. The Forum had told him he could do whatever he wanted this first year of holidays without her, and so, without much thought, he found himself heading east on I-195. Pebbles slept in the back seat, occasionally rousing to press her nose against the window. The sky was gray, and there was no snow on the ground. Once he passed New Bedford, there were hardly any cars. Everyone was already where they were supposed to be. Everyone but him. The Cape was quiet for the season, and the house they'd rented last summer was unoccupied. The shades were drawn, giving off a melancholy, lonely look. He pulled into the driveway, got out, and the smell of the ocean hit him hard. The thunderous crash of the surf brought him right back to the last time he'd been here, when he was still a husband. When his mission in life was to look after his wife. Would the code to the door lock still work? Should he peek in the windows? No, it would hurt too much to see this place empty, without her laugh, her smile, her sparkliness. Pebbles ran delightedly around the outside of the house, peed, then raced down the steep path to the beach. Josh followed. The smell of salt was strong, and the ocean was wild and beautiful, thanks to a full moon tonight and a tropical storm down the coast. Waves broke as far as he could see, a roiling white surf and a pounding, ceaseless roar. Pebbles fruitlessly chased a flying seagull, then found a stick and ran around playing with it, playing fetch with herself, dashing into the waves, then darting back. Josh sat on the damp sand and looked at the view. He could walk into that water and be dead of hypothermia in a relatively short time, or drown, though he'd prefer hypothermia. The water was probably just above freezing, and he didn't have a lot of body fat. If he swam out far enough, nature would take him. And wouldn't it be appropriate to die here? Would Lauren come for him the way she had imagined her father would come for her? Would they finally be together again? What did he really have in this life that was worth keeping? A lot, he knew, thinking of Octavia's soft warmth in his arms, of Jen's love, his mother's constancy, Ben and Sumi, Radley, Darius, Sarah, all of them. Pebbles, who well might follow him into the ocean and drown herself, and he couldn't let that happen. But he stared at the crashing waves just the same. He imagined going back up to the house, and instead of it being empty and cold, everyone was there. Lauren, healthy and pregnant, her whole family, all of his. Instead of last night's exhaustion, it would be so happy, so filled with joy, because that's what Lauren did. She made the world happy. Everyone who knew her was better because of it. The house would smell so good, and they'd laugh, and he'd hug her and put his hand on her stomach, and after everyone had left, they'd go into their bedroom and make love to the sound of the waves. He bent his head. "I miss you," he thought. "I miss you so much. I don't want to live without you anymore, Lauren. I've done a good job, haven't I? Please, come back. The letters are running out, and I need you. I can't live without you anymore. It's too hard." He got up, walked to the water's edge, and stood there. A wave sloshed over his shoe, the bite of the Atlantic at first sharp, then numbing. He took a step in, his ankles and shins instantly frigid. Pebbles barked in delight, leaping next to him. Another step so that the waves crashed above his knees. The undertow was strong, and when it tugged at him, he backed out. "Come on, Pebbles," he said, and she obeyed. The wind was fierce, and his ears burned with the cold. He didn't want Pebbles to get too cold. He certainly didn't want her to be sucked out by the ocean. They walked back up the path to the house. Josh let Pebbles into the car, and she decided then it was time to shake. With his shoes still squishing water, his pants plastered to his legs, he started the car and drove home as the darkness deepened.
Chapter 29. Lauren. 51 months left. November. Dear Dad, I hope you've been watching because you're going to be a father-in-law again pretty soon. Sure, Darius is perfect, but I am 10,000% sure you're going to love Josh just as much. I'm in love, Daddy. First time ever, not counting Orlando Bloom, who will always have a corner of my heart, of course. But everything I ever hoped for is here with Josh. Everything. He makes me feel safe, cherished, beautiful. Like nothing bad could ever happen, as long as we're together. Check us out, Daddy. I know you'll approve. Love, Lauren. Fate, destiny, guardian angels, tarot cards, voodoo. Whatever the case, Lauren knew that dating Joshua Park was just a formality. As soon as she saw him at the Hope Center, she just knew. He would be hugely important in her life. Their first date had only confirmed that. She had a lot to learn about the details of his life, but he was, as they say, the one. They were extremely different. He worked alone, staring at his computer screen, headphones on, talking with a slew of subcontractors he rarely saw in person. He had one employee, a virtual assistant named Cookie, whom he'd never met, but who handled things like his travel arrangements, meetings, billing, and other mysterious assistant things. His business card said only Joshua Park, biomedical engineer. In the years since their first and less than pleasant meeting, Joshua had gotten a master's degree of science with a focus on biomedical design from Brown and a PhD in mechanical engineering from MIT. You know, as one does. That thing he'd designed when he was 18 in his second year at RISD, because of course he started college young. That thing was a special chair geared for people who had to sit for long periods of time due to mobility issues. The chair monitored the occupant's heart rate, blood oxygen level, and weight, provided moisture detection in case of incontinence, excessive sweating, or edema leakage, and had vibration settings to stimulate lower extremity circulation. It could cool or warm the person seated in it, and could also boost them out if they wanted it, and lower them back in. It was also quite comfy and fun, which Lauren knew because it was one of 2 chairs in Joshua's apartment. The design had just sold for $10 million. Thud. What did you do with the money? Lauren had asked when, a month or 2 into their courtship, he'd volunteered this information. I paid my mom back for college, set some aside for grad school, banked it, started a 401k, set up a scholarship, you know. No, I don't, since I've never made $10 million. She smiled. Did you do anything fun? He thought about that. I sent my mom on a vacation, he offered. Turned out he'd sent his mom and her best friends, Sumi and Ben Kim, on a month-long vacation, first-class airfare and hotels, so they could visit Korea, Thailand, and Australia. Private tours in the big cities, a designated credit card so he could pay for all their expenses. Did they love it? Lauren asked, hands clasped in front of her. They did. And that was that. But he smiled, and his smiles could say more than 10,000 words. Joshua Park owned his apartment, a soulless but expensive 2-bedroom in a new building near the river. It was a sharp contrast to her tiny but beautiful loft in a refurbished mill building, complete with original creaky floors and brick walls. While her apartment was cozy and charming, Josh's was bleak, aside from the view of the Capitol's beautiful dome. He had a kitchen table, but no kitchen chairs, 2 plates, 2 forks, 2 glasses. His living room held a medical chair, a couch, a huge TV, and a giant desk with 5 different computers. His bedroom contained a bed with 1 pillow. No art, no rugs, no throw pillows. He didn't have a car, but did have a retirement fund. Aside from food, she couldn't see that he spent money at all, adopting a painfully dull cargo shorts and t-shirt look that made him look 17 years old. "So, being a spendthrift," she said, "not a problem, I'm guessing?" "The money's there if I need it," he said, "but I can't think of anything I need right now." "Except for the love of a good woman," she said, "which money can't buy, of course." "I have that," he said, and her heart thrilled because they hadn't said those words yet. Then he grinned. "My mom, she's a very good woman." And because he was so serious and quiet much of the time, his joke meant all the more. Oh, she had it bad. His second patent, which he finished while still at RISD, was a needle that could sense blood flow under the skin of newborns and children, minimizing bad sticks and bruising and misery. He could have sold that one. Instead, he made the design free, as Jonas Salk had done with the polio vaccine. He co-designed a battery-powered tool that replaced the old-fashioned mallet orthopedic surgeons used in joint replacement, then reworked the design for pediatric patients. Now he was working on a warming bed for premature babies that would sense drops in their heart rate and breathing. He was incredible. Brilliant, philanthropic, hardworking, focused, driven, kind. He also lost track of time, went days without showering, and had terrible eating habits. Takeout way too often, or dinner consisting of flamin' hot Doritos, because quite often he simply didn't hear the buzzer or see the text from the delivery service. He made several pots of coffee every day, but forgot to take more than a sip or 2, resulting in numerous mugs lurking on flat surfaces, the bitter smell of old grounds thick in the air. In essence, he was a hermit, a beautiful hermit with a bad haircut and terrible clothes. "Why don't you have your own company?" she asked, sitting one night in his sad living quarters. "You know, a giant eco-friendly building with meditation rooms, a massage therapist roaming the halls looking for tight shoulders, on-site daycare, company retreats in the Himalayas." He smiled. "You could design the space for me." It was her profession, after all. Done. I'd even give you a discount. "I'm not really that kind of guy. I like being alone." He blushed a little. "But I also like having you here." She felt a warm squeeze of pleasure. "And why is that?" He shrugged, biting down on his smile. "You smell nice." "Better than stale coffee and old pizza?" "Let's not get crazy." Then he kissed her, his mouth slow and warm, his hands pretty damn excellent for a guy who didn't get out much, and yes, she was in love. Since Josh had virtually no social life and communicated with people only via technology and only when absolutely necessary, she tried to open up his life a bit. He wasn't agoraphobic, he just worked a ton and was on the shy side. Socially awkward rather than socially anxious. He hated loud noises like fireworks or roaring motorcycles, which made him agitated, saying the sound hurt his brain. In groups, he had a time frame before he would shut down like a phone that abruptly lost its charge, a half hour at first, then an hour as she wooed him out more and more. But he also said he had fun once he relaxed a little. He told her he was on the spectrum and wasn't great at picking up cues all the time. "So if I'm being a jerk, please tell me," he said one night in bed post-nookie. "Ditto," she said, smoothing back his hair. His earnestness, it got her right in the heart. "For the record, you were wonderful this past hour." She took him hiking, surprised that he could outpace her when, to the best of her knowledge, his only form of exercise was walking from kitchen to desk to bedroom. Then again, her asthma was worse at different times of the year. But if she got out of breath, he'd stop and look at her with those dark, dark eyes lit with that gleam of light. And she'd feel so seen, so protected and loved, that maybe it wasn't the asthma. Maybe it was just love stealing her breath. Love at second sight. Even though he'd insulted her way back when she was a twitty freshman, she had to give him points for being right. She had been shallow. She had been measuring her worth in cuteness, good cheer, and popularity. She didn't anymore. Her father's death, her mom's change in personality, the birth of Sebastian, her involvement in things like the community center, her desire to do well at her job. She'd grown up. She wanted to be worthy of a person like Joshua Park. 3 days after they had run into each other at the Hope Center, when she had boldly taken fate by the horns and asked him out, Lauren was in a committed relationship. Just like that. There was no conversation or discussion. They just were. They talked every day, texted more than that, saw each other a few times a week, then nearly every day. She woke up smiling because of him, and even though she was generally a happy person, she now understood what had been missing in her life. Him. His deep, calm voice caused a physical reaction that made her insides tremble and thrill. When she saw him, she was propelled into his arms by nothing short of pure joy and a truckload of endorphins. Love wasn't hard. It wasn't complicated. They didn't have to talk about monogamy or commitment. "I want to see you again as soon as possible," he said on their first date, so forthright and unguarded that she felt a rush of protectiveness. She would take such good care of him. He was so pure, and she would make a beautiful life with him, for him, because of him. And he took care of her, too. He admired her work and understood its complexity, unlike most people who thought she was an interior decorator or landscaper, rather than the designer of how space would be used. He was so focused on her as she talked about it that at first she felt shy. This guy saved lives with his brain, and it was sort of hard to compete with that. But he asked for her perspective on things, readily admitting he didn't know anything about what made a park pretty, or what purpose a public square had, or what pedestrian flow meant. And he listened to her answers about how public spaces could be the soul of a city or college, how they could transform the bleakest industrial park or poorest neighborhood. His attention, so focused and singular, made her feel bathed in warm, golden sun. No guy she'd dated had ever been so interested in her. Most had just waited for their turn to talk, or interrupted her, or mansplained till she cut them off. Other guys bided their time, generally 15 minutes, until they could see if she'd put out that night. Josh saw her, heard every word, and made her feel important. The most important person in the world. Which, to be fair, was not the most common experience for Lauren. Jen was the superior sister, a fact Lauren would not dispute. Growing up, her mom always assumed her second daughter was fine, which Lauren was. Her mom had been a teacher, and her patience for kids dried up before she came home. Jen was fabulous, and Lauren was her biggest fan. Her dad had thought both his girls had hung the moon. Men Lauren's age, most of them were still teenagers, no matter what age their driver's licenses showed. So to have this beautiful, brilliant man tilting his head when she talked, his brows drawn together, not missing a single word she said, to have this kind, gentle man asking her if he could hold her hand and later kiss her, and later, after that, unbutton her blouse. To have him ask if she'd like to have dinner with his mother because she's dying to meet you. It was like the best dream she'd ever had. No hipster pretentiousness, no millennial cynicism, no mansplaining superiority, even though he was a bona fide genius who was making the world a better place. He told her on their 5th date that he had wondered if he'd ever meet someone, that he'd never expected to get married because his place on the spectrum put a lot of people off, that women didn't have patience for him, that he wasn't tall enough, that he didn't know how to flirt. Lauren thought he was utterly delightful because of those things, not despite them. Also, had he just actually said the word married? She didn't ask him for further explanation, but she sure as hell replayed that sentence 10,000 times. She didn't wonder if they should take things more slowly, didn't wonder if anyone else was out there. She deleted her dating apps the night of the Hope Center opening. He was the one. And so was she. He was equal parts smooth and dorktastic. He unabashedly loved his mom, who raised him single-handedly after her boyfriend had abandoned her. Josh saw her and the Kims every Wednesday night for dinner. If his mom texted him a cat video, he'd watch it and love it. Yes, he lost track of time and was often late and didn't have a Pavlovian response to texts and needed her to explain things like body language. Only watched the same 2 TV shows, The Great British Bake Off and Star Trek. Yes, he desperately needed a decent barber. It didn't matter. He video conferenced with the likes of Bill Gates and Bono, and presented workshops on up-and-coming fields of biotech. Several times when they were out walking, deans from RISD and Brown had literally run to catch up to them, to say hello to their prodigy. Joshua also held the door for her and took her to the nicest restaurants as ranked by Providence.com. He was big on research. He was unabashed in telling her she was beautiful, smelled good, had smooth skin. He sent flowers to her home and office, sometimes twice in one day, forgetting that he'd already done it. His work was so important, and he was so wonderful. But left on his own, he might stay in his apartment for the rest of his life, lost in his mind palace. So she scheduled time off for him, putting it into his phone so he'd get a reminder an hour before that he was due to shower and answer the door when she buzzed. She would text him and tell him to stretch and drink a glass of water and eat a vegetable, and he'd answer with a picture of a carrot and the words, "Thank you." They took walks in the cold winter air, went to student shows at the Providence Art Club and RISD, where Josh was always fawned over, justifiably, and Lauren was not, irritatingly. She cooked for him and introduced him to the wonder of roasted broccoli, which he'd never tried before. There was a lot of soulful gazing. It sounded cheesy, but it was like coming home. Kissing was the best. Long, hot make-out sessions on various pieces of furniture or on a bench at the Roger Williams Botanical Gardens. And sex, oh God, sex was fun and amazing, and it had moments of utter reverence. Because this was the last man she was ever going to have sex with. This was sex with the man she'd marry. This was the father of her future children she loved already. When he asked her to meet his mother and the Kims, she was as nervous as she'd ever been. After all, Josh only loved a handful of people, and at least half of them would be at this dinner. She wore a modest dress, tried to look effortlessly perfect and natural in the hair and makeup area, which took hours, and called her sister 8 times to get pointers on how to impress potential in-laws. She didn't have to worry. Stephanie, a tall, striking blonde woman who looked nothing like Josh, opened the door, took a critical look at Lauren, and then said, "I approve. Come on in." She did, glancing at Josh with wide eyes. He shrugged. The Kims, by contrast, fell on her. "At last," Sumi cried. "Joshie has been telling us great things. Oh, sweetheart, you're lovely. Stephanie, the babies they'll make." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," said Ben with a wink. "That took," Josh looked at his watch, 16 seconds. "Lauren, this is my mom, Stephanie Park, and our best friends, Sumi and Ben." The photo albums were next. Stephanie, who seemed warmly amused by this whole meeting my son's girlfriend experience, brought out the photo albums of baby Josh and told the story of moving into this very house, 8 months pregnant, having just transferred from Harvard to Brown. The Kims practically adopted her. Sumi had been Steph's birth coach. "The cutest baby ever," she said, clapping her hands. "No offense to our own 4. "They were funny looking, it's true," said Ben. Lauren drank in the pictures. The Kims throwing baby Josh a bike ill, his 100-day birthday. Steph laughing as Josh chewed wrapping paper on Christmas morning. Josh dressed in a little suit for Easter, Josh riding a bike, his face fiercely focused as Ben ran alongside him. At one of the Kim's daughters' weddings, his high school graduation, pictures of him in front of the first-year quad at RISD. It looked very much like a happy, full life. Stephanie was the director of the Rhode Island Hospital Lab, overseeing a staff of about 20. Once Josh turned 8, he'd gone to the Kim's house after school, which explained why he spoke Korean. The parks were always included in holidays. A small family circle, no mention of the deadbeat dad, but a loving, happy circle just the same. "Tell us about yourself, Lauren," Stephanie asked at dinner. "I work as a public space designer, which means I design everything from a bus stop to a park to a doctor's office. I have an older sister, Jen, and she and her husband have a little boy. My mom still works as a reading consultant for the public schools, and my dad—" Her voice choked off unexpectedly. "My dad died when I was 20. "So sad," said Sumi, patting her hand. "Do you like Korean food?" Lauren smiled. "I love it. I can teach you to cook, just like I taught Joshua." "I will not teach you to cook," said Stephanie, smiling. "I'm a fair gardener, though, and a great baker." "Wait till you see Mom's peonies this spring," Josh said, and it warmed her through and through. Spring was months away, but he was planning on her being there. Less sigh. "Josh has never brought a girl home before," Ben murmured, leaning in. "We were a little surprised, to be honest, in the best way, of course." He smiled, and Lauren's toes curled in her shoes. They liked her, thank God. After they all cleaned their plates, Lauren practically wrestled Sumi for the honor of clearing the table. She and Josh loaded the dishes and washed the pots and pans together. "You're doing great," he whispered in a rare moment of picking up on the unspoken. She let out a breath. "I'm so nervous." "Mom likes you, and the Kims love you." After tea and coffee, Josh announced it was time to go. His time spent with loved ones meter expired. A bit to Lauren's surprise, Stephanie pulled her into a hug. "We should have lunch," she said, "so we can really get to know each other." "I would love that," Lauren said. When they got into her car, Josh turned to her. "You okay?" he asked. "I'm wonderful. I love them. They're so nice, Josh." "Yes," he smiled. "I hear you've never brought a girl home." "No, definitely not one I wanted to marry," he said. There it was, that certainty. He looked at her a long minute, then kissed her on the lips so gently. Joy filled her with a warm, buoyant, golden light. "I love you," she said, and they both laughed, then kissed, and kissed some more, and Lauren's eyes were wet with tears of happiness. He proposed on the first day of May, a day when the blossoms on the crabapple trees were so thick they looked like pink whipped cream. He'd picked her up from work, and they walked hand in hand along the Providence River, just past Risty. Josh said he'd had a meeting with the company that day, explaining why he wore a suit she had never seen. The light was soft and golden, the breeze causing pink petals to drift and float. And then he was down on one knee, holding up a small velvet box. The ring was an emerald-cut diamond, set on either side with smaller diamonds, stunning in its simple beauty. "Will you marry me?" he asked, and she just looked at him, smiling with more love in her heart than she knew it could hold. "Damn right I will," she said. Of course she would. It was just a formality. She was meant to be his wife, and he was destined to be her husband. As they kissed, she made a vow. She would do everything in her power to make a beautiful, happy, meaningful life. The last thing she would ever do was break this man's heart.
Chapter 30. Joshua. Month 11. January. The letter had sat there for a few days now, throbbing like a wound in his mind. He dreaded reading it. He was dying to read it. But after this, there would be only one more, and once these stopped, he didn't know how he would face the future. Couldn't she have done this for 2 years? 5? 10? Finally, with a sigh, he sat down, patted the couch so Pebbles would leap up next to him, then opened the letter.
Hello, honey. If you're still reading these, I guess you still want to hear from me. I'm glad, Josh. I know one thing. Even if I'm dead, I would never really leave you. I don't know what or how that looks right now. But I remember feeling my dad around me. I hope you can feel me there with you sometimes, just enough to reassure you. So, it's been a good long while since I died. I hope your new normal isn't too isolated or sad. I hate the idea that I've made your life sad. We had shitty luck with the IPF, but God, we had the best luck with each other. I've been thinking a lot here on Cape Cod, listening to the ocean, trying to imagine what your life will be like 11 months after I die. I hope you at least gave some thought to meeting your biological father. If you do decide to meet him, I hope and pray it goes well. I hope whatever you decided, you know that the last thing you could ever be is disposable.
He had to stop for a minute and take a few breaths. She'd been right about that meeting. It had given him something. A face, a story to fill the void, a sense of peace. And it reinforced the knowledge that Ben Kim was the greatest man Josh had ever known. He felt even closer to him after meeting his biological father.
I think about when I first came to your apartment, and it was such a mess. Hopefully, I broke you out of that habit, and our place is neat and clean.
It is, honey, he said.
I remember how you went for days without going outside, how you never went to the rooftop unless I ordered you to. I remember how when we were dating, I'd be the only person you saw, sometimes for days at a time. I don't want that to be your life now, Josh. And so, I think you should buy a house. That's my job for you this month, honey. Start looking for houses. One with a yard for Pebbles, grass for you to cut, a garden where you can grow tomatoes because you love tomatoes fresh from the vine, warm from the sun. I want you to have neighbors to wave to, and I want you to shovel some old lady's walk when it snows. I want little kids to ring your doorbell on Halloween. I want you to walk out to the mailbox and chat with the nice folks across the street. Our apartment was great, but it's pretty isolated. And even I couldn't win over that couple from the second floor. Plus, creepy Charlotte scares me. If she's your second wife, I'm going to kill you, FYI.
He laughed out loud. Creepy Charlotte had opened her door the other night the second Josh had come home from a run. She was wearing a towel only. "Did you knock?" she'd asked. "Absolutely not," he said, running up the stairs before the towel could slip. He'd definitely gotten better at reading people this past year.
What do you think, babe? You don't need to buy a house right now, but you can afford it, don't forget. Maybe just start looking. Take Sarah, she loves open houses. It's a way to start thinking about a life separate from where we lived so happily together. Because that life is in the past now. It's time to start making something new. I love you so, so much, Joshua Park. Lauren.
He thought a minute. Shopping for houses, sure. It was fun. He liked seeing open houses, just like anyone. But leaving this place? That life wasn't past. She was wrong. His life was right here, in the place where they'd lived. He'd bought the new couch, the new bed, as she'd asked. But it was not time to leave. He wadded up the letter and threw it across the room, whereupon Pebbles leaped on it. Josh cursed, got up and took it out of her drooly mouth, smoothed it out, and looked at it. Some of Lauren's handwriting smeared, which made him feel like utter shit. He pulled out the ironing board and ironed and smoothed the letter out. "I'm sorry," he said. Pebbles wagged her tail and barked. He knew Lauren wanted the best for him. He also knew that a lot of her suggestions had done some good, seeing his father had put to rest some of his feelings. Kissing Cammy had been pleasant enough. Buying new clothes had brought Bradley into his life. But leave the apartment where they'd lived together? where they'd made love and cooked and watched movies and figured out her care. He couldn't imagine it. He didn't want to feel more distant from her. A new couch and bed was one thing. A new place? Every corner of the apartment was infused with her. It was a shrine in some ways. The photos of her, the paintings she'd chosen, the towels, the napkins, everything was a reminder of loss as well as of Lauren. Anything new was similarly in her memory. I bought this when my wife had been dead for 6 months and 4 days. I bought this to hang where our wedding photo was. It hadn't erased her in any way. It had made her absence all the more noticeable. Time for the punching bag now. I don't want to live somewhere else, he said to Ben a few hours later. Yeah, those fists are telling a story, said Ben, smiling kindly. Try to wrap up next time. They were sitting in the basement of the Kim's house, Ben's man cave all these years, a place where Josh had spent many hours building things from the bits of metal and wood Ben offered him. The room smelled faintly of spices with a hint of smoke from their fireplace upstairs. It was one of the places Josh felt safest in the world. But not tonight. Ben handed him a length of wire, thin enough that Josh could twist it. Yes, it was good to have something to do with his hands, better than a fidget spinner anyway. Ben knew him well. You'll never be ready, son. But you'll do it anyway, and after some time passes, it won't feel so wrong. I don't want time to pass, Josh admitted in a low voice, not looking up. Every day is a step away from her. His voice broke just a little. The image of her last day flickered at the edges of his brain, and he shoved it away, twisted the wire, bent it, threaded it through a loop. Lauren on the beach, on the bed, on their wedding day. Anything but that last day. Ben said nothing, but another moment later, Josh felt the older man's hand on his shoulder. Ben was right. There was nothing to say. Time would pass. Time had already left him behind. He handed the wire, now a small box with a lid, to Ben and stood up. You're right. Thanks, Dad, he said. And for a second, just a fraction of a second, he could smell his wife's perfume. He headed for the door. Hey. Ben's voice stopped him. You don't get to call me Dad and then leave without a hug. Josh wasn't a hugger. Well, he didn't used to be. Seemed like he was getting pretty good at it. Ben's eyes were shiny when they pulled apart. He patted Josh on the cheek, and Josh smiled. Nice to have someone who didn't need a lot of words. Nice to have a father who understood him so well. Frank the realtor had just about squealed when he heard Josh's budget, which Josh had given as probably not more than $2 million. I have plenty to show you, Frank said breathlessly. When are you free? Josh called Sarah and Radley to see if they wanted to come along. Oh my God, absolutely, Radley said. It'll be the only time I get to see inside some of these beauties. Sarah, too, was thrilled. I love seeing other people's houses, she said as they approached stop number 1. Such a voyeur, Radley said. Exactly. Hello, said the realtor, cantering over to meet them. Joshua Park, so nice to meet you. I'm Frank. Okay, Radley muttered. He's eye-fucking me already. He's eye-fucking Josh's bank account, Sarah murmured. Josh ignored the naughty children and got out, shook hands, and introduced his friends. We're getting married, and Josh is buying us a house, Radley exclaimed, gripping Sarah's arm. So generous. Really, Josh, you didn't have to, but we're grateful, Sarah added, fixing Radley's hand so they looked more natural. Wow, that's super fun, said Frank, the poor slob, looking slightly confused. Let's go in, Josh suggested, then whispered to his friends. Why are you lying? It's more fun this way, Radley whispered back. They approached the monstrous house, which was one of the great Victorian beauties on College Hill. Josh had always thought it was a museum, truthfully. So this is a 6-bedroom home with a fully updated kitchen, attic space, separate garage, and we'll just look around and ask questions as they arise, Radley said. Come, precious, let's wander. He led Sarah inside, holding her hand as if she were the queen and he her devoted foot servant. The house was beautiful, that was for sure. Huge, too. It had a big entrance foyer with a sweeping staircase, formal dining room on one side, giant paneled living room on the other. "Look at these stairs," Radley exclaimed. "I would sweep down in my dressing gown every single morning. These stairs are made for drama." "You could carry me up to bed every night," Sarah said. "And totally ravish you," Radley said. He tried to pick Sarah up, but failing, he was a scrawny thing. He and Sarah nonetheless ran upstairs, laughing like hyenas. Josh and Frank trailed behind. "You'd have 5,500 square feet," Frank said. 5 full bathrooms, 2 half baths, central air, a really gorgeous master bath." He stopped in the doorway of the master bedroom. Radley and Sarah were rolling around in the king-size bed like puppies. "I love me a hard mattress," Radley said with a southern drawl. "I love me a hard man," she returned, and they dissolved again into laughter. They're so in love," Josh said. "Whatever you say," Frank said, doubt heavy in his voice. The house had a study, a beautifully redone kitchen, a dining room, family room, office, butler's pantry, whatever that was, a formal living room, the aforementioned 5 bedrooms. "The yard's a little small," Josh said, looking out the back window. "And I think the house is a little too large." "Are you two planning on having kids?" Frank asked Radley gamely. "We are," Sarah said. "God willing, we'll have 8. We're waiting till the wedding night to consummate the marriage," Radley said. "Sarah didn't want to, but I insisted. I want to be pure for my bride." They darted out of the room, where they could be heard gasping with laughter, congratulating each other on their funniness. "Sorry, they're idiots, but they're mine," Josh said. "What else have you got?" "You want to stay in Providence proper, right?" "I think so," Josh said. "I honestly haven't thought about it until recently." The next house was another breathtaking beauty, and about a third smaller than the first house. But again, the backyard was teeny. Pebbles wouldn't be able to run anywhere. Maybe Lauren was right. Being in a neighborhood would be good for him. The mill building was gorgeous, and while Josh was cordial with his neighbors, he barely knew them and didn't see any reason to change that now. But working outside in the yard or sitting on the porch, saying hello to neighbors as they walked, well, it could happen, especially with his 2 goofy friends. They'd help break the ice. He pictured Octavia and Sebastian there, Darius grilling up some brats on the grill, Jen holding the new baby. Maybe something with a little more room outside? They looked at a third house, but it was down by the Capitol, right near the train station, and Josh would be driven crazy by the noise. It was also new construction and very new money, which Josh supposed he was, but he was not the type who needed to brag about his Venetian glass drawer pulls and Italian marble island. "I'm so over this subway tile, all-white kitchen," Radley said. "But this island, babe, think of the filthy things we could do up here." "Oh, chop those vegetables the way Mommy likes," Sarah said in a breathy voice. More staggering, more wheezing, more apologies from Josh. "Are you actually interested in buying a house, or is this just because you're bored?" Frank asked. "It's okay if you are. People do it all the time." "No, I just started looking. These 2 are just comic relief. My wife died in February, and I guess I need a change." "I'm so sorry," Frank said. "Thanks." Hopefully, his tone shut that conversation down. "Describe the perfect house for you," Frank suggested, sitting at the island and gesturing for Josh to do the same. The perfect house would have Lauren in it. Their kids. "Don't be a loser." Josh took a deep breath and exhaled. "I don't want a mansion. This is too imposing. It's beautiful, but it's too sterile. The other houses were too much like museums." He thought a moment. "I want a house where my family can visit. A big yard for my dog, a decent kitchen, I like to cook. He liked to cook for others. Cooking for himself was boring and depressing to boot.
Got it, Frank said. I have a place in mind, actually. It's not in Providence, but it's just over the line in Cranston. It backs up to Narragansett Bay, and it's a nice old house with great woodwork and some stained glass windows. Big, but not grotesque. It needs some work, but the bones are great. Want to see it?
Sure. Radley and Sarah would, that was for sure. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the house, a fat, older house, not quite a Victorian, not quite arts and crafts, not quite Tudor, a little odd, really, with its steeply pitched roof and lead-paned windows, big yard. The back led to a set of stairs down to a dock overlooking Narragansett Bay. It smelled like the ocean and pine trees. They went up the deep front porch, which wrapped around one corner. It would be nice and shady in the summer, he imagined. Frank fumbled with his key.
Sorry we're acting like children, Radley said, smiling. We're his friends. This guy here is solid gold, but needs a laugh every now and then. Children are much better behaved than the two of you, Frank said, glancing at Radley.
Maybe he was eye-fucking. Josh didn't know about these things. Frank found the right key, opened the front door, a solid oak relic flanked by lead-paned windows, and in they went.
Holy shit, Sarah said. It's... wow.
They wandered around in silence, Frank wisely letting them see for themselves. Beautiful woodwork, stained glass, and beams greeted them in the living room, which clearly had remained untouched since it was built. The craftsmanship and style were from another era. It smelled a bit musty, but not in a bad way, just in an old house way. Whoever lived here last had been fond of ugly wallpaper and paint colors. The dining room was a violent shade of purple, but sported a fireplace. The kitchen was mac and cheese yellow, with the original glass-paned cabinets painted blue. At some point, the owner had updated the counters to yellow formica, and the floor was chipped vinyl. The house went on forever, a small study with chestnut floor-to-ceiling bookcases against orange-painted walls. There were multiple fireplaces and porches. There was a sunroom, wallpapered with a pattern that resembled splotches of blood, and, continuing the body secretions color palette, bile green shag carpeting. Upstairs, it was uglier. The previous owners had put in awkward modifications here and there, dividing one bedroom into two with a shaky wall, installing a casket-sized shower in one bathroom and, for some mysterious reason, building a closet around the clawfoot tub. 3 bathrooms were carpeted. Every upstairs window would need to be replaced, and some would have to be custom-made. 4 bedrooms, plus a very cool attic suite on the 3rd floor that had a sitting room with slanted ceilings and funky little windows, a good-sized bedroom and full bathroom.
This used to be the maid's quarters. Perfect for a teenager, Frank said.
Outside, the large, wooded yard led down to the water. There was a workspace over the garage, its windows looking out over the bay, where, come summer, there'd be a plethora of sailboats, no doubt.
The Edgewood Yacht Club is over there, Frank said, if you're interested in boating.
He pictured Lauren sitting on the deck of a sailboat in a big floppy hat, smiling at him. I'm not really a boat person, he murmured. He could always sell it, probably at a profit once he got rid of that tacky wallpaper, overhauled the kitchen, and updated the bathrooms. He kind of liked the rambling nature of the house, the fact that it wasn't just one thing. It was full of nooks and crannies and secret closets, beautiful banisters, and a creepy cellar. It was, he thought, a little bit like him. Awkward on the outside, yet lovely within, if you could put in the work. The house was to Josh as Josh had been to Lauren, needing an overhaul, but full of potential. He bet she would have liked that analogy. He could picture Sebastian and Octavia playing on the porch with their little cars and trucks and animal toys, watching fireworks on the 4th of July. The yard was plenty big enough for a dog, or even 2. Darius and Jen could come and stay. He could almost hear Darius's big laugh as he grilled. Plenty of room for everyone. And in the study, with the broken fireplace, a little girl could curl up on that window seat and read all day. She could color in the sunroom and make a fairy house under the big maple trees, the way Lauren had told him she had done as a child. Stand at the counter and help Sumi and Ben make kimchi. This little girl, she was not Octavia. She was his future daughter, shy like him, black hair, pretty eyes. She'd love to read and build things. She could sleep in the front bedroom with the big windows and run down the ornate stairs on Christmas morning. She could sit in the deep clawfoot tub at bath time, and he would push her hair back from her face as he tucked her in at night, and, "I'll take it," he said to Frank. "Excuse me a minute?" He bolted outside and stood under the bare trees, looking toward the water, his heart jackhammered in his chest, and for a few seconds his vision blurred, but the cold air helped. It wasn't a red out. It was something like panic. He was breathing too fast. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox. "I'm sorry, Lauren," he said out loud. "I'm sorry." He leaned against the pine tree, its bark rough against his back. That little girl was the first time he'd pictured a future without his wife that wasn't bleak and solitary. The first time he'd imagined the possibility of being happy without Lauren, of loving someone not linked to her. The first time he'd imagined having a child who wasn't theirs. He took in a slow breath and let it out, then another. Wiped his eyes. "Don't be a loser," he could almost hear her saying. "This is exactly the point." Chapter 31. Joshua. Month 12. February. The rush of buying the house carried him along for a few weeks. He'd shown it to Jen and her crew. Sebastian had proclaimed it the best house in the world for hide and seek, Uncle Josh, and Donna had clucked over how extravagant it was. "But you deserve it, of course." His own mom had simply told him how proud of him she was, and then picked out the room she'd like when Ben, Sumi, and I come here for 2 weeks every August. Ben proclaimed it perfect for Josh. After the whirlwind closing, Josh went back to the house with Radley and Sarah. The neighborhood was quiet. Josh assumed some of the houses were second homes that filled up in the summer. The former owners had agreed to sell him some of the furniture, which was great. Some of the stuff was quite nice, and the house was too big for him to furnish on his own. He figured his two friends would be good people to give him advice on where to put stuff and help him feel less lost in this place. He didn't plan to move in for some time, although Frank had told him that the market was hot for loft apartments like his, and he'd be thrilled to list Joshua's. But the apartment was where he and Lauren had lived. Josh wasn't sure if he was ever going to sell it. He didn't have to decide right away, but he did have to get his ass in gear and earn some more money. Chiron Medical Enterprises, the company in Singapore, had sent him a case of wine and reminded him they'd love to host him, whatever he decided about their job offer, which was still on the table. Right now, Radley was peppering Sarah with questions about why she went into public service instead of the more lucrative private counseling. "I wanted to go where the need was greatest. The kids in the system, it just sucks so bad for them. Most of the time, they're taken out of their homes at a really awful moment, then plopped into a foster home. No matter how nice the foster family is, it's traumatic. So if I can be their friend or their rock during that time," there was a lot of nobility in that answer. "Do you think you'll ever burn out?" Radley asked. "Absolutely. It seems like everyone in the department does, but for now, I'm good." She stood back and surveyed the results of the furniture placement. "When you go to private practice, we can be partners." "That would be so fun, Radley." She smiled at their friend, then looked at Josh. "How are we doing, Josh? You like where we put this?" "Yes," he answered before he looked at it. "Great. Well, I have to run. I've got a date." "Not so fast," said Radley. "Spill." "He's a telemarketer," she said sheepishly. "Timeshares." "Oh, my God, honey," Radley said, recoiling. "Is the dating scene that bad?" "Yes." "Any port in a storm?" Radley asked. "I just think if I comb through enough manure, I'll find my diamond." "You deserve someone great, Sarah," Josh said, surprising himself. "You sell yourself short." She tilted her head to look at him. Thank you? You do. Don't go out with the telemarketer. Hey, he's employed, unlike half of the men I meet. Maybe you date crappy men so you'll always have an excuse for why you're single, he said. Josh, Radley said. You need to work on your filter, honey. He looked at Sarah. He's right, though. Oh, fuck you very much, both of you, she said fondly. I'll text you later. Miracles happen. He could be a good person. See you guys soon. She left, and Radley sighed. If I was straight, I'd marry her. Really? Sure. Maybe. Or not. I don't know. The idea of sex with a woman makes my testicles retract. What shall we do next, Joshua? I was thinking, he said. Should he filter this next thing? Would you like to live here? Maybe. You could have the 3rd floor, and when you start seeing clients, you could use the space over the garage. But if you don't want to, it's okay. Radley's eyes were wide. That's a very big offer. Are you sure? Yeah. It's too big for one person. Radley sat back. Well, Joshua, that's incredibly kind of you, but you won't be alone forever. You'll find someone again. It's only been 11.5 months. He swallowed. I would love to have you. If not you, I'd probably find someone else, a tenant or something. I might be traveling more in the future, and it would be good to have someone here when I'm gone. Dog care and that kind of thing. He paused. Companionship. Radley sat quietly for a moment. My lease runs out in March. We'd have to have ground rules about privacy and all that. You might get sick of me. True. He felt his lips tug in a smile. Maybe we can do a trial run. 6 months, and if it's not working or either of us feels uncomfortable, no hard feelings. I mean, I need my own space too. And I'd insist on paying rent. A token amount, but still. Okay. They looked at each other. Then Radley leaped to his feet and hugged him. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Can I go see my floor? Josh laughed, and Radley ran upstairs. This house is fucking beautiful, he yelled behind him. Good. It wouldn't be alone. Radley never talked about it, but Josh knew money was tight. This would be a win for them both. As ever, he thought of Lauren. You would love him, he thought. He's my best friend, outside of you. In 2 weeks, it would be their 4th wedding anniversary, and right on the heels of that, the 1st anniversary of her death. A year. Would the grief magically lift? Would it get worse? He supposed he was about to find out. On February 14th, Josh started drinking wine at noon. Funny that a year ago he had been a teetotaler. Well, widowers deserved a drink, especially on a crap day like today. It was dark and sleeting out, the perfect atmosphere for misery. Nothing like New England's shitty winter weather to underscore the mood. He went into his bedroom and brought the dogwood tree out to the living room and sat it next to the couch. Let's watch our wedding video, he practically snarled. Great, so he resented the tree now. And why shouldn't he? He was feeding off his dead wife. He pulled up the video on the TV. It had been their tradition to watch it on their anniversary. 3 whole times. Thanks for killing her, God. If you exist, you're an asshole. Go ahead, strike me down. I'm ready. There was Darius, beaming like a proud papa as he walked Lauren down the aisle, her mother sobbing, Jen beaming, his own mom teary-eyed and smiling, Ben looking so dapper as best man, and Lauren so full of life and light that she truly did glow. No tears for her that day. She'd been all smiles, the most beautiful expression on her face, solemn yet joyful, as she looked in his eyes and said the words, I, Lauren Rose Carlyle, take you, Joshua Stellan Park, to be my husband. His own voice had been steady and sure that day, and he remembered knowing with every molecule in his body that this was right. They belonged together. Their first dance hadn't been slow and romantic. It had been For Once in My Life by Stevie Wonder. Happy, bouncy, A song that brought a smile to everyone, and their guests had clapped along as Josh and Lauren spun and laughed and goofed around on the dance floor. No practiced routine for them. No, sir, just pure, unadulterated joy. And now he was alone, day-drinking and crying. He pulled Pebbles onto his lap and let his tears seep into her soft fur while she licked his head. Just last year, Lauren had left a path of lit candles to their bedroom. It turned out to be the last time they'd made love. A year. A fucking year without her. He wasn't proud of himself for surviving it. He would have cheerfully died if it were up to him. He should have been hit by a bus, and the laughs they'd have in the great beyond if that happened. He would never love anyone the way he loved her. It took some time to notice the red envelope that had been slipped under his door. Lauren's handwriting. Happy anniversary. A yellow sticky note was attached to the envelope in different handwriting. There's one more left after this one. Take care today. Sarah. His hands shook as he opened it. It was one of those overly expensive cards made with tiny swirls of paper, practically a sculpture. 2 hearts intertwined, all the colors of the rainbow where the hearts intersected. Inside there was only one line in her fat, pretty handwriting. I will love you forever. I love you too, he said, his voice rough with emotion. He was so grateful she thought ahead, thought of him without her. But he missed her. He missed her so much that his knees gave out, and he slid to the floor and let his head fall back against the door. Then Pebbles was there, wagging, licking him, whining, nudging him hard with her herder's nose. Okay, he said, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. Message received. He was treated to a full face lick from the dog. You're a good girl, he said, hugging her. Such a good puppy. He went back to the couch, looked at his watch. 1:16 p.m. Just 10 hours and 44 minutes until this endless day was over. On February 22nd, Joshua held a jesa ceremony to honor his wife on the anniversary of her death. He'd been talking more frequently to Ben since he'd met his biological father. This day needed to be marked, and Ben came through, as ever, with the idea for a jesa, a Korean tradition to honor the dead. It was usually reserved for ancestors, Ben had said, but who cared? He had described the ceremony in great detail, and to Josh, it sounded perfect. He'd gone to the Kims the day before, and his mom took a rare day off to help cook. There were Korean foods and some of Lauren's non-Korean favorites, all in some kind of order to pay homage to her life. Now all that food sat in 5 rows on Josh's coffee table. The dessert row, which contained chestnuts, pears, apples, and persimmons, as well as clementines, which had been Lauren's favorite food, and yakwa, the honey cookies she had loved. Donna had brought chocolate chip cookies, Lauren's childhood favorite, and Josh added them as well. The next row had pickled herring, another Lauren favorite, kimchi, shrimp, and stuffed clams. Then came the soups, fish, vegetable, chicken noodle. The next row of food contained the sticky chicken she loved, and jeon, the vegetable-imbued pancakes. The final row, farthest from where Josh would sit, contained a bowl mounded with rice and another type of soup, beef turnip, Korea's traditional soup for the dead, and a bowl of sand. Ben had brought over a small rice paper screen which he set up at the other side of the coffee table, the idea being that Lauren's spirit would come and sit on the other side of it. On the table was a picture of her taken on their wedding day, her eyes shining, her skin perfect, her lips curved in a smile full of love. Next to the table was the dogwood tree, a full foot taller than it had been last year. Josh knew he would do this jesa only this once, that after today the first year would be over and all those firsts would be done. But he needed to mark this day somehow, and the whole year that had passed. He'd invited everyone close to her, Jen and her family, Donna and her boyfriend Bill, Sarah, Radley, Ozma, and Lauren's boss, Bruce, Sumi and his mom, and Ben, of course. When everyone had arrived and stood in the living room, he opened the living room window to let in her spirit. A few seconds later, he closed it. Hope you made it inside, babe, he thought, swallowing the lump in his throat. Jen's face was already wet with tears, and Sebastian's eyes were round and solemn. Octavia was asleep on Darius's shoulder. Donna and Bill held hands, Donna's eyes red-rimmed. Sarah and Radley stood together. Ozma stood next to Bruce, her arm through his. Ben had his arm around Sumi. Everyone watched in silence. Josh knelt in front of the table and lit the incense. Ironic, since Lauren hated incense. Don't let that keep you away, he thought, almost smiling. Then Jen handed him a cup of rice wine, which he circled over the table. He'd spent all week studying the ceremony notes Ben gave him, but if he got some wrong, he was sure Lauren would forgive him. He poured a little wine into the sand 3 times, then laid a pair of chopsticks across the rice bowl. He turned to Donna and bowed to her, the mother, and then repeated the gesture to Jen, honoring her family. Tears were on everyone's cheeks now, and all was quiet, except for the sound of sniffling. Josh stood and faced the photo of his wife, his heart gripped in a vice. Lauren Rose Carlisle Park, he said, his voice surprisingly steady. I call your name as the year changes and the day on which you died has come. I will love you forever and will never forget your love, as big and wide as the heavens. In your honor, I humbly offer you this meal. Then he knelt in front of the table, looking at her picture for a minute, then bowed so his forehead touched the cool floor. He stayed there a minute, tears flooding his eyes. So much love, so much sorrow. I miss you, he thought. Please be safe. Please be happy. When he rose, his mother handed him a tissue and gave him a nod of approval, squeezing his arm. Thank you all for coming, he said, his voice breaking. And then Jen was hugging him, and his mother, and Donna and Sarah, and Darius, Sebastian wrapping his little arms around Josh's legs. Everyone gathered around him and held him in their love. Not just for Lauren, but love for him. We love you, Josh, Jen said fiercely. We do, brother, Darius said. I love you, Uncle Josh. I love you, son. I love you. We love you. We love you. He started to cry then, and surrendered to it, sobbing in the embrace of their love. They weren't just here for Lauren. They were here for him. We do get to eat, he said finally, and everyone laughed. Good, I'm starving, Jen said, squeezing him harder before releasing him. He knew there was a proper way to serve the food and such, but he was done with the formality. This was enough. His guests helped themselves, his mother and Sumi handing out forks and plates and chopsticks. Donna poured wine and Darius opened beers. Josh went to the window and looked out, the cold air feeling good against his skin. Sarah came and took his hand. She would be so proud of you, she whispered. She always was. You did it, Josh. You made it through the first year. He nodded, and then he hugged her. Thank you for sticking by me, he said. She nodded, took a shaky inhale, then let go. How was your date? He asked. It was as bad as you guys predicted, she said, wiping her eyes. One of his icebreaker questions was, if you were going to kill me, how would you do it? He laughed. Wow. Another one bites the dust, she said. Hey, would it be okay if I put on some music? Some of Lauren's favorites? That would be great, he said. She went over to the iPad and started clicking away. Ben appeared next to him. You did great, son, the older man said. She was a special girl. There were tears in his eyes. Josh hugged him. Thank you, Ben, for being my father, for helping me. It's an honor. Josh patted Ben's shoulder. Go get some food. What about you? I'll be there in a minute. It was good to have a little distance from the throng, but he was so glad they were all here. A year ago, and for the 2 years previous, he had only thought of them as Lauren's. This past year, they had become his as well, some more than others, but all of them taking him into their hearts. He was lucky. They had walked with him through this long, lonely year. He was damn lucky, not just to have been Lauren's husband, but to have all of these people as well. Then he saw a movement in the far corner of the living room, and his heart jolted. For just 1 second, he saw his wife wearing the long pink dress she'd worn so often that Cape Cod summer. Her hair was loosened. She wasn't wearing her cannula. She was watching Sebastian and Octavia, who were playing on the couch, a faint smile on her lips. Then she turned to him and smiled in full, that smile that just staggered him. Her brown eyes sparkled with laughter as they had so often. For that 1 second, he saw once again all the love she had for him, all the joy. He didn't look away. He didn't even breathe, hoping the moment would last forever. Then his eyes swam with tears, and when he blinked, she was gone. Chapter 32. Joshua. Month 13. March. He did not read the letter Sarah left in March. Instead, he emailed Alex at Chiron Medical Enterprises and asked when would be a good time to visit. Then he called Cookie, who booked him a flight, and he flew to Singapore a week later. At the Chiron headquarters, he told Alex and Naomi his terms. He'd take the job, but would need to be based in Rhode Island, though he'd spend 2 weeks out of 6 in Singapore. Way to rack up those frequent flyer miles. They said yes immediately. He was introduced around, given a first-class tour of the beautiful city, taken out for dinner, and to meet the woman who would be his Singapore-based assistant. Over dinner, he told Alex and Naomi he was a widower, and it had been just over a year. They expressed their condolences, and no one said anything more about it. His salary was less than he'd made some years, but it was steady, had good health care benefits, 6 weeks a year of vacation, because everyone but Americans knew the value of significant time off. He'd also get bonuses based on patent and design implementation. Alex and Naomi suggested he hire 2 engineers and an assistant to work in Providence. It was time for a change.
Chapter 33. Lauren. 57 months left. 2 years and 1 month after her father died, and the day after she graduated from Rhode Island School of Design, Lauren Rose Carlisle had made a list, a really important list. The past 25 months had been tumultuous. When her father died the spring of her sophomore year, she was thrown into a tarry pit of grief and chaos. Dad had been the world's best, and his death was so shocking it changed Lauren's world. The rest of her college time was spent in the weird limbo of loss, where she went through life eating and showering, doing projects and papers, and hanging with her friends and sister. Sometimes she found herself laughing, and it came almost as a surprise. Sometimes she'd stop abruptly in the middle of a sidewalk, asking herself, "Am I awake right now? Is this really my life? Are you seriously saying I will never see my father again?" The fabulous Dave Carlisle, beloved by all, hated by none. Devoted husband, adoring father, excellent neighbor, dog lover. Sweet Dave Carlisle, who ran 2 miles a day and didn't eat dessert, just slumped over at his desk one afternoon, a half-finished container of strawberry yogurt next to him. No profound last words, no family holding his hand, whispering how much they loved him. Lauren had worshipped her dad. No man was perfect, of course, except her dad. He was funny, corny, indulgent enough, strict enough, and went through life happily stunned at his great luck in marrying Donna, the love of his life. Daughters? What could be better than 2 perfect girls? Nothing. Lauren knew it was a rare dad who could make both his girls feel like they were his favorite. When Jen had sweet little Sebastian, just 5 months before her dad's untimely death, He had cried at the sight of his grandson and later sent flowers to his wife and both his girls, congratulating them on their new status in life: grandmother, mother, aunt. At the age of 20, Lauren would have been hard-pressed to find a single time her father had let her down, been irritable with her, or shown her anything but love and wonder. Darius, Jen's husband, had been pronounced almost as wonderful as Daddy by Jen herself, to which Darius said he'd have to up his game. "Are you kidding, son? You're fantastic," her dad had said. "You just take care of my little girl." Lauren herself had ridiculous standards when it came to dating. She and Sarah would argue cheerfully over this. Sarah thought everyone deserved a chance, and Lauren didn't want to waste time on anyone who showed the slightest red flag. She had seen how a real man should treat a woman. She didn't want anything less. Her dad's autopsy showed a massive aneurysm. It wasn't fair. He had deserved better. The kind of guy who'd pull over to change a flat for anyone, who paid off the balance of a family's layaway at Christmas. Dave Carlisle should have died heroically, running into a burning building to save babies and puppies, and he would have run in, and Lauren had no doubt he would have saved everyone. He should have died with a smile on his face, surrounded by the 3 women who loved him, his baby grandson on his chest, full of gratitude for the love he had earned in his life. But life sucks and shit happens, and all the other bumper stickers told Lauren that she had to swallow this bitter pill, a baseball-sized pill, and keep living. Sometimes grief brings a family together. Sometimes it pushes each person into a corner. Sometimes it does both. She and Jen had always been good to each other. Jen was 5 years older, and Lauren adored her appropriately. Jen had set the bar unfairly high with her grades and career in environmental law, her beautiful, kind husband, her perfect baby, and Lauren cheerfully acknowledged this. But when their dad died, they grew closer, and the age gap mattered less. They called each other a few times a day, whispering their grief and shock, crying with each other. Lauren went to visit all the time, holding Sebastian, laughing at his sweetness, crying because her dad wasn't there to see it. As time passed and the shock of grief lessened, they just got closer. Lauren's relationship with her mother, on the other hand, shriveled. Donna had always been the competent, brisk, all-knowing, all-powerful parent, but when her husband died, she crumbled. It was completely understandable. A love like Donna and Dave's, as Rhode Islanders pronounced it, didn't happen often. They had been the envy of all who knew them. Donna didn't seem to notice that her daughters had also lost someone incredibly important. Her focus was on herself, which wasn't exactly a surprise, as Jen and Lauren discussed. She'd been a good mother, totally solid, but not the kind who paid a lot of attention to her girls. As a teacher, her students ate up a lot of her patience. She wasn't cruel, it was just that her girls, especially Lauren, were something of an afterthought. Husband, job, community, and oh yeah, 2 daughters too. Lauren had always felt that if she were, say, kidnapped, it would take her mother a week or so to notice she was gone. "Shoot, where's that Lauren got off to?" she might say, failing to notice the ransom note taped to the door. But her dad would have charged to her rescue. When he died, the family seemed diminished by a lot more than 1/4. It was like 90% of them were dead too. Grief, you see, is lonely for everyone involved. Mom had lost her life partner. Jen didn't have the luxury of grieving the way Lauren did, not with a baby to care for, and her sorrow had to be dealt with in bits and pieces. And Lauren had to live with the knowledge that Dad wouldn't see all the important milestones of her adult life. Graduation from college, job, first apartment, getting married, having kids. He was just gone. It was thoughts like those that could bring a person to her knees. But she was her father's child, and with the help of a good therapist, her sister's love, Sarah's rock-like friendship, and the new friend she'd made in college, she kept on moving forward. She was a weeper, thank God, so there was no repressed emotions. She wanted to live a life her dad would be proud of, that she would be proud of. Parents die. Disney taught that right from the beginning. When the tears came, sometimes predictably, sometimes taking her by surprise, she gave herself 5 minutes for a full-on sob, then got back to the stuff at hand. She changed majors, got a good internship that morphed into a job offer. And then, that day after graduation, she made her list. Lists had magical powers, Lauren thought. All that crap about writing down your dreams and checking in, it worked. It had gotten her through college, especially after her dad died, keeping her focused and punctual. This list would be different. It would be a life list. She went to her laptop. Who was she, Jane Austen? And dared to dream big. No one else would see it, after all, so why not put it all out there? When she was done, it felt good. It made her feel oddly safe. Over the next few years, she looked at it periodically. She liked checking back in and crossing things off. She'd add things, too. And somewhere along the line, she started writing to her dad about the things on the list, or just life in general. It never failed to make her heart ache in the most painful and wonderful way. This little communication with her dad and the great beyond. She got 3 promotions in her first 2 years at Pearl Churchwell Harris Architects, putting in long hours, hitting it off with her boss, Bruce Churchwell, the mighty and beneficent. With her 3rd raise, she left the apartment she shared with 2 other women and got a tiny one of her own. She made time for her sister, mom, and friends. She dated, though very casually. She volunteered at a community center and rode her bike on the weekends. And then life changed with the kind of pulse that makes the world stop for a second, that lets you listen to the breath of stars and ocean. The day you recognize your life will never be the same. That moment came on a Friday in early February, and a snowstorm earlier in the week left Providence looking snug and warm, like a movie set. Walking to the Hope Center, Lauren had delighted in the prettiness of the city. Going home, she wasn't sure she saw a thing. Oh, no. Her mind was too busy for that. Even as her breath fogged in the cold air and cars drove carefully down the snow-narrowed streets, she needed to document this night, to talk with someone who would understand that this was it. The day she saw her future. Someone who would cherish her news and not say the wrong thing, but would understand the glow, the ember of something beautiful. Her dad, obviously. She came home to her little apartment in the old mill building, flicked on the lights, shrugged out of her raincoat, and slipped off her painful, beautiful high heels. Usually she took a moment to appreciate her home. She was a designer, after all. But tonight, she had things to do. She wanted to do this properly, because it felt so momentous, almost as if writing to her dad would make it official. So, not wanting to rush it, she went to the kitchen and took out a bottle, trying to make every movement deliberate, special, memorable. She unscrewed the cap and poured the wine into one of the very cool and cheap wine glasses she'd bought from IKEA, held it up to the light to appreciate the lovely golden color. She took her wine to the velvet couch her mother had told her not to buy. Why would you want a red couch? It looks like it's drenched in blood. Settled herself, took a sip of the wine, set the glass on the coffee table, and opened up her laptop with a great sense of anticipation welling in her chest. Lauren had just come from the opening of the community center where she volunteered. 2 years ago, she'd suggested to Asma Qayyum, the director, that the place needed an overhaul. 4 grants later, after countless hours of pro bono design work and sweat equity from dozens of volunteers, the Hope Center had opened its new and beautiful doors to celebrate the transformation. The event had been packed with donors, community members, and the kids who'd helped paint and decorate. All 3 bosses from Pearl Churchwell Harris were there, smiling approvingly. Jan and Darius had come. Her mother had not, but that was probably just as well. The RISD interior design class had come, as well as half a dozen former classmates, including one surprise guest. Lauren took a deep breath, a sip of wine, and opened the list she'd started 3 years ago now. She'd updated it a dozen or more times, this path for her life, when she had felt a little lost and uncertain. when she wanted to reassure herself, when she felt lonely or unsure, or just when she wanted to feel close to her father. Some of the things on the list were to be expected. Some were a little silly, and some were completely sincere. Things to do in the next 5 years. 1. Get your dream job. 2. Find a great apartment. 3. Make a difference in the community. 4. Have little kids run up to you because they adore you. 5. Do something that would make Jen proud. 6. Buy and wear a really fancy dress to a significant event. 7. Meet the man you'll marry. She started typing. February 6th. Dear Dad, do I have news for you? Today was a big day. My first solo project opened, the Hope Community Center. This was a big deal, not just for me, but for Providence, Dad. We need a place like this, and even though it was there before, it was kind of grim and industrial, not to mention underused. Not anymore. There were so many happy families there tonight. I admit I felt a little holy and saint-like, but seriously saint-like. Parents now have a cool place to hang out, take classes, meet each other, and it's all free. Kids have all sorts of activities, art, dance, computer classes. There's a teen hangout room, a toddler playscape, and it's so flippin' pretty. Natural light, great flow, cool colors, none of that primary color shock wall look, you know what I'm saying? The party was fantastic. A few local restaurants donated the food and drinks, stuffies and hot wieners and a raw bar from the Eddy. We had Dell's lemonade for the kids, wine and champagne for us grown-ups. Oh, Dad, if you had been there, you would have been so proud. I was thinking about you so hard, knowing you wouldn't have missed the opening for the world. For a second, I thought I could feel you there. I swear I caught a whiff of Aquavelva. Thanks for that, Daddy. I wore my fancy dress, Armani. Don't worry, I got it online for cheap, and don't forget I did apparel design for 1.5 years. For the opening tonight, I wanted to look the part, like a successful public space interior designer who works for a great firm and represents the Providence community. Because even though it still surprises me, I am that person. Back before you died, I admit that I was a little unfocused. I mean, winning Project Runway was basically the only plan I had for the future. Thanks for loving me just the same. I'm so glad I'm not designing clothes, and I'm doing this instead. Seeing those families tonight was incredible, Daddy. Feeling like they have this gorgeous place, partly because I helped. I felt really proud, and humbled, and lucky, and just overjoyed. What a great job I have. Next up, I want to overhaul an ER waiting room because I was there 2 weeks ago. Dad, I have asthma. Who knew? Anyway, it was so frickin' ugly I almost cried. If you're sick, you should be able to be somewhere that doesn't look like Jean Valjean's prison cell. But I digress. You know how I wanted little kids to run up to me because I'd done something great? It happened. Ozma, the director of the Hope Center, gave her speech to welcome everyone. I didn't know she was going to do this, but she said the nicest things about me. How hard I worked, how I went above and beyond the call, how I made this place a second home for so many. And yes, I've been practically living there the past year, and I do love the kitties. But she surprised me, and my eyes filled with tears, and Jen put her arm around me, and my bosses were beaming because they're really nice, but also because of the great PR. Then, much to my complete shock, Ozma called me up to the podium to say a few words, and Jen hugged me and had tears in her eyes, and all the kids who've been helping or hanging out and painting the walls, they all ran up to me and hugged me, and they were saying, "Go, Lauren! Go, Lauren!" And it was the happiest moment of my life. I have no idea what I said, but it doesn't matter. Jen said it was perfect, bless her. I wish you could have seen me, Dad. I wish that so much. Lauren got up, blew her nose, took a hit of her inhaler, since crying made her chest feel tight, and noticed that her mascara was a terrifying raccoon level from the bittersweet tears. She washed her face, got into her PJs, put her hair into a ponytail, and got back to her laptop. Took another sip of wine, settled into her couch, and decided that once she was done with this update, she'd have that Pepperidge Farm coconut cake in the freezer for dinner because she hadn't eaten much at the opening, and also to celebrate because, well, something important was coming to an end. Even more importantly, something else was about to begin. Before we get to the last thing on my list, Daddy, I have a little story to tell you. When I was a freshman, back in the good old days when you were alive, I went to a party, which, I did probably more than I should, but in hindsight, thank God I had fun then because your death really took the wind out of my sails, Father. So I'm glad I got some irresponsibility in when I could. Anyway, I was at a party, and I may have been underage drinking. I was, so go ahead and haunt me. And then this ripple went through the room, this shiver of excitement through the herd, because he was here, the king of RISD, the golden boy, the future bazillionaire, Joshua Park. Who was this young man, you ask? Let me tell you. Joshua Park is A, extremely, extremely handsome, B, apparently a certifiable genius who skipped a year in high school, C, the inventor who designed something when he was 18 years old that sold to a huge medical company for a ton of money. And then he kept doing things like that. He donated the design of something that will save premature babies and has been on CNN. Based on the rumors, he was about to invent time travel. He was a senior at this particular party, and everyone was looking at him like he was Prince Harry. RISD's pride and joy. Word had it that already he had endowed the school with 1,000,000 buckaroos. Josh is also wicked handsome. I mentioned that, didn't I? And too cool for normal activities like parties, so he's not just a genius and already killing it professionally. He also has this loner Hawkeye vibe. So there he is, and this swarm of people enveloped him like bees crawling over the hive. Of course I was watching. We all were, and his name was being murmured through the crowd like a wave. Joshua Park, Joshua Park. And then the weirdest thing happened. I wanted to, rescue him. I wanted to save him. He looked so stone-faced and uncomfortable, blinking a little too much like he'd been inside for a week and had gotten his first glimpse of the sun, like a sad, extremely handsome earthworm. My heart just went out to him. So, you know me, Dad. Save him I would. Give him someone to talk to. Someone who could help him relax and not pump him for info on how much he's worth. Who doesn't love your little girl, right? I'm nothing if not adorable, charming, and a pretty good flirt. Your daughter, after all. I had no plans to jump him, kidnap him, rob him, or trick him into marrying me. I just figured I'd meet the golden one and befriend him and, sure, see if the old Carlisle charm would work. It didn't. I twisted and wove my way over, waited the appropriate amount of time as the throng told him how wonderful, amazing, brilliant he was, and finally had my chance. So, you're Joshua Park, I said. The man, the legend. He didn't answer, looked at me, and looked away. I'm Lauren Carlisle, freshman, apparel design. I smiled and hair-tossed. My hair was longer then, and again, I was 18. He looked at me and gave a tiny eye roll. What? I asked. I wasn't aware RISD had a clothing design major, he said. No, of course not. He was too erudite to know that. Do you have something against clothes? I asked, bristling like an adorable hedgehog. No. Good. I wouldn't think so since you're wearing clothes. I mean, technically they are clothes, if also a sin against humanity. I smiled, charmingly, trying to give him a second chance. He was wearing baggy tan cargo shorts and an orange polyester t-shirt, white athletic socks and sneakers. No smile for my comment. He was clearly looking for someone else to talk to. This only made me try harder. How are you liking your semester so far? Asked I, taking a sip of my drink. He shrugged. Not the most talkative guy, are you? Then he looked me up and down and said the following, which, yes, I remember word for word. I imagine that because you're pretty, you think the people won't notice that you're also shallow and not that interesting. My mouth dropped open, Father dear. Also, I was chewing gum and the gum came tumbling out, but I did catch it. Wow, I said. That's incredibly insulting. You don't know me. I don't need to know you. I think my head actually jerked back. I mean, I was just being a normal, happy, friendly college student. We had talked for all of 15 seconds, and yet he had decided I was shallow and boring? Boring? I was many questionable things, but boring was not one of them. I squished my gum into my napkin and dropped it in his drink, a move I am proud of to this day. Has anyone ever told you that you're condescending? I asked. No. Then please, let me be the first. You're incredibly condescending. No wonder you don't have any friends. And then I went over to talk to my friend Mara. I glimpsed him a couple of times before he graduated that spring, but we never talked again. Until tonight. Are you sensing the anticipation, Dad? The open house was in full swing, and suddenly I felt on the alert. Not in a scared way, but just aware. The way you can tell a thunderstorm is coming before you even hear a thing. It took a few minutes, and then I saw him, and I recognized him immediately. He hadn't changed, even though it's been 6 or 7 years. Still wicked handsome, still dressed pretty badly, ill-fitting jeans, and the ugliest Western shirt I've ever seen. But this time he was standing alone, looking at me. He raised his chin in recognition, and when I was done chatting with the city councilman, I went over. Hello, Joshua Park, I said. Hello, Lauren Carlyle. You remember me? He almost smiled. Your picture is in the foyer. So it was, among many photos hung there to thank the contributors and sponsors of the renovation. Well, we did meet once, I said. You insulted me at a party my freshman year. Also, I insulted you at a party your freshman year. Then he smiled, and so did I. This doesn't sound like apparel design to me, he said, looking around. He did remember me. I changed majors my sophomore year. And look at you now. My heart felt suddenly too big and hot for my chest. It wasn't that he was extremely handsome. It was the recognition. The way those 5 words honored me, almost like he was impressed. I like your shirt, I whispered, then cleared my throat. He looked down at it. Yeah, I don't remember where I got it. My mom, maybe. I didn't know there was a dress code. He blushed a little. Yeah, he was adorable. There's not. You look fine. Then he looked back at me. His eyes were dark and serious, but there was a little light in there, too. A candle on the darkest night. Suddenly, it felt like there was a bridge between us, linking us, and Dad, I had the semi-coherent thought that if I could walk across that bridge, I'd be in the most beautiful, happiest, safest place in the world. Then, alas, moment interruptus, courtesy of Elizabetta, one of the little cuties who is a regular here, tugging my hand. Lauren, come see what I just made. I worked the computer by myself, Lauren, and I made you a picture. It's all right if you go, Josh said, and those words hit me in the chest like a sledgehammer because he sounded so sad, so lonely. It wasn't all right. Do you want to have a glass of wine sometime? I asked, ignoring Elizabetta, who was jumping up and down, practically tearing off my arm. I don't drink alcohol. Coffee milk, then? Dunkin', water, tea, Dell's lemonade? Okay. Yes, I would like that. He blushed again, but didn't look away. I'm asking you on a date, just to be clear. Because this moment was infused with importance, with promise. I couldn't just drift off like a feather on the breeze, hoping he got that. Josh's face didn't change. In that case, definitely yes. Thank God. Fortune favors the bold and all that. Okay, Elizabeth, honey, 1 second. I pulled her hand free and took out my phone. She likes you, Elizabeth told him. Awesome wingman, my Elizabeth. I hope you're right, he said to the girl. And my heart, Dad, my heart. Guess I wasn't just pretty and shallow anymore. He was looking at me so thoroughly, like he could see that bridge too, and he wanted to cross it too. Your number, sir? I asked, dousing any cool girl vibe I might have had going. He gave it, and my fingers shook as I typed it in. Then I held up the phone and took his picture. So I can remember that shirt, I said. He smiled, and a bolt of pure golden light flew across that bridge straight into my soul. And listen to me, Dad. I have never, ever, not even once, had thoughts like this. Thank you for coming tonight, I said. I was just walking past. Don't ruin it. Let me think you were stalking me in a not creepy way for the past few years. I wasn't. Hush, a girl can dream. And then back to awkward. I mean, not that I was dreaming you were... And obviously I'm not a girl, I'm a woman. Never mind. Bye. Then I let Elizabeth pull me away and I looked over my shoulder. He was still looking, a very positive sign. So, Dad, that brings me to the last thing on my list. Meet the man you'll marry. Consider it done, Daddy. Consider it done.
Chapter 34. Joshua. Month 14. April. The letter sat on his bureau, where he'd put it since Sarah had dropped it off. Josh, number 12. He still hadn't read it. Why would he? He could keep this thing going forever if he didn't open that envelope. A month ago, Radley had moved into the house in Cranston and was stripping the wallpaper. He sent daily updates and photos, commenting on how the snowdrops had popped up on the lawn, how the daffodils would burst soon. It would be lovely. It already was. But Josh didn't have plans to move just yet, because moving, that would be the end of the time he'd lived in this apartment with his wife. He suddenly understood why so many folks on the forum had left their houses shrines to their lost spouses, because it was comforting, because once he sold this place, he would never be able to come back. But things were changing whether he wanted them to or not. The apartment didn't smell the way it used to. Lauren's shower gel had turned rancid. Damn that organic stuff. And he'd had to throw it away. Her pillow had lost its Lauren smell, no matter how deeply he inhaled. He started sleeping in the middle of the bed. And he had the new job. He was getting acclimated to working with other people, daily updates, action points, Zoom meetings. God bless the mute and video cut buttons. Frank, the realtor, had rented out a floor of office space for Josh's new team in the Hanley building. He took his new engineer out for dinner. Erica had worked in Singapore but grew up on the East Coast, and she was thrilled to be back near her family. He hired a whiz kid, Matteo Cano, out of the same MIT program he'd been in, and he'd start in June. As for his administrative assistant, he offered the job to Cookie Goldberg. I live on Long Island, she said in her gravelly voice. What do you think? I want to move for you? I was hoping, he said. I have 9 grandchildren within 2 blocks. So you tell me. I guess this is the end of the road, then, she said. And for some reason, though he had only met her in person at Lauren's funeral, his throat tightened. Thank you for everything, he said, clearing his throat. You bet. And then she hung up, as unsentimental as ever. He sent her a severance check of $25,000 and the note, Take the grandkids to a national park on me. Cammy, his favorite working girl, recommended someone for the job, and so Josh was now in charge of 3 people, Erica, Matteo, and Andrea, who was in her 50s and immediately became the mother of the group, reminding people to drink water and go home on time. She went on coffee runs and bought art and plants and miscellaneous stuff for the offices to sex it up in here. Within weeks, Josh couldn't remember how he'd lived without her. When their business cards came, he looked at his for a long while. Lauren would have been so proud. Joshua Park, BFA, SCM, PhD, Vice President and Lead Designer, Biomedical Engineering, Chiron Medical Enterprises. He gave one to his mom, and she put it on the fridge, like it was a drawing he'd made in kindergarten. He also sent one to Christopher M. Zane with a note, "Hope you're doing well. Best, Joshua." Maybe someday he'd go to Chicago and meet his half-siblings. Maybe. Being on his own wasn't what he wanted anymore. It was too lonely. He didn't want to revert to that dorky, solitary workaholic Lauren had dated. He wanted to be more. Loving her and losing her had changed him, and he didn't want to go backward. But still, the letter waited. He found ways to pretend it wasn't there. He had a life these days, sort of, even if it had started as a substitute for Lauren. He was a regular at the Eddy, though their ever-changing staff never could remember his name. He and Jen met there every other Wednesday for lunch, and sometimes Darius would join them. Radley and he still went there often, and since it was close to the office, he started taking his staff there, too. He was heading up the robotics team at the Hope Center, which meant they would crush all other teams. He got his purple belt and graduated to be with the 9-year-olds. He visited the house in Cranston, which Radley was itching to name, and ripped out the kitchen countertops and took a sledgehammer to the hideous lime green master bathroom. Radley had already furnished the office above the garage in anticipation of having his practice there. The cherry blossoms burst forth, thrilling old gray Providence with color and beauty. Sarah went on a dating hiatus, per Radley's suggestion. The letter waited. And then, on a night in mid-April, 2 months after he was supposed to open it, Josh poured himself a glass of wine, called Pebbles up next to him, and held the letter in his hands. Josh, number 12. The last one. For a year, she had walked him through his grief. For a year, she'd loved him from the great beyond, guiding him, getting him out of his own way, making him feel her love, hear her voice. For a year, he had had her, even after he'd lost her. It was time to read the last thing she had to say to him. "Do you agree?" he asked Pebbles. She wagged her tail. "Okay, so be it." He opened the letter. It was longer than the others.
My darling, wonderful, kind-hearted Joshua, I love you. Picturing this year for you has been heartbreaking. In so many ways, I think I had the easier end of the stick. I got to die, and I had to leave you behind to do the work of living. I know it's been hard and lonely and horrible. I'm so sorry, honey. The absolute worst thing about this disease was not that I was going to die from it. It was that I broke your heart. The one thing I swore I'd never do. I am so sorry I left you, honey. I'm so sorry I hurt you and caused you to be sad and angry and isolated. If I have any say about it, I'll always watch over you and love you and smile down at you. I believe in your goodness more than anything else in my entire life. So, this is the last thing on my list, and it's the hardest one. Find someone to love. Oh, Josh, you're alive and wonderful. Let someone love you, someone great. I want you to open that amazing heart of yours again. I want you to be loved. I want you to have a fight with someone and have a hot makeup sex. I want you to be a father. I want you to love your second wife just as much as you loved me. Don't let me be your life's tragedy. Let me be one of the best things that ever happened, one of the many best things that ever happened to you. Let our time together be a beautiful, happy time in your life that came to an end, but led to more happiness, more love. You've mourned me enough, and I'm sure part of you always will. But the facts won't change. My life ended. Yours has not. You deserve everything, especially love, Joshua Park. You are single-handedly the best person I've ever met. It's time to put me aside and move on without me. You can do it, honey. You've been doing it, even if you think you haven't. Time keeps spooling out the days and weeks. You're better now. You've healed. I know it. It doesn't mean you'll forget me. It just means it's time to find someone else. On that note, I would like to present Sarah as a candidate. My guess is that you've become friends and you've seen her the way she really is. So devoted and hardworking, funny and smart and kind. I bet she's been there for you. I bet she loves you already. And I know she has wretched judgment when it comes to guys. You already know her, so you can skip over that awkward, "Where did you go to school?" crap. Also, she thinks you're hot, which you totally are. Think of me as your matchmaker from the GB. If it doesn't work, well, you gotta start somewhere, right? Unless you married that woman you kissed a few letters ago, which makes this letter irrelevant. I think I'm stalling, knowing this is the last time you'll ever hear from me this way. I'm crying a little, Josh. Actually, I'm sobbing. I don't know how to end this, but I know I have to. Take good care of yourself, honey. Be happy. Be full of joy. That's all I ever wanted. Thank you for our life together. I was so happy. I loved you with all my heart, Joshua Park. I'll see you again someday, my darling, wonderful husband. Lauren.
He put the letter down, tears blurring his vision. This was it. She was gone, again. Then suddenly it was there, right in front of him, the one memory of Lauren he'd been trying to bury. He couldn't turn away from it anymore, couldn't shove it down, couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, he was right back there again. The last day of Lauren's life, the last hour. It was time to remember that day. Then, maybe, he could let her go.
Chapter 35. Lauren. No time left. February 16th. The pneumonia came fast and furious, a thief in the night, robbing her of air. She was dimly aware of feeling awful, her chest heavy. 2 days ago, on their 3rd anniversary, she'd been fine. In a matter of hours, that changed. She'd been tired when she went to bed, sure, but somewhere in the night, true exhaustion set in. She pushed the covers back, too hot, then fell back asleep, the fatigue heavy and black. She coughed, her back spasming, but even that sharp, twisting pain wasn't enough to keep her awake. Her chest was working, trying to get enough air. She could hear the noise of her own breathing, gasping, but she was so tired. "Honey? Lauren?" With an effort, she opened her heavy eyes. "I think you're sick," he said, and she nodded, her head like an anvil. A sharp pain stabbed her on each inhale. He clipped the O2 monitor to her forefinger and stared at it, then put on the stethoscope and listened to her lungs. "Shit," he said. "Can you cough, honey? Get some gunk up?" This was not their first go-round with pneumonia, after all. He pulled her upright, and she tried, coughing into a tissue. Gross. Nasty, thick mucus the color of moss. Not a great sign. More coughing, accompanied by a wrenching back spasm. Josh massaged the muscle and increased her oxygen flow. After her first round of pneumonia, they'd bought a percussion vest, a heavy battery-operated thing that looked like a life jacket. Josh clipped it onto her now, and the thudding began. It was designed to loosen phlegm and help her clear her lungs. It felt like she was being punched, and she nearly tipped over with exhaustion. She tried to breathe deeply, but the stabbing pain cut her off. "Try huffing, sweetheart," he said, phone to his ear. "Hey, Dr. Bennett, it's Joshua Park. Lauren's got pneumonia again, I think. O2 stat is 79, lungs have crackles, and she's sweaty and feverish." Lauren got some more crap out of her lungs, but it was scary how much shit was in there. Then she was asleep again, even with the vest pounding away. She was aware that Josh was carrying her, putting her in the car, since it would be faster than the ambulance. He held her hand as he drove. It was only a few minutes. He pulled up in front of the ER doors, got out, and carried her inside. "My wife has pulmonary fibrosis, and it looks like she has pneumonia. She's a patient of Dr. Bennett's, and she needs a bed. Now." They listened to him. She was a frequent flyer here, after all. Then she was in a bed, and there were a lot of people around her, and they were saying the two familiar words: sats down, temperature up, heart rate too fast. "Lauren, we're going to intubate you, hon," said Carol, one of her favorite nurses. Lauren looked at Josh, his face tight with fear, held up her hand with the thumb, forefinger, and pinky sticking up. "I love you," in sign language. Then she made the L sign and put it against her forehead. "Loser," their little joke. Her arm flopped back on the bed. He managed to smile. "I love you too, loser." One of the nurses gave him a sharp look, and Lauren smiled. There was the pinch of a needle, and then she was floating on the darkness. Later, Jen was also there. "Fight it, sis," she whispered, her eyes wet. Lauren nodded, squeezed Jen's hand, fell back into the nothingness of sedation. Was she dying? The pneumonia was different this time, heavier, bigger. The next time she woke up, there was her mom, white-faced, hair messy. Sarah, murmuring something, smelling nice. More sleeping. Stephanie, smiling encouragingly. "You're doing fine, sweetheart," she said. "Rest." And always Josh, calm, steady, there every time she opened her eyes. She knew time was passing because of the stubble on his face. Oh, Josh. She loved him so much. She wanted to know how sick she was, but she couldn't talk, so she just raised her eyebrows and looked at him. He didn't move for a minute, then gave a small nod. "It's pretty bad, honey." She pressed her hands together to make a heart, and he smiled, but tears were in his eyes. Then sleep pulled her again, down, down, into the soft, comforting blackness. Later, she was asleep, but not as much, floating. Something large and heavy was on her chest, and even with the ventilator pushing air into her, she could tell it wasn't enough. She was so tired. Even though she'd been asleep, she was exhausted. Was this it? Was she really dying this time? She wanted Pebbles, her sweet little companion through all this. She wanted to see the kids, but she didn't want them to be scared or... And then she was back in the nothingness. Awake again. Josh in a different shirt. Time had passed then. She just wanted to look at him, drink him in. Jen was crying, so unlike her. Lauren raised her middle finger and smiled around the tube, and everyone laughed. Josh kissed her hand, and oh, that smile. Those eyes, that beautiful face. Yes, she was fairly sure she was dying. Panic flashed, but the nothingness sucked her down again. Sleep. Wake for a few minutes. Sleep. Smile. Squeeze Josh's hand. Sleep. She dreamed of Hawaii, swimming in the impossibly blue waters off the Nepali coast. She was in their honeymoon house and heard the roosters. She dreamed of holding Octavia as a newborn and woke up to feel the baby snuggled against her, the smell of her head so welcome in the midst of the sharp and sour smells of the hospital. She stroked her niece's cheek and was asleep again, dreaming of Octavia as a teenager, her hair so dark and beautiful. And Octavia was talking about a dance and what to wear. Sebastian was kissing her cheek and playing with her hand. In real life or in the dream? She felt a tug. Real life, then. She opened her eyes to smile at him and touch his cheek. Her arm felt as heavy as lead. She dreamed of him as an adult, driving her to the Cape House, which was different in the dream, but the same. Pebbles was in the back of the car, and Josh was waiting for her on the deck, smiling, wearing that awful Western shirt from the Hope Center reopening. Then she was at Sarah's wedding and forgot she was maid of honor and was trying to put on makeup as she stood on the altar. Josh washed her face with a warm cloth and fixed things. These were all the things she'd miss, she realized. The washcloth felt so real. She opened her eyes. Josh was washing her face. She smiled at him. Oh, God, her chest hurt so much. Everything hurt, her head, her skin, her bones. But seeing him felt so good, so safe. She smiled, and then the darkness pulled her deeper, and it was good. It was easier there, the enveloping blackness. She wasn't getting better. She was getting worse. Death sat close by. Dad, are you here? She fell asleep before she could wait for an answer. Awake again. Josh, Jen, Mom, Ben, and Sumi. Then sleep. The next time she woke, Dr. Bennett was there on one side, Josh on the other, stroking her hand, a blue shirt this time. Aye, honey, he said, and she loved his soft, deep voice so much. We need to talk. His face spasmed with grief. Shit. Her head thudded painfully. She tried to squeeze his hand, and he squeezed back. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't let him know you're scared. Lauren? Lauren, hey. Dr. Bennett took her hand, too, which was totally not encouraging. We lightened your sedation so we could talk. Can you hear me? Lauren nodded. Dr. Bennett pushed the button on the bed and raised her to more of a sitting position. God, her chest burned and hurt, jerking with the effort to breathe, fighting the respirator. She tried to let it breathe for her since she obviously was doing a crap job. She looked at the monitor. O2 sat at 70%. Heart rate 115, blood pressure 185 over 121. Her head was killing her. She looked at her hands, and the fingernails looked faintly blue. Not good. Not good at all. Her whole body was so heavy, as if she'd been pumped full of iron. Dr. Bennett, Quana, as she'd asked to be called way back when, sat next to her on the bed. Lauren, Dr. Bennett said, her eyes kind and wet. She gripped Lauren's other hand. The news is not good, honey. Your arterial blood gas is morbidly low. The x-rays show your lungs are filled with fluid and your sats are way down, even with the ventilator. She waited a beat, making sure Lauren was hearing all this. She was, unfortunately. Even though she'd known it was coming, the realization was a physical blow. She couldn't look at Joshua. You've been on antibiotics, but we're not getting anywhere in clearing the pneumonia. Your lung function is quite low. She nodded, squeezed Josh's hand. Her chest was working hard, even with the ventilator in, and it hurt. Your organs are shutting down, Dr. Bennett said, and we can't. We're out of options. Lauren closed her eyes. Out of options. This was it. She was dying. Her beautiful, happy life was ending. She'd known it would, but now that it was here, shit. She opened her eyes and looked at Josh. His mouth trembled. He tried to smile, but his eyes filled. I'm so sorry, honey, he said, and his voice broke. He bent over and pressed his forehead to hers. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, please, not yet. She didn't want to do this to her husband. Be brave, honey. Her father's voice. Oh, thank God he was here. Josh. Oh, Josh, I'm so sorry. Tears spilled out of her eyes, and he held the sides of her face, wiping her tears away even as he cried with her. Her heart swelled with sorrow and regret that she was leaving him. The love of her life. The love of her life. She lifted her hand to his hair, relishing the silkiness, stroked his cheek before her heavy arm dropped back to her side. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry. Are you in any pain? Dr. Bennett asked. Lauren nodded. Her chest ached, and a knife-like pain stabbed on every forced inflation. Flashes of light went off in her head like lightning strikes, searing and sharp. Her chest worked, and she could feel her breath crackling. Air hunger. Such an ugly, cruel thing. We'll get you some morphine, but Lauren, if we extubate you, the end will come pretty fast, Dr. Bennett said, and Lauren had to give her credit because though her eyes were shiny, she wasn't crying outright. You'll have a few hours, maybe less. If we keep you on the ventilator, it'll be more like a day, maybe 3. The choice is yours. Well, shit. She'd give anything for another couple of days, but being on the ventilator also meant being unconscious. She could die that way, just slip away, pain-free. Joshua deserved more. Your mom, Jen, and Darius are in the waiting room, Josh said. Sarah's on her way. She pointed to the tube and mimicked pulling it out. You want us to extubate you? Dr. Bennett asked, and Lauren nodded, looking into Joshua's eyes. I'm sorry. After a long second, he nodded too, and then put his hand up to his eyes. She reached for him, her arm not quite making it, and he caught it, took her hand, kissed it, his lips staying a long time. She felt his tears drop on her skin. She squeezed back, but she was so weak she wasn't sure he felt it. Though she tried not to, she fell asleep again, still holding Josh's hand. Distantly, she was aware of more people in the room, adjusting her, moving things. The tube was pulled from her throat, and she gagged a little, getting another stab with the effort. She could hear herself gasping, her chest working hard. Oh, shit, it hurt. She heard a moaning sound, hers, she assumed. Someone was putting something in her hand. Just press this button when you need more pain control, a female voice said. She pressed, and a warm wave enveloped her, making her float. Morphine. Oh, that was nice. Her head pain went away, and her chest didn't hurt as much, wasn't jerking so much. Even her breathing was easier, thank God. Atta girl, the nurse said, and Lauren opened her eyes and smiled. Josh was standing right next to her, his face ruined. Hi, she said, her voice a croak. Hi, honey. I love you. It was hard to get the words out. I love you, too. So much. Nurse adjusted her, and with such kindness, brushed her hair and washed her face gently, gave her a sip of water. Thank you, Lauren whispered. You're welcome, honey. The nurse dropped a hand on her shoulder. I'll pray for you both. She was crying. Nurses were the best. Do I look pretty? Lauren asked her husband, and she managed to smile. Even her face was tired. Beautiful, he answered, trying to smile back despite the tears in his eyes. Do you want me to get everyone? She nodded. Then get rid of them. Just us. They'd talked about this. Lauren didn't want her mom and sister to witness the moment of her death. She didn't want them to hear her last breath. Just us, he said and kissed her, his lips so warm and wonderful. Then left the room. She didn't want Josh to suffer through this, her final minutes, maybe hours, but she knew he wouldn't leave her. She wouldn't leave him if the case were reversed. She took a hit of morphine and closed her eyes, and when she opened them, her family was there. Mom, Jen, Darius, Sarah, Stephanie, the Kims. All their faces a study of grief and fear and love. Darius was holding Pebbles in his strong arms. He put the dog on the bed with her and put her hand on the dog's head. Poor Pebbles. I'm sorry, honey, Lauren thought. Her dog, her friend through all this. Pebbles' tail wagged, but she stayed still, as if she knew her job. I love you all, Lauren said, gasping a little, her voice weird from the days of intubation. Be happy? She couldn't finish. She wants you to be happy when you remember her, Josh said, his voice low and calm, his words exactly right. Be at peace, darling girl, Ben said, leaning in to hug her. He was crying. Take care of him. I will. I always have. Lauren nodded and managed to smile. Sumi was next, crying too hard to speak, but she held Lauren's face in her hands and kissed her forehead. Goodbye, beautiful, Darius said, hugging her, and she managed to pat his cheek. I'll take care of them. Don't worry. He had such lovely eyes, even when they were streaming tears. He kissed her hand and moved aside for Stephanie. Thank you for raising him, Lauren said, her words barely a breath. Her mother-in-law kissed her on both cheeks and her forehead. I'm so glad you married my son, she said, and it was so generous, so kind, that tears spilled out of Lauren's eyes. God bless you, Angel. Then it was Sarah, next in this awful, beautiful line of her people, her family, her best friend. You did so good, Sarah said. I love you. I'll miss you so much. Her face was scrunched with crying. Love you. Sarah hugged her, jerking with sobs, then kissed her cheek, and then it was her mom's turn. Oh, Mommy. Poor Mom. Her mother bent over her and held Lauren's face in her hands. I love you, baby. I love you. Daddy will be with you. Don't be scared. Her voice was surprisingly strong, and Lauren was so glad. She sounded like her old self before Dad died, the impressive mother who always knew the answers. Lauren tried to inhale her familiar mom smell. Sorry, she whispered. Sorry to make you lose a child. Sorry to give you more pain. Sorry if I ever disappointed you. Her mother's face contorted. I'm sorry too, honey. I'm so sorry. Love you, Mama. Be brave. You're my best girl. So strong. I love you, honey. Lauren tried to smile, but the fatigue and pain were pulling at her, even as tears slid down her cheeks. A low moan came out of her without her consent, and she gave herself another hit of morphine, barely able to press the button. Then Jen. Oh, Jen. This was the hardest yet. I love you so much, Lauren, her sister whispered fiercely, holding her close, and Lauren managed to turn her head and kiss her sister's cheek twice. Best sister. Best friend. Love you. Jen clutched her hard and let out a horrible wail, and for a second Lauren couldn't bear it. She couldn't stand the pain, and she felt herself slipping away from the unbearable grief. Then Josh pulled Jen back. Don't let that be the last thing she hears from you, Jen, he said firmly, and Lauren loved him so much in that moment. His kindness, his strength, his understanding. You're right, Jen hiccuped. Shit, fuck. And Lauren couldn't help but let out a little laugh, no matter how it hurt her chest. Perfect, said Josh, and somehow her family laughed. I love you, sissy, Jen said, her face crumbling. Then, because she was Super Jen, so amazing and strong, she pulled herself together and smiled bright as the sun. See you on the other side. Lauren gave her a thumbs up and smiled back. Then Josh showed them to the door. Lauren could hear them murmuring, the soft sobs. Her own eyes streamed with tears. She was so loved. She loved them all so much. Pebbles was warm against her side, the sweet dog, her fur silky under Lauren's hand. Then Josh was climbing into bed with them and wrapping his arms around her. You did great, honey. My brave, brave wife. He felt so good, so much like himself. I love you, she whispered. I love you, too, with all my heart, with all my lungs and liver and pancreas. Kidneys, both of them. She felt him crying, felt his warm tears sliding against her temple. The breathing was harder now, and she tried to sneak the air in around the scars, the fibers, the fluid. Don't pant, don't fight, don't scare him. Die gently. Another hit of morphine so he wouldn't hear her gasping, feel her body struggling. Help me, Daddy. The urge to struggle passed. I'm so lucky, she managed, and Josh sobbed then. I love you, Lauren. I love you so much. You're everything to me. I'm the lucky one. Beautiful life. Her chest wasn't working anymore. Love you. One more breath. Just a little more air, please, Dad, for her last words. Go for it, baby. With what felt like a superhuman effort, Lauren pulled air into her poor, battered, exhausted lungs, hearing the squeak and rasp, and willed those last remaining spaces in her lungs to open. She looked at her husband. Thank you. Because what else was there to say? And though his eyes were wet with tears, she saw that flame in the dark, saw all the feelings he had for her. And she truly was so lucky, the luckiest woman on earth, because she had been loved by Joshua Park. It's okay if you go, he whispered. You fought enough. I love you. I'll always love you, Lauren. Rest now, honey. I'm right here with you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Though her eyes are closed, Lauren can see the strange, liquid golden light, so warm, so alive. She hears her father's voice, feels him close to her. She knew he would come. She knew it. She can see herself lying in the bed, Josh holding her close, Pebbles on her other side. Her husband looked so ruined, holding her against him. Her own face, Lauren notes, is white, but she isn't gasping. She isn't clawing and scared. She's quiet. Not quite gone yet, though. Her poor body. It had worked so hard. It had done so well. She's proud of it, grateful to it for putting up with all that it had. So many healthy years, so many happy times, walking, swimming, cuddling, holding, carrying. Images flashed through her mind, jumping rope with Sarah as kids, hiding in Jen's closet and scaring her, pushing Sebastian on the swing, holding Octavia, swimming in the ocean with Josh, hugging Josh, making love with Josh, laughing with Josh. That body deserves to rest now. Her new self is strong and warm. There's no pain, no weight, no fatigue, no chest pain. I've been so happy, she tells her father. He knows this. Everyone should get to die like this, in the arms of the person they loved best. Josh's love shines out of him. Lauren watches as he pushes her hair back from her face and kisses her lips. And the light in her new self bursts out, filling her, filling the room. I love you. I love you. I love you. It's time for her to go now. Her father agrees. One more second. One more for Josh. She wills her love into Josh with the last beat of her heart. And then she is ready. She sees the knowledge hit Josh. He crumples, laying his head on her chest. Her old body is done, but she's more here than ever. He'll be all right. She knows this. The light grows even brighter. So bright she can't see Josh anymore, but she feels him inside every molecule of her, the pulse and thrum of his life. She is the light now, and though her old body is done and her old self is gone, her true self would never leave him. He was and is and always would be the love of her life.
Chapter 36. Joshua. Month 17. July. It had taken some time to get over that final letter, to remember her last day in all its excruciating, beautiful detail. In some ways, it was like losing her all over again. But when he reread the letters, when he saw the scope of what she'd done, he was so grateful for her kindness, her forethought. She had spent her last months thinking about his life after hers and how to help him. And she had. Because of her, he had Radley as a friend. He had a new job because he'd gone to that conference. He was part of the community, more than he'd ever been. He owned a new house that someday would be his children's home. He knew karate. He was so grateful that for that first year without her, his wife's love had walked beside him. And he was better. He was doing fine. He'd invited all of Lauren's family to have pizza at his offices one night and pushed Octavia and Sebastian around in the comfy office chairs, making them shriek with glee. The next week, when Jen had her third baby, he'd visited her and his new baby niece in the hospital, and he didn't cry. They asked him to be godfather to Leia Grace, and of course he said yes. A few weeks ago, he'd flown to Singapore and spent 2 weeks there, working with the team, attending meetings, going out for dinner. The company put him up in a swanky rental apartment with a balcony overlooking the sparkling city and told him it was his whenever he needed to come out. They showed him the design for an MRI-guided ultrasound device that would ablate tiny particles of brain matter for people with persistent tremors. It had the potential to treat epilepsy with some modifications, too. Within an hour, Josh had tweaked the design so it required 2 fewer parts and would cost significantly less to produce. Back in Rhode Island, he packed up the apartment, putting all but 2 photos of him and Lauren in a box. He put her more valuable jewelry in a safe deposit box to give to Sebastian, Octavia, and Leah someday. He kept a few things from his married life to bring to his new house, then invited Lauren's friends to come and take whatever they wanted: a rug, a lamp, a painting. And then, amid the boxes and paintings in the now echoing apartment, he took off his wedding ring. He moved into his new house, not 100% sure it was the right time. It was right enough, he supposed. Every night he lay awake for hours, a feeling of the surreal hovering over him in this new room with its different shadows and unfamiliar sounds. The wind shushed in the leaves, and he could hear the waves of Narragansett Bay sloshing at the edge of his property. His neighbors often hosted parties, and the sounds of music and laughter drifted on the air. They were good sounds. He'd get used to it. He was grateful to have Radley on the 3rd floor. They ate dinner a couple of times a week, sometimes watched TV together. He threw his friend the promised graduation party and met Radley's classmates and other friends, among them Cammie, who gave him a big hug and invited him to Shine's grand opening. Josh had asked if he could invite Jen and Darius and the kids to the graduation party, and of course Radley had said yes. Sarah had been invited too, and he watched her that day, her ease with Radley, the way she scooped up Octavia and pushed Sebastian on the swing. It would be convenient, he admitted silently, to marry his wife's best friend. He definitely cared about her, loved her even. She was pretty in a way that was different from his sparkly wife, and Josh thought that was a good thing. Sarah would give him space for Lauren's memory. She could tell him stories of Lauren as a kid, and herself as a kid too. She liked him. She was kind and hardworking. That could be enough. Still, it took him another month to ask her out. He called rather than texted. It felt too momentous to do without hearing her voice. "Hey, you," she said. "What's up?" He could hear the voices of her colleagues in the background, the shrill of a ringing phone. "I was wondering if you wanted to have dinner with me," he said. And the words were not hard to say. "Sure. When?" Saturday?" "Okay. Where?" "I don't know. I'll make a reservation." He hadn't thought where just yet. Somewhere romantic, he guessed. "Great. Text me the details. I can meet you there." "I'll pick you up." He paused. "Sarah." "Yes?" "I'm asking you on a date." Once, Lauren had said almost the exact same words to him. There was a long silence. "Oh." "If it's a horrible idea, tell me now, okay?" It hadn't occurred to him that she wouldn't want to date him. He hadn't even thought to wonder. It was Lauren's idea, and Lauren had known them both so well. Another pause. It's not a horrible idea. Not at all." Nothing else. Another beat passed. Another. Another. "Okay, I'll text you tomorrow," he said. "Yeah, great. Talk to you later, Josh." He picked her up on Saturday night. She wore a flowered dress that caught the breeze, flashing a glimpse of her excellent legs. She had always been lean and athletic, and those were some great legs. "Hi," she said, and he leaned in to kiss her cheek, the way he always did, as she leaned in to hug him. He ended up kissing her on the ear instead. "Sorry," he said. No. This is a little weird, but it's really nice, too." She got in his car, filling it with a spicy smell, deeper than Lauren's perfume. "Where are we going?" "Mills Tavern." "Nice." He pulled away from her curb and drove through Providence. After a minute or two, he realized he should speak. "How was your day?" "Good. It was relaxing. I did some gardening. You?" "Also good. I worked, but I also took Pebbles for a swim." "Oh, does she love being near the water?" Sarah asked, her voice warming. She loved that dog. A good sign. "She does. She swims around, barking like a maniac. I think she's trying to herd the fish." She laughed. This could be it, he thought. Josh and Sarah, Sarah and Josh. Why not? They got to the restaurant and were seated at a nice table. Josh had worn a Radley-approved outfit from Banana Republic, chinos, a checked purple and blue shirt, cuffed at the wrist, loafers with no socks, which felt weird and was something he would not do again. "You look nice," he said to Sarah.
"Thank you. So do you."
Their server came over.
"Hi, welcome to Mill's Tavern. Are we ready to order our drinks?"
"I'm not. I don't know about you," Sarah answered. Josh looked up. "I'll have a glass of Sauvignon Blanc. Oh, hey." It was the woman from the vet and the marathon, and the Eddie. Duffy the dog's owner.
"Hi, how are you?"
She beamed, clearly recognizing him. "Good," he said. "Very good. Sarah?"
"I'll have a Cosmo," she said. "Grey Goose, very faintly pink, squeeze the lime. Thank you."
Quite specific, and ordered firmly. Sarah would be good with kids, he thought.
"You got it. Nice to see you,"
the server said to Josh, going off to put in their drink order.
"You know her?"
Sarah asked. "I've run into her a couple times. We use the same vet. Also, Providence."
"Can't swing a cat without hitting someone you know."
Sarah settled back.
"Don't you hate when they say, 'Are we ready to order?' Like it's the three of us having dinner?"
"I never really noticed."
"Drives me crazy. How do we like our dinners? Do we want dessert? I feel like I'm 3 and my mother is saying, 'We love broccoli. It's our favorite veggie.'"
She laughed, and after a second, Josh smiled. The waitress came back with their drinks on a tray, set Josh's wine before him, then slowly attempted to get Sarah's Cosmo to her without spilling a drop. It was filled to the rim, and Josh stared, hypnotized, as she lowered it closer and closer to the table. The pink liquid shook but didn't spill. Would she be able to manage the surface tension of the liquid? No. As she set it on the table, it sloshed just a bit.
"So close," she said. I hate to be a pain," Sarah said, "but I said very faintly pink. Do you mind taking this back and getting me another one?"
She was already handing the glass back to the waitress.
No, not at all. I'm really sorry. No, it's not your fault. It's the bartender's."
Sarah smiled, though Josh could tell it wasn't a real smile. Once, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Lauren had taught him so much. The waitress went off to replace the drink. "So," Josh said, "any summer plans?"
"Other than visiting your place? No."
She flashed a smile. He hadn't planned on inviting her to stay just yet. The house was a mess at the moment. Would it be rude to tell her no? It would be. He nodded, forced a smile, and wished he'd brought some index cards.
"How was Singapore?" she asked. "You only said it was a good trip. Tell me about it."
And so he did. And he tried to give details the way Lauren had once instructed him. He told her about the beautiful city, the impressive Chiron headquarters, the orchids of the botanical gardens, the food.
"I would love to go there someday," she said. "I'm not really well traveled."
The server was back, and this time the drink was neither spilled nor too pink.
"Are we ready to order?"
she asked, and Sarah gave him a wink.
"I'll have a Caesar salad, no anchovies," Sarah said. "There are anchovies in the dressing," the server said. "I know that. I just don't want little fishes lying across the lettuce." "Got it." "And I'll have the petit filet, medium, which means I want it pink and warm in the center."
Yes, Sarah was a woman of firm opinions and clear instructions.
"And your sides?" the server asked. "Instead of the crispy potatoes, I'd like them mashed and a side of asparagus."
The server scribbled furiously, then turned to Josh.
"And you, sir?"
"I'll have the grapefruit salad and the salmon," he said.
"Great choices. How are we doing on drinks? Oh gosh, I just brought you yours. Sorry. Let me know if you want wine with dinner. Okay."
Off she went again, her long ponytail swinging. "She's nice," Josh said. "A little chirpy," Sarah said, rolling her eyes. She took a sip of her drink.
"This is not Grey Goose," she sighed.
"Is it really that hard?" But she smiled. "Tell me about when you were a little kid. Did you always want to be a social worker?" It was a dumb question. "How are our drinks?" said the waitress, there again. "They're great," Sarah all but growled. To her credit, it hadn't been 30 seconds since the drink was delivered. "Super." The waitress was like Tigger, bouncing off. Josh and Octavia had watched a Winnie the Pooh movie last week when he had babysat the older two kids. That had been a fun night. "So, you were asking if I always wanted to be a social worker." Right. He should be talking with Sarah. "Truth is, I didn't really know what that was when I was a kid. In high school, I wanted to be a psychologist, but the money for a PhD was too much, so I went for the Masters of Social Work. Did an internship for social services. I loved it. I hated it, and I loved it, you know. I mean, no one who works in our department totally loves their job, but..." She kept talking, and Josh nodded in what he hoped were the right spots. Lauren thought this would be a good idea, he reminded himself. First dates always sucked. Well, his and Lauren's had not. But comparison was the thief of joy, as Teddy Roosevelt had once said, and Lauren had often quoted him. She loved that guy. Who didn't? "What are you thinking about?" Sarah asked. "Oh, Teddy Roosevelt." "Am I boring you?" "No, sorry, just... never mind." Sarah seemed to be done talking about her job. Maybe she'd ask him about something. It was kind of her turn. "Watched anything good on Netflix lately?" she asked. The waitress brought their salads, smiled, and left. No, I don't watch much TV. He used to when he was married. It had been cozy then, sitting on the couch together, making out, handing Lauren tissues when she cried because she loved the sad, sappy movies. He opted not to mention his first 2 months as a widower when he'd watched thousands of hours of television. Still, he should say something. The Great British Bake Off and Star Trek reruns, mostly. The original TV show. "Are you kidding?" Sarah asked. "Oh, Josh, they're so hokey. The new movies are so much better. That one with Benedict Cumberbatch, I loved that one." The old series was not hokey. He didn't want to get into an argument about it. "How are our salads?" the waitress asked. "Fine, great," Josh said, though he hadn't had time to pick up his fork. "Excellent." She beamed and left. What had they been talking about? "Have you seen anything good lately?" Josh asked. "Actually, I've been watching this documentary. Josh, you'd love it. It's about this plastic surgeon in India who does really extreme cases. Like, there was a little girl who had 2 noses. I shit you not." "Wow," Josh said. It was right up his alley. "And there was this other guy who had warts all over his body that made him look like his hands were the roots of trees. Tree Man, I saw that one," he said. "Wasn't that incredible?" "Here we go," announced the chirpy server, and Sarah was right. She had a bright, bird-like quality about her, like a chickadee, interested and energetic and fluttery somehow. "Let me know if everything is to your satisfaction." "Stay right there," Sarah ordered, cutting her fillet in half. She inspected the middle, which was pink, then pressed her finger against it. "It's fine, thank you." "Enjoy." She flitted off again. Yes, a chickadee. He always liked those birds, their bright black eyes and intelligence. "How's your mom?" Sarah asked, and that was easy to talk about because his mom had just been to Sedona with Sumi and had funny stories of the lady who did yoga buck naked. Well, it was funny when Steph told it, not so much now, he guessed. He wasn't great at delivery, or Sarah wasn't amused. They talked about their families, Jen's new baby. Where did she come up with the name Leia? Is that a family name? I always think of Princess Leia. "Well, what a great role model, right?" Josh said. "I don't know how she picked it." He took a bite of salmon, wishing he'd ordered something else, then remembered a random fact. If you're Jewish, sometimes you give a baby a name that starts with the same letter as a person in your family who died. While Octavia's middle name was Lauren, and how Lauren had loved that, Josh now wondered if Jen had thought of that tradition when picking out her second daughter's name. They're not Jewish, though, right? Darius isn't, is he? They go to Blessed Sacrament. I don't know if Darius was raised. "Miss," called Sarah. "The asparagus? Thanks." She lowered her voice. "I'm sorry, I wanted to catch her before we got too far into the meal. You were saying?" "I think it doesn't matter." She was Lauren's friend. She was hardworking and loyal. She was funny sometimes. She was very particular about food and treated the waitstaff poorly. She smelled nice. She was attractive and healthy. But he wasn't feeling it. Give it a chance, he told himself. Lauren wouldn't have suggested this if it was too far off. The asparagus came.
How are we liking everything? The server asked. We don't know yet, Sarah said. We haven't had a chance to eat the asparagus. Oh, sorry. Let me know if you need anything.
Sarah ate some and offered some to Josh. He took a few spears. She asked if he'd bought any more furniture. He told her yes and detailed his new appliances. But aside from medical shows about rare health conditions, the conversation didn't exactly flow. The server wrapped up Sarah's leftovers, and they ordered coffee and a creme brulee to share. Oof, this was a great meal, Sarah said a little while later. I'm going to have to run it off tomorrow. You want to go together? No, I have something to do. He lied. I'm fixing something at Donna's. Now he would have to go to Donna's and find something to fix because he hated lying.
You know, that reminds me of something. When Lauren and I were little, and how was the dessert? Asked the waitress with a big smile, sliding the check on the table. Did we like the creme brulee? Jesus! Sarah barked. Can you leave us alone for like 10 consecutive minutes? This is his first date since his wife died. Stop interrupting!
Everyone went quiet, and the waitress looked stricken, literally as if Sarah had just punched her.
Oh my God, she said. I'm so sorry. Obviously I didn't...
Her face crumpled, and she started to cry.
I'm so sorry, she whispered.
She held her hand up to cover her mouth.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry or interrupt. We're supposed to check on you a lot. It's policy.
Her voice shook.
I'm sorry for crying. It's just, I'm very emotional lately. My dog died 2 days ago.
Jesus H. Christ, Sarah said, tossing down her spoon.
Are you comparing his wife dying to your dog? No, I'm not. Duffy?
Josh asked. The server looked up as if surprised he remembered, then nodded. I'm really sorry, he said.
No, it's not. God, listen to me. Your wife died, and I'm telling you about a 17-year-old dog. I'm an idiot. Have a good night. I'm really sorry.
The last few words just squeaked out of her. She left, and Josh looked at Sarah.
That was memorable, she said,
then shook her head.
I'm sorry if I made a scene. I don't know, nervous.
Why don't we get out of here? Josh suggested. He paid the bill in cash, leaving a hefty tip for Duffy's grieving owner, who was being lectured by the manager. They went outside. The sky was still light, and it was a perfect summer evening.
Let's go down to the river,
Sarah suggested, and they did. She took his arm. It didn't feel bad. There were plenty of people outside, enjoying the weather. A hint of red sunset lingered in the west. Josh and Sarah walked along canal into the greenway that ran along the river.
Josh, she said, I've always thought you were really, good-looking and, of course, the world's best husband.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She waited, tilting her head expectantly. And you're, pretty. Very pretty. She looked at him. He looked back. I guess I'll kiss you? He asked.
Go for it.
He leaned in. Her lips were soft and firm. She tasted like steak. Otherwise, nothing. Then she pulled back.
I'm sorry, that was like kissing my brother.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, he admitted. Definitely.
No sparks.
Exactly.
Shit, she said. They don't make men like you anymore, Josh. It would have been wicked convenient if this worked out.
I thought you were rude to the waitress.
I thought your conversation was flat and boring.
They looked at each other, then started laughing.
Failed experiment, she said,
and gave him a hug.
I wonder if Lauren is disappointed. I think she kind of hoped we'd connect.
Yeah.
I don't know, Sarah said.
I can't say I'd want to be compared to her for the rest of my life, to be honest with you. No, I understand. They sighed at the same time, then laughed. Sarah? Came a woman's voice. Two women dressed in athletic gear had stopped. Hey, Helen, she answered. Hi, Kelly. I haven't seen you in ages, the first one said. We're getting ice cream. You want to join us? This is my friend Joshua Park. Josh, my coworkers, Helen and Kelly. Josh nodded at them. Helen had a baby a couple months ago, and I haven't seen her since. How is the little prince? Really, really good, Helen said. Did you hear I had an emergency C-section? No. Are you okay? It was very dramatic. She glanced at Josh. You know, it'll keep. You're with someone. Sarah glanced at Josh, and he got it. Their date was over, and he was fine with that. If you want to hang out with them, he suggested. Are you sure? Yes. She smiled, her first real smile of the night, maybe. Still friends? She asked. Absolutely. He hugged her, waved to the ladies, then turned and walked up the hill. His wife had been wrong. Interesting. A first. He hoped she was watching and got a kick out of that lackluster meat kiss. Well, it was a beautiful night, and the city seemed happy. It didn't seem right to go home just yet. He walked up Elizabeth, turned on North Main, and there was the restaurant he'd just left. The chirpy server was sitting at the bar, blotting her eyes on her napkin. He went back in and slid onto the stool next to her. She glanced at him and did a double take. I am so sorry, sir, she said. I ruined your date. Your dog, huh? I know. It was the stupidest thing to say, and there's no comparison. It's okay, Josh said. I'd be wrecked without my dog. Pebbles? Yes. It's a really cute name. She smiled at him and wiped her eyes again. Did you get fired? He asked. No, they're really nice here, which is great because I've been fired from 3 restaurants this year alone. They just took me off the floor for the rest of the night, suggested I have a drink to buck up a little. She toasted him with her glass. It's ginger ale with a teeny bit of rum because I don't really drink. She looked around. Where's your girlfriend? Oh, she's not. That didn't work. She's a friend. My wife's best friend from childhood. We were trying to click and we just didn't. That sucks. It's a relief, actually. Again, I'm so sorry about your wife. I bet she was amazing. She was, he said. She absolutely was. Can I buy you a drink? She asked. I owe you. No, I'm fine, he said. I don't really drink either. He looked at her a minute, studying her profile. She had very long eyelashes, and they looked real. Her nose had an appealing bump at the bridge, and her skin seemed very clean. Would you ever want to go out with me? He asked. The question came out of nowhere. He didn't regret asking, though. No, he didn't regret it at all. She turned, her eyes wide, and blinked a couple of times. Sure. Yes. Absolutely. Pink flushed to her cheeks. Pretty. You don't have to say yes, he added. You know, just because you ruined our dinner or because I'm a tragic widower. He was flirting. Wow, he was flirting. No, you're wicked hot. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Should I have said that? Well, it's out there, isn't it? I mean, you have a mirror. You must know. She was blushing furiously now. Yes, I would go out with you. I thought you were nice the first time I met you at the vet's. He smiled, then extended his hand. Joshua Park. She took it, and he felt attraction flow up his arm like cool silk. Rose Connolly, she said. He froze, still gripping her hand. Rose? Yes, my mom was a huge Titanic fan. She pulled a face. But I have to say, I love that movie too. He let go of her hand. Rose is my wife's middle name." Her mouth parted a little. "Really?" He nodded. They looked at each other a long minute. "Can I have your phone number?" he asked, and she patted her apron for a pen, found one, and wrote it down on a napkin. Very old-fashioned of her. "Okay, then," she said. It was very nice to see you, Joshua." "It was very nice to see you, too, Rose." He should go now. Another minute, and he'd lose the cool factor. But somehow, he suspected Rose Connolly wouldn't mind. "I'll call you tomorrow," he said. "I'll be glad when you do," she answered. Get out before you ruin it, he told himself. So he left, feeling a little elated. He forgot where he'd parked the car and just walked for a while in the soft summer air, the sounds of music and people and sirens all blending together like a song. Rose Connolly. Rose. If a person believed in that kind of thing, a person might wonder at how many times Josh had run into Rose Connolly in the past year and a half. The vet's office that first time. The mall, the first night he'd met Radley when he'd punched the rude customer, unknowingly defending her honor. The marathon where she'd helped him. Last Christmas when she'd literally been right in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. Gertie the psychic had mentioned roses too. Josh stopped walking. Holy shit. And now, the first time he'd ever considered dating anyone other than Lauren, Rose was here again. A person, a husband, might read into that. He might think his wife worked in mysterious ways to take care of the man she had loved so much. "Thank you," he said, looking upward. Those had been her last words to him. "Thank you," he repeated. He knew tonight had made her happy, which was all he'd ever wanted. Epilogue. Joshua. 54 years left. Lauren's garden at the Hope Center had become Josh's favorite place in Providence. He walked past it almost every day, in fact, and most days stopped in for at least a few minutes. But today was special. On this sunny spring day, they were planting Lauren's tree, and the May weather couldn't have approved more. The carefully planned garden was bursting with color and life, from the pink crabapple blossoms to the pale purple of the lilacs. Everyone who had loved Lauren was here. Jen stood next to him with her 3 children, Sebastian getting tall and gangly, little Octavia, pretty in her blue dress, a cloud of dark curls around her perfect face. Leia, now almost 3, was trying to climb out of Darius's arms to get into mischief. Josh smiled at her. She reminded him of Lauren so much. Next to them, Donna and Bill, who had gotten married last year. His own mom and the Kims. Ben gave him a nod, ever reassuring. Asma was talking about the garden and how families came together here to grow their own vegetables, to teach kids about botany, to have a beautiful oasis in the city. Josh was so grateful to her for still doing the good work that had given him a second chance to meet Lauren, and later, the chance to give back and get out of his shell when he was grieving. Mara from RISD was here, and Bruce the Mighty and Beneficent, who had donated $10,000 in Lauren's name. Radley, the world's best friend, stood with his fiancé, Frank, the realtor. They had their own place now, just down the road from the house in Cranston. Sarah was here too, of course. Good old Sarah. She was dating Mateo, one of Josh's engineers, who was 5 years younger than she was, and, from all appearances, smitten. There was another person here, someone Lauren had never met, someone standing at Joshua's side, her hand in his. His wife. Pretty Rose, with the pink cheeks and dark hair, now even more beautiful. She was pregnant, though they were keeping that to themselves until the first trimester was passed. Josh suspected his mom knew, though, because when they'd come here, she had handed Rose a bottle of water and asked if she wanted a chair. His mom caught his eye and smiled. Yep, she knew. That was fine. Josh looked at the dogwood tree, now nearly 5 feet tall. Its trunk was straight and strong, and the blossoms Lauren had so loved seemed to float on the air, perfect in their simplicity, their beauty. It would grow well here.
I'll turn it over to you now, Josh,
Ozma said. Rose squeezed his hand. You've got this, she whispered. He kissed her temple and went to the microphone. For more than 3 years now, he'd taken good care of Lauren's tree. It was time to give it a home. All these people would know this was Lauren's garden. They'd all come to see her tree. Someday, Josh would bring his kids to this garden, and they would play here. It was nice to think Lauren would see them. His throat was tight, and everyone was looking at him. Right. He was supposed to talk now. Lauren was remarkable, he said, and his voice was strong and full of emotion. The best sister, daughter, aunt, and friend anyone could have. I was so lucky to be her husband. He glanced at Rose, who gave him a watery smile and a nod. The only thing she'd ever said about Lauren was how much she wished she could have met her. They had a lot in common, Josh thought. Kindness, a huge capacity for love. Lauren died too soon, he continued. But she lived with such love and happiness, such joy and purpose. In my eyes, she was perfect. He stopped, swallowing. She taught me how to live, even when she was dying, even after she died, especially after she died. She was my best teacher. It's my honor today to dedicate this tree to her memory. She loved this place, and she loved all of you. Everyone clapped and sniffled and wiped their eyes. A gardener was waiting by the tree, and as Josh approached, he set it in the hole and gave a nod. Everyone was quiet. With his back to the crowd, Josh reached into his jacket pocket, took something out, and dropped it into the hole. His wedding ring. The one Lauren had given him. It gleamed there, nestled against the dark earth. Maybe it would grow into the roots themselves and become part of the tree itself. Josh hoped so. Then Josh covered it with a shovelful of dirt and handed the shovel to Donna, who did the same. Then it was Jen's turn, and Sebastian's and Octavia's. Darius helped Leia, who said, I did it, Daddy. And everyone laughed. The shovel was passed from person to person. His mom, Sarah, Ozma, Ben. You too, Rosie, Jen said. Your family, don't be shy. Rose looked over at him, and he nodded. Her cheeks flushed, and he knew she was glad to be included. A little while later, as everyone left through the garden gate, Josh stayed, holding back. They were all going out for lunch, the first time they'd all be together since his and Rose's wedding a few months ago. When no one was left and Josh was alone in the garden, he turned back to look at the tree. It seemed as if it had always been there. He couldn't wait to see it grow. A small breeze rustled through, ruffling his hair. For a second, he felt his wife, felt her love wrap around him. She had promised to always be with him, and he believed her. I love you, he thought. I always will. Rose was waiting for him just outside the garden walls. You good, honey? She asked. I am. He kissed her gently, and, unable to resist, no matter who might see, he put his hand against her stomach. I love you, he said. Because it was true. Then he took her hand, and they caught up with the others, and the sun seemed to glow just a little bit brighter in the vast and brilliant sky. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Pack Up the Moon by Kristan Higgins, narrated by Dion Graham and Exie Sands, engineered by Michael Bognar at CDM. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.